Chapter 1991. After listening to Kong Si Rant's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on. The five-colored treasure pagoda was a supreme treasure of Star Soul Palace and was extremely famous in the Star Boundary. This was not just because it was an emperor artifact, but also because it was extremely special. The interior of the five-colored treasure pagoda was a world of its own, somewhat similar to the sealed world bead, but much more complete than the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hands. It was rumored that the five-colored treasure pagoda was born in the hands of great emperors Mingyu, the master of Star Soul Palace. But in fact, before the great emperors became famous, the five-colored treasure pagoda had already taken shape. However, it was later obtained by the great emperors Mingyu and refined into its final form. The space inside the five-colored treasure pagoda was said to be an ancient battlefield that contained many ancient treasures and spirit grasses. The terrain of the battlefield was unpredictable and had always been stored inside Star Soul Palace. It was the most popular and easiest place for Star Soul Palace disciples to go to for life experience. As long as a disciple of Star Soul Palace met certain requirements, they could enter the five-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. There, they could refine their cultivation, improve their combat skills, comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory's principles. Although the five-colored treasure pagoda had existed for countless years, and countless cultivators had entered it to gain experience and seek out opportunities that belonged to them, the number of treasures inside had never decreased. The reason for this was simple. Entering the five-colored treasure pagoda was not without risk. Many of the disciples of Star Soul Palace had died inside, and the space rings of those cultivators had naturally become the remnants of the five-colored treasure pagoda, serving as targets for the next batch of cultivators to find. The entire five-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels. The first and second levels were for Origin King realm cultivators, while the third and fourth levels were for Tao Source realm cultivators. As for the highest 5th level, it was for the Emperor realm cultivator to experience and pursue the great Tao. Inside the five-colored treasure pagoda, there were not only hidden ancient artifacts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines that had grown for countless years. What tempted the cultivator the most was the power of the laws of heaven and earth and the origin of the stars that occasionally appeared briefly. This was because it was a dilapidated ancient battlefield. In the ancient times, countless powerful experts fought there, shattering the heaven and earth, shattering the stars, and collapsing the natural laws. That was why it was inside the pagoda. There were also many fragmented laws of nature and incomplete star sources. Both of them were incomplete, but they contained many mysteries and wonders. If a cultivator could comprehend them, they would be of great help to any cultivator. After the Origin King realm was the Tao Source realm, where a cultivator would begin to comprehend world principles. However, at the Tao Source realm, a cultivator could only use simple world principles. To truly use the laws for one's own use, and to enforce the law with one's words was a profound mystery that only the experts of the Emperor realm could touch upon. In the Star Boundary, countless Origin King realm cultivators had completely transformed their source chi, but were still unable to break through to the Tao Source realm. The biggest shackle was that they were unable to comprehend the world principles. It was for this reason that Star Master cultivators were so popular in the Star Boundary. For example, Yang Kai had already begun to comprehend the world principles of Shadowed Star when he was just an Origin returning realm cultivator, although that was only the world principles of a single cultivation star, which could not be compared to the world principles of the entire Star Boundary. However, if one understood one principle, one could understand all other principles. Yang Kai could be considered to have just begun to comprehend the world principles, so he would not face too many bottlenecks when breaking through to the Tao Source realm in the future. He would even have a unique advantage when breaking through to the Emperor realm. However, this kind of welcome was not just from the appreciation and expectation of a master. It was more from envy and plunder. The actions of Yin Lu Sheng of Netherworld sect were the best examples. As such, Yang Kai would not expose the secret of his Star Master status. So, Alchemist Yang should understand why the 5-colored treasure pagoda is open. Do you understand how beneficial it is to us? Kong Si Ran asked with a bright face. I understand. If that's the case, then the 5-colored treasure pagoda is indeed a good place to go. Yang Kai nodded. That's not all. Kong Si Ran smiled faintly. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly. Alchemist Yang, you also know that Maplewood City is filled with dragons and snakes mixed in with snakes. Countless forces, large and small, have arrived. So after Sir Star Envoy opened the 5-colored treasure pagoda, how could these top forces not express their gratitude? What Shopkeeper Kong means is... Yang Kai trembled as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Ha ha ha! I won't hide it from Alchemist Yang. Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, and many other great forces have all taken out a batch of precious materials and placed them inside the pagoda. Not only are there pills inside, but there are also secret arts, secret techniques, and even Tao source grade artifacts. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was really the case, then the entire Maplewood City would be boiling with excitement. In the past, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a cultivator who cultivated on their own or came from a low background to obtain some benefits from a great force. But this time, such a great opportunity had arrived. Countless treasures were hidden inside the pagoda, waiting for those who were fated to find them. How could any cultivator not rush to obtain them? Heavenly Martial Holy Land even took out 3 Tao source fruits and placed them inside. Kong Si Ran's expression suddenly became excited, and even his voice trembled. Alchemist Yang, as an alchemist, I'm afraid you know the role of Tao source fruits better than anyone else. Tao source fruits used to refine Tao source pills? Yang Kai exclaimed. Exactly. Kong Si Ran could not suppress the trembling of his hands and spilled water from his teacup. Tao source fruits. In the entire star boundary, only a few top great forces can cultivate Tao source fruits, and in the Southern Territory, even Star Soul Palace does not have a Tao source fruit tree. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is the only one, and only 6 Tao source fruits are produced every 10 years. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is really bleeding a lot this time. Does Shopkeeper Kong want this Tao source fruit? Yang Kai saw the strange look on his face and immediately guessed. Of course this old master wants it. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, Alchemist Yang, this old master has been stuck in the Third Order Origin King realm for more than 200 years. This old master also knows that his aptitude is not high, and if nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid he will be stuck outside the Tao source realm for the rest of his life. But if there is really a Tao source fruit, this old master can still break through his bottleneck. Whether he succeeds or not, there is always a glimmer of hope. Although Kong Si Ran was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza and was considered a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce because his strength was not high and his status in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not high, he did not have the means to obtain a Tao source pill from the Chamber of Commerce. A single Tao source pill could create a Tao source realm cultivator, and Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would not casually bestow it to its subordinates. Only those with corresponding contributions would be granted. Kong Si Ran had to stay in Maplewood City for another 100 to 200 years, and if he made a certain achievement during this period, he might be granted a Tao source pill. Yang Kai could somewhat understand Kong Si Ran's excitement. A single Tao source fruit could be used to refine a furnace of pills, and the limit of a furnace of Tao source pills was 9. So, as long as he could obtain a Tao source fruit, no matter who refined it, he would be able to obtain at least 1 or 2 Tao source pills. Once he broke through to the Tao Source realm, his status in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be completely different, and he would no longer have to stay in a small place like Maplewood City. Not to mention Kong Si Ran's desire, Yang Kai also had a need for a Tao Source pill. Once he finished transforming his source chi and peered into the mysteries of principles, he would be qualified to break through to the Tao Source realm. At that time, a Tao Source pill could greatly increase his chances of breaking through. Alchemist Yang, you won't miss the trip to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, right? Kong Si Ran calmed down and asked Yang Kai. Of course I will go and watch such a grand event. Yang Kai smiled slightly. That's good. That's good. Kong Si Ran laughed. Kong Si Ran laughed. If you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda in your life. But shopkeeper Kong, if this is really the case, then this experience will be extremely dangerous. You and I are both third-order Origin Kings, so we don't have to worry about facing Origin King realm enemies. But what if we encounter a Tao Source realm master? Haha, Alchemist Yang is overthinking things. Kong Si Ran waved his hand and smiled. Kong Si Ran smiled and waved his hand. Opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda is not so easy. Sir Star Emissary was kind enough to allow the cultivators of my Maplewood City to enter. But how could he open the entire 5-colored treasure pagoda? This time, only the first and second layers will be opened. So only cultivators at the Origin King realm and below can enter. No Tao Source realm cultivators will be allowed to enter. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned, but after thinking about it for a moment, it was understandable. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was an emperor artifact, so opening it once would definitely consume a lot of energy. No matter how strong the star envoy of Star Soul Palace was, it was impossible for him to open the entire pagoda. If that were the case, Star Soul Palace would suffer a great loss. However, if this was the case, Yang Kai would be happy to see it happen. As long as there was no Tao Source realm cultivator, he had nothing to fear. He just had to be careful of the dangers inside the pagoda. Indeed, I called Alchemist Yang here in a hurry to inform you of this matter. This news has not been officially spread yet, and only those who followed Star Envoy Master into Clear Jade Mountain know about it. I also received this news from the City Lord's Master. Since Alchemist Yang knows about it, please make preparations. Many thanks for Shopkeeper Kang's reminder, Yang Kai said gratefully. Alchemist Yang is too polite. Without you, Spirit Pill Plaza's future would be bleak. This can be considered a small repayment from this old master, so there is no need to worry. In that case, this Yang will take his leave first. I really need to go back and prepare. Yang Kai got up and said, See you in 3 days. Kong Si Ran cupped his fist slightly. Yang Kai nodded and quickly left Spirit Pill Plaza. Returning to his secluded home again, Yang Kai took out the herbs he had collected from the medicine garden in the mysterious small world and immediately began to refine spirit pills, although the ones who entered were all Origin Kings and below. So Yang Kai was not worried about encountering strong enemies. The more spirit pills he had, the better. If he encountered an emergency, they could be used to help him. There were a lot of herbs, so Yang Kai refined one furnace after another without any distractions. Chapter 1992. The next day, the news that Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda was about to open spread throughout Maplewood City. Countless cultivators cheered excitedly, praising Star Soul Palace's generosity. Only a few Tao Source realm masters were indignant. After all, the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time had nothing to do with them. For a time, Maplewood City's pharmacies, artifact shops, and many other shops were overcrowded. The 5-colored treasure pagoda would open in 2 days, so the cultivator naturally wanted to be well prepared. They did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy a large number of life-saving and restorative spirit pills. They even gritted their teeth and bought artifacts that they had been reluctant to buy before. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Every cultivator understood this simple truth. If they wanted to gain anything from the five-colored treasure pagoda and escape unscathed, they had to make more thorough preparations. Mo Xiaoqi had obviously also received the news and was very interested. She even used a sound bead to inform Yang Kai that they would enter the five-colored treasure pagoda together in 2 days. Yang Kai agreed, feeling a little guilty in his heart. Mo Xiaoqi had informed him as soon as she received the news, but he had already known about it in advance and had forgotten to inform Mo Xiaoqi. If she wanted to go to the five-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai would certainly not stop her. Although this girl was simple and could even be said to be ignorant of worldly affairs, she was like a hedgehog. No one in the Origin King realm would be able to do anything to her. Yang Kai continued to focus on alchemy. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, in a secret room, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged 10 meters across from each other. The man was about 40 years old with a deep aura and a dignified appearance. He was wearing a black robe with a symbol of stars embroidered in silver thread on his chest. Although these stars were inanimate objects, they looked very real. They flickered with a mysterious light. Silver Star Envoy. Only the Silver Star emissary of the Star Soul Palace dared to wear this kind of attire. It was a symbol embroidered with silver thread. This was the characteristic of a Silver Star Envoy. In the Star Soul Palace, Star Envoys were divided into 3 ranks. From top to bottom, they were Gold Star Envoys, Silver Star Envoys, and Bronze Star Envoys. Even the lowest rank Bronze Star Envoys required a First-Order Emperor, Realm Master to serve. This middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 40s, was a Silver Star Envoy, which meant that his cultivation had reached the Second-Order Emperor realm. As for the legendary Venus Emissary, he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Over the years, the number of times Star Soul Palace had sent out Gold Star Envoys could be counted on one hand. In fact, many ordinary people in the Emperor realm hadn't even seen Gold Star Envoys. In the entire Star Soul Palace, there were only 3 Golden Star Envoys, and no one knew where they were or what they were doing. Opposite the Silver Star Emissary, she had bright eyes, white teeth, and a picturesque face. Her jet-black hair was soft and straight, and her beautiful eyes were like a pool of clear water, without the slightest impurity. The woman wore a long blue dress, which was decorated with luxurious and small gemstones. These gemstones were not ordinary either, and each of them was emitting a mysterious energy fluctuation. She sat there with her legs crossed, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her aura was fluctuating, and from time to time, it resonated with the world principles. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. The woman's cultivation was at the peak of the Third-Order Origin King realm, and if she broke through, she would naturally reach the Tao Source realm. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Although the man in his 40s was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, when facing this woman, who was at the peak of the Origin King realm, he still acted respectfully. However, her tone was still respectful, which clearly showed that this woman's status was not low. Hearing this, the woman nodded gently and said, "I'm fine for the time being, AI. Your Highness, you are too capricious." The Silver Star Emissary looked annoyed. "You tricked me with the fake face bead and left Star Soul Palace with me. When we return this time, we will be punished by the great emperors." Hearing this, the woman stuck out her tongue and said, "Uncle Shao, don't be afraid. When the time comes, Sun will plead for you. You are my father's old brother, so he won't really punish you." "You?" Xiao Yuyang glanced at Lan Sun and gloated. "You can't even protect yourself now. So how can you plead for me?" The great emperors said that when you return to Star Soul Palace, you will be grounded for 10 years. 10 years? Lan Sun exclaimed and wailed. "You might as well kill me. It's too boring to stay in Star Soul Palace all day, so I wanted to come out and have some fun." "Then you should have chosen a good time." Xiao Yuyang had a helpless look on his face as he smiled bitterly. You knew you were about to break through, so why didn't you stay in Star Soul Palace and take the risk of leaving? When Lan Sun heard this, she couldn't help but lower her head and muttered, I heard about the appearance of divine spirits, but I have never seen one before, so I wanted to come and see the fun. You are the daughter of the great emperors. Your body is priceless. Do you think you won't be able to see divine spirits in the future? If all else fails, let the great emperors take you to Dragon Island as a guest, where divine spirits are everywhere. What's there to see about a few big snakes? Lan Sun looked indifferent. A few big snakes. Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched. A dignified second-order emperor realm master was speechless for a while, so he let out a long sigh and said, Forget it. Now that you can't suppress your breakthrough aura, it's too late to send you back to Star Soul Palace. The great emperors also agreed to let me open the entrance to the 5-colored treasure pagoda here. The great emperors will open the real treasure pagoda on the other side and let you enter to break through. In order to deceive the public, we even declared that this was an opportunity that our Star Soul Palace had given to the cultivators of this city. After much difficulty, we managed to convince those from the heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, and Azure Sun Temple to help. Otherwise, with my strength alone, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. However, you must be careful when the time comes. I will use a secret technique to send you directly to the 3rd layer. Find a good place there and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Absorb as much of the broken world principles and star source as possible. This will be of great benefit to your future growth. Do you know how to draw in the broken world principles and star source? And Father taught me before, and I also learned a set of secret techniques. That's good, but unfortunately, Your Highness is not a star master. If you had succeeded in refining the star source a few years ago, you would have gained more benefits this time. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. Uncle Xiao is not a star master either, but he still managed to cultivate to the second-order emperor realm. Although the body of a star lord had many conveniences on the path of cultivation, it was not without its advantages. Sun is very confident in herself and believes that one day she will be able to reach Father's height. Xiao Yuyang was shocked when he heard this and laughed. Good. It's good that Your Highness is so ambitious. Unfortunately, Your Highness is not a man. Lan Sun immediately snorted. So what if I'm a man? Am I worse than those men? What Uncle Xiao means is if you were a man, Uncle Xiao would definitely drink and chat with you. Xiao Yuyang quickly changed the topic without any sense of awkwardness. I don't want to. It stinks. I don't know what's so good about it. Ha! Xiao Yuyang did not say much about this matter, and instead solemnly said, Your Highness, the most important thing this time is to break through to your current realm. Of course, if you have enough time, you can also experience the 3rd layer. There are many good things on the 3rd layer, many of which even us old fogies may not be able to obtain. In the 5-colored treasure pagoda, what matters most is opportunity and fortune. Strength and cultivation are actually secondary. Sun will remember. 2 days passed by in a flash. On this day, Maplewood City was bustling with activity as everyone gathered in the huge square in front of the City Lord's mansion, Origin returning realm masters and Origin kings. All of them were beaming with joy while all the other cultivators, except for these 2, wore gloomy and sullen expressions. This could not be helped, though, as Tao Source realm masters were not allowed to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, and any cultivator below the Origin returning realm knew they did not have the strength to enter. So naturally they would not join in the fun. Many Origin returning realm masters did not even have the courage to do so. Those who had the courage to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda were those who had no regard for life or death and were prepared to seek opportunities inside. In front of the City Lord's mansion, a high platform had been built at some point. Atop this high platform, several cultivators of various ages were seated. When everyone looked at them, their faces were filled with respect and worship. After all, these people were all masters from the Emperor realm. Those who had not reached the Emperor realm were not qualified to sit here. Even Maplewood City's city lord, Duan Yuanshan, could only bow and smile as he stood to the side. Duan Yuanshan was a second-order Dao Source realm master, and in normal times, he would definitely be the king of Maplewood City, but at this moment, in front of these masters from the Emperor realm, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Time passed quietly. More and more cultivators gathered. Everyone was looking around, searching for the legendary treasure of Star Soul Palace, the 5-colored treasure pagoda. They wanted to see its true appearance. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anything. However, some people who knew some inside information said that the real 5-colored treasure pagoda was not here, nor was it carried by the Star Envoy Master. Although this was the Southern Territory, and no one dared to be disrespectful to Star Soul Palace, it was still a palace guardian treasure. So how could it be carried around? This time, opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda was mainly because the Star Envoy Master had joined forces with many cultivators from the Emperor realm to rely on the Grand Divine Technique, and some masters from Star Soul Palace's headquarters to open a passage into the 5-colored treasure pagoda. So, even if the pagoda was not here, it could still be entered. Yang Kai stood in the crowd, listening to the conversations of the surrounding cultivators, and soon learned this news. This cleared his doubts. He had also thought that the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace carried the 5-colored treasure pagoda with him, but he could not understand why. Now, he finally understood. While he was waiting, someone patted him on the shoulder, followed by Mo Xiaoqi's voice. "Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Mo Xiaoqi standing next to him with a smile. Beside her, countless cultivators were grimacing as they looked at her with fear. Chapter 1993. Describing Mo Xiaoqi as a hedgehog was the most appropriate description, so wherever she passed, the cultivator would feel pain and avoid her. For a time, the place where she and Yang Kai were standing became a vacuum of space with a radius of 15 meters, and no one dared to approach. "Big Brother Yang, I finally found you. There are so many people here," Mo Xiaoqi said as she turned her head and looked around like a country bumpkin who had just entered a big city. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile and said softly, "Xiaoqi, what's wrong?" Mo Xiaoqi turned her head, but in the next moment her beautiful face paled as she covered her mouth with her small hand and pointed to Yang Kai's shoulder. Big Brother Yang, your shoulder is bleeding. Who attacked you? It's too hateful." "It's fine. It's fine." Yang Kai's face was calm, as if he had long been accustomed to this. Circulating his secret art slightly, he stopped the bleeding and said, "Just don't touch me casually next time. Otherwise, I may die from blood loss." Mo Xiaoqi was startled for a moment before her face quickly turned red, lowering her head and pinching her clothes with both hands, as if she was trying to play with them. "Ha, Alchemist Yang, so you're here?" At that moment, Kong Si Ran's hearty laughter came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Shopkeeper Kong striding over. "Shopkeeper Kong." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Seeing Alchemist Yang's confident appearance, this Kong is relieved. It seems Alchemist Yang has prepared well this time. This Yang only hopes to retreat unscathed. Alchemist Yang is too modest. There are countless opportunities in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Alchemist Yang will definitely return with a bountiful harvest. "Oh, this girl is... Oh, Xiaoqi is my friend." Yang Kai introduced Mo Xiaoqi to Kong Si Ran. Mo Xiaoqi was simple and naive. However, she wasn't an overly friendly person. So she just nodded lightly and stood quietly beside Yang Kai. "Alchemist Yang, This old man asked the master from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters about some news. After entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, I'm afraid we'll be separated and won't be able to join forces, Kong Si Ran said with some disappointment. Yong Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, could it be that after entering, the location of the appearance is not fixed? It was not his first time entering various sealed world and independent spaces for experience, so he was quite experienced in this regard. When Kong Si Ran mentioned this, he immediately thought of a possibility. Indeed, Kong Si Ran nodded solemnly. The space inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda is an ancient battlefield. The laws of heaven and earth are extremely broken, and there are many uncertain factors. Therefore, even if the cultivator works together to enter, they will appear in different locations. Before this old master had hoped to travel together with alchemist Yang, but now it seems that has become wishful thinking. Yong Kai smiled and said, we can't join hands. I'm afraid the others won't be able to join forces either. That's fine too. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. Alchemist Yang is right. This old master also thought of this point. So he specially came to inform you that you must be careful when you enter. Inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, there are many natural traps and barriers. If origin kings like us fall into them, it is very likely that we will die. Every year, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace die here. You must not be careless. Many thanks for shopkeeper Kang's reminder. I will be careful. Yong Kai gently nodded. The two stood in place and chatted casually for a while. By the way, shopkeeper Kong, who are those people sitting up there? Yong Kai gestured to the high platform in front of the city lord's mansion with his eyes and asked. Kong Si Ran smiled wryly. In fact, this old master only recognizes 3 of them. The second one from the left is Master Lu Qi, vice president of my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. The third one is Master Tsung Yuan, vice president of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, and the one in the middle is Master Xiao Yuyang, Silver Star envoy of Star Soul Palace. As for the rest, this old master only knows their origins, but not their names. Yong Kai nodded, and was about to say something when Mo Xiao Qi's voice came from the side. The first one on the left is Chun Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The first on the right is Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, and the second on the right is Gao Shui Ting of Azure Sun Temple. Yong Kai and Kong Si Ran looked at Mo Xiao Qi in amazement. You know all of them? Yong Kai asked. Mo Xiao Qi giggled. I have seen many of the names and portraits of the masters of the Emperor Realm, so I know a little, besides Silver Star envoy Xiao Yuyang, who is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The rest are all first-order emperors. This old master admires young ladies' knowledge. Kong Si Ran cupped his fists in admiration. Mo Xiao Qi quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. Yong Kai's expression changed slightly, because when Kong Si Ran introduced the masters of the Emperor Realm, even if others couldn't hear them, he would still address them as master to show respect, but Mo Xiao Qi directly called them by their names. It was obvious that this girl didn't care much about these masters. However, at this moment, in this small Maplewood city, a total of 6 masters of the Emperor Realm had gathered. It seemed that all the top forces of the Southern Territory had sent people here. This was a grand occasion. No wonder even City Lord Duan Yuanshan had to stand aside with a smile. The time had not yet arrived, so even though many cultivators were waiting anxiously, they didn't dare to show it. Moreover, not many people in the square in front of the city lord's mansion dared to speak loudly. After all, with 6 masters of the Emperor Realm sitting in front of them, who would dare to act presumptuously? Yet there was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death, hawking his wares here. The 9 Transformation Soul Return Pill is a top-notch healing panacea. If you want to buy it, you'd better buy it now. As long as you're still breathing, you'll be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. There are only 3 of them, and they're family heirlooms. Don't waste them. A shout suddenly rang out in the crowd. All the cultivators were startled and immediately rushed to the source of the voice. If one were to ask what kind of spirit pills were the most popular in Maplewood City in the past 2 days, the answer would obviously be all kinds of healing spirit pills. After all, many cultivators had to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so who could guarantee that they wouldn't be injured inside? Therefore, the cultivators had already swept up all the healing spirit pills in the major stores, causing the price of healing spirit pills in Maplewood City to increase by more than 3 times. But the supplies still couldn't meet the demand. No matter how expensive the price was, could it compare to one's life? Perhaps a single healing spirit pill could save one's life at a critical moment. So, naturally, the cultivators wouldn't be stingy with it. As early as last night, the healing spirit pills in Maplewood City had been sold out, not to mention high-grade healing spirit pills. Even the most ordinary pills had all been sold out. At this moment, in this square, someone was actually shouting for the 9 Revolutions Life Restoring Pill, which had the effect of regrowing flesh and bones and reviving the dead. So how could it not attract everyone's attention? This voice, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi looked at each other and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Why does it sound so familiar? Come and buy it, come and buy it. The 9 Revolutions Life Restoring Pill is refined from the legendary Immortal Source liquid. You should know about the Immortal Source liquid, right? It is the essence condensed from the immortal tree, a single drop every 1,000 years. It is 10,000 times more precious than 10,000-year stone milk. It is supplemented with many rare herbs and is personally refined by an emperor-grade alchemy grandmaster. Don't miss it. The sounds of hawking were still going on. Yang Kai suddenly remembered who the owner of this voice was. Mo Xiaoqi obviously also reacted, grit her teeth, and shouted angrily. It's that old swindler. Saying so, she rushed out, relying on her advantage of being a human-shaped hedgehog. Mo Xiaoqi forcibly cut a bloody path through the bustling crowd and rushed directly to the cellar, shouting, "You old swindler! You're actually trying to swindle people again? Just watch how I teach you a good lesson today." The seller looked up and also recognized Mo Xiaoqi, causing his heart to skip a beat. Without waiting for Mo Xiaoqi to react, he suddenly pointed behind Mo Xiaoqi as his eyes widened, as if he had just seen a goddess descend to the mortal world, his eyes shining brightly as he exclaimed, "Wow, the 5-colored treasure pagoda!" Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and turned around to look. Where was the 5-colored treasure pagoda? It was completely empty. I was fooled again. Mo Xiaoqi quickly reacted and quickly turned around. The old swindler was nowhere to be seen. He had long since disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Mo Xiaoqi stomped her foot angrily. 1,000 meters away, somewhere in the crowd, a sloppy-looking old man with a goatee and sloppy clothes exhaled softly and muttered to himself, "That was close. I was almost caught. Why is my life so bitter? That little girl is too much. She wants to hunt me down for just a few thousand source crystals. So bitter, so bitter. How miserable." After feeling sorry for himself for a while, he suddenly tugged at the clothes of a man next to him and whispered, "Little brother, you also want to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Do you need a healing pill to ensure your safety?" "Oh, does old sir have a healing pill for sale?" The man suddenly became interested. "Ha ha ha." The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth as he mysteriously took out a jade bottle from his clothes and said with a mysterious expression, 9 Revolutions Soul Restoring Pill. This spirit pill is passed down from my ancestors. Little brother, please take a look." Seeing Mo Xiaoqi walk back angrily, Yang Kai knew that she must have returned empty-handed. However, Yang Kai felt quite strange because when he was in the black market, he had some contact with this old man and did not find anything special about him. The only difference was that this old man was a bit wretched, so At first glance, he was obviously not a good person. However, after Mo Shao-Chi rushed out just now, Yang Kai's divine sense had been locked onto this old man. But in just an instant, the old man had shaken off his pursuit and disappeared. This old man was not easy to deal with. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. After all, his current divine sense was far stronger than his current cultivation, almost reaching the level of the Tao source realm, yet the other party was still able to miraculously escape his pursuit. It was obvious that this old man was not an ordinary person, but then again, most people would not go around swindling others or using tricks that could easily be seen through. Chapter 1994. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. On the high platform, Duan Yuanshan, who had been bowing and smiling apologetically, quickly walked over to Xiao Yuyang and whispered a few words to him. After receiving an affirmative answer, he turned around and shouted loudly, "Friends of Maplewood City, please be quiet." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood that the meat of the show was about to begin, and immediately fell silent as they stared towards the high platform. Duan Yuanshan smiled slightly and cupped his fists. "We are indebted to Silver Star Envoy Master Shao from Star Soul Palace for opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. We also received the assistance of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, investing a large number of precious treasures, secret arts, martial skills, and artifacts into this pagoda. My Maplewood City is eternally grateful to all of you for your kindness today. On behalf of all the friends of Maplewood City, this Duan thanks all of you for opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. I hope that all of you will be able to reach new heights in the future. And I wish all of you," as soon as Duan Yuanshan opened his mouth, he was full of praise and flattery, obviously prepared for this. But before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yuyang frowned impatiently and said, "Enough nonsense! Get to the point." Although he was reprimanded in front of countless cultivators in the city, Duan Yuanshan did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction, and instead nodded quickly before continuing. "The time has come. Master, please open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Once you enter the pagoda, life, death, wealth, and riches will be up to heaven." As soon as these words fell, the 6 cultivators from the Emperor realm stood up one after another. Below the high platform, countless eyes also turned towards these 6 people. Xiao Yuyang, who was in the middle, let out a long roar as he suddenly formed a series of mysterious seals with his hands, causing the surrounding world energy to hum. A vigorous pressure burst from his body, causing many Origin King Realm Cultivator to feel both yearning and fear. Not only the Origin King Realm Cultivator, but even the other 5 cultivators from the Emperor Realm were staring at Xiao Yuyang intently at this moment. It was as if they wanted to see some kind of clue from his movements. Xiao Yuyang's movements were extremely fast, his hands flying about, leaving behind only a series of afterimages, making it look as if he had grown countless arms. Accompanied by a soft shout, Xiao Yuyang suddenly pointed his finger forward. Somewhere in front of him, a mysterious rune pattern suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yuyang continued to use his finger as a brush, the world principles as ink, and the void as cloth. Runes slowly appeared one after another, and as soon as these runes appeared, they began to flow according to a certain pattern. It was like a living creature. Chi, 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 chi sounds rang out incessantly. An inexplicable force sputtered into the void, bursting toward level 4. Not long after, a huge circular rune pattern about 10 feet in radius appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Yuyang shouted again, "Many thanks for your hard work." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 from the Emperor realm moved. Their figures flickered, and they stood in 5 different positions. The 5 of them used their own methods to pour their pure and huge source chi into the rune pattern. The whole pattern began to spin. As the power of the 6 masters from the Emperor realm poured in, the pattern spun faster and faster, making everyone who looked at it feel a little dizzy and uncomfortable. The faces of the 6 from the Emperor realm were solemn, and it seemed that pouring in their own source chi, like this, consumed a lot of their energy. After a while, except for Xiao Yuyang, the other 5 people all looked a little pale. Fortunately, this process did not last long. When the huge rune pattern suddenly turned into a light gate and stabilized, Xiao Yuyang shouted again, "Great emperors, please act." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm flashed from within the door of light. It was as if some kind of barrier had been shattered, and the shadow of a pagoda suddenly appeared inside the stable light gate. The pagoda exuded a 5-colored light and was so tall that no one could see its true appearance. 5-colored treasure pagoda. Below the high platform, the cultivator, who saw the scene, exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared greedily at the pagoda exuding a 5-colored light. This was obviously the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, the famous emperor artifact of the entire star boundary. The 5-colored treasure pagoda. Countless people had only heard rumors about this pagoda, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, not only did they see it, they would also be entering it later. Thinking of this, the breathing of the cultivator could not help but quicken. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and nodded lightly to the other 5. The 5 people seemed to have consumed a lot of their strength, so they did not say anything after hearing this. Instead, they returned to their original positions and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. At this moment, a space ring appeared in Xiao Yuyang's hand. He smiled slightly and threw the space ring into the light gate, shaking it with his hand. The space ring instantly shattered, and from the inside of the ring, hundreds and thousands of different colored lights shot out like arrows towards the 5-colored treasure pagoda. It's the treasures taken out by those great forces. I saw an artifact. Wow, that wouldn't be the Tao source fruit, right? If I can obtain this fruit, I can also break through to the Tao source realm. There are only 3 Tao source fruits, but there are tens of thousands of people gathered here. Do you think you can obtain the Tao source fruit? If I can't obtain it, don't even think about it. After learning that these lights turned out to be the treasures placed inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda by several great forces, everyone became excited, especially the existence of the Tao source fruit, which stimulated the nerves and blood of these Origin King realm cultivator the most. Although they were excited, no one dared to act without permission. After all, Xiao Yuyang was still watching. Xiao Yuyang smiled lightly. "Everyone, you may enter." As soon as his voice fell, how could the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time still be able to hold themselves back? They all used their movement skills and secret techniques to rush towards the light gate, lest they be slower than others. For a time, the square in front of the city lord's mansion was very noisy and chaotic. Before anyone could enter, some cultivators were already fighting over who should enter first. Xiao Yuyang didn't care about this, his eyes instead staring at a certain woman in the crowd. Seeing this woman looking towards him, he gently nodded and secretly flicked his finger, sending a soft force towards her. Yang Kai's group of 3 was also mixed in the crowd and was pushed back and forth by the chaotic flow of people, suffering greatly. However, those cultivators who accidentally touched Mo Xiao Qi suffered great misfortune, as they felt as if they had been pricked by sharp needles, causing them great pain and forcing them to avoid her. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately signaled to Mo Xiao Qi with his eyes. Mo Xiao Qi understood and led the way without hesitation. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived near the light gate and rushed in. The familiar feeling of being teleported came again, but Yang Kai stabilized his divine sense and remained unmoved. A moment later, his vision blurred as he arrived in a very special environment. He immediately noticed that the world energy here was not rich and was actually quite thin. However, in this world, there was a kind of power that made all cultivators scramble for it. Principal strength. Although the principal strength here gave off a very strange feeling, as it was not as complete as the outside world, and was instead in a fragmented state. It was precisely because of this state that one could better comprehend and understand. It was no wonder that the five-colored treasure pagoda was a must-visit place for Star Soul Palace's disciples. In this special environment, Star Soul Palace's cultivator could touch the threshold of principal strength more easily than others. Although the fragmented principal strength had its shortcomings, making it impossible for one to understand its true mysteries, it was still the best place to start. After a cultivator reached the Origin King realm was the Tao Source realm, and if they wanted to break through to the Tao Source realm, they had to comprehend the world principles. Star Soul Palace had a treasure like the five-colored treasure pagoda, so it was at least 30% easier for its disciples to break through to the Tao Source realm. This was an extremely terrifying probability. Just as this thought crossed Yang Kai's mind, he heard an extremely shrill scream coming from not far away. Startled, Yang Kai quickly turned his head to look. He found that not far from him, a cultivator who had arrived here first had his throat bitten by a crocodile-like monster beast, blood spurting out like a fountain. The cultivator clutched his throat with both hands, but was unable to stop the blood from flowing out. In addition, there were more crocodile-like monster beasts biting into his thigh and arm, frantically dragging him under the grass. Asterisk Gu Lulu. Asterisk in just the blink of an eye. This cultivator had disappeared, leaving behind only the turbid mud and the filthy water. This place was actually a swamp. The unfortunate cultivator had obviously arrived here before Yang Kai, but after being teleported, he had felt a brief sense of dizziness and had not been able to react in time. In that situation just now, even if Yang Kai wanted to take action, it would have been too late. The ferocious beasts hiding under the swamp moved too quickly. Asterisk crash, asterisk with a soft sound. Yang Kai immediately caught a glimpse of a crocodile-like ferocious beast that was identical to the one that had killed the cultivator just now. Its pair of beast eyes were full of scarlet, and its appearance was ferocious and terrifying. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Yang Kai's throat. With the previous cultivator as an example, Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent. As his figure flashed, he valiantly threw a punch. The fist bloomed with multicolored light as it directly hit the crocodile's head. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as if he had hit something made of gold and iron. Sparks flew everywhere. The crocodile was smashed backward and fell into the quagmire in front of it. However, it did not die immediately. Instead, it swung its tail and drilled into the quagmire. Only then did Yang Kai have the time to release his divine thought. In the next moment, his face could not help but sink. In his perception, he sensed that countless life fluctuations emanating ferocious auras were lurking under the grass and mud, quietly approaching him from all directions. These things were obviously existences similar to the crocodile just now. In fact, their individual strength was not very strong, only about the peak of the ninth-order monster beast, equivalent to a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Such a monster beast was not worthy of Yang Kai's attention, but there were too many of them. Yang Kai really did not want to tangle with them. Chapter 1995. If someone like the cultivator just now had been teleported here, it was very likely they would have suffered misfortune. After all, not every Origin King could ignore the discomfort of being teleported like Yang Kai. They would more or less feel dizzy for a while. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately leapt up, wanting to leave quickly. However, something he had never expected happened. He had only risen to a height of less than 3 feet when a huge pressure suddenly came from the void. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him from the sky, directly pressing him back to his original position. He didn't even have room to resist. A flight-restricting array. Yong Kai's face went black as he immediately reacted. When Kong Si-ran had introduced the interior of the five-colored treasure pagoda to him before, he had said that there were many natural and unnatural barriers and traps inside the five-colored treasure pagoda. These barriers and traps had all kinds of strange effects, and the flight-restricting array was one of the most common. In these flight-restricting arrays, cultivators could not fly too high, and once they exceeded a certain height, these barriers would act and suppress the cultivator. What Yong Kai had just encountered was the rebound effect of the flight-restricting array. For a while, Yong Kai did not know whether the flight-restricting array here was artificially arranged or naturally formed. He didn't have time to think about it, because the moment he fell, countless crocodiles leaped out from all directions and pounced at him. Those bloody mouths looked very frightening, and it made one's hair stand on end. Yong Kai pushed his strength and punched out with both fists. In an instant, a series of bangs rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, he had sent dozens of crocodiles flying. But the vitality of these creatures was so tenacious that even after being hit head-on by Yong Kai, they still did not die. Instead, all of them turned around and dove into the mud before disappearing. More crocodiles pounced on Yong Kai one after another. Soon, Yong Kai's body was covered in crocodiles from his arms to his thighs, causing him to feel a sharp pain. Crocodiles were born with amazing bite strength, and even ordinary monster beast could not be taken lightly, let alone these crocodiles that had all reached the peak of the ninth order. An ordinary origin king. Even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to withstand the bite of a crocodile monster beast. Fortunately, Yong Kai's fleshly body was extremely tough, and when he circulated the five elements indestructible sword tempering art, the fierce five elements sword chi caused the crocodiles to suffer heavy injuries. Many of the crocodiles spat out blood and were forced to release Yong Kai. However, Yong Kai was still dragged into the mud by the crocodiles. It was cold and dark underwater. Most importantly, it wasn't clear water, but muddy mud. Yong Kai couldn't see much even if he opened his eyes. He randomly punched out for a while and found that not only did he not alleviate his situation, but he was sinking deeper and deeper. More and more crocodiles were surrounding him, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Secret technique, Moonblade. He flicked his 10 fingers. A series of pitch-black moonblades flew out. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, the pressure on Yong Kai was greatly reduced. In the swamp, dark red blood and dead crocodile corpses appeared. All of them were incomplete. Demonic eye, open! Yong Kai opened his eyes again. His left eye had a golden hue, and his vision had finally recovered significantly, using his divine sense. His slaughter had not only failed to repel these crocodiles, but had instead attracted even more crocodile monster beast because of the bloody smell and the commotion he had caused. Acting recklessly, Yong Kai was furious. With his current strength, even if he faced an ordinary Dao Source Realm Master, he wouldn't be so flustered, but because of a moment of carelessness, he had been forced into such a situation by a group of monster beast. This made him somewhat angry out of humiliation. With a wave of his hand, Yong Kai directly released the monster insect queen, which was still repairing its body in the sealed world bead, and issued an order with his divine sense. The monster insect queen was now Yong Kai's blood beast and had its own sentience, so naturally it would strictly obey his orders. The purple and green dual swords flickered, and with a flash of light, a wave of sword chi was set off. Asterisk, Kacha, asterisk, an icy cold aura filled the air, and not only did Yong Kai involuntarily shiver, the encirclement of the crocodile monster beast also slowed down. With a flash of brilliance, the sword chi surged, and the crocodile monster beast was cut in two, dying instantly. Even the crocodiles, a little further away, were not spared. With the purple and green dual swords in hand, the monster insect queen's strength seemed to have greatly increased, even without using the clear sky snowfall secret technique. The simplest of sword moves was enough to shine. Yong Kai coldly snorted, and just as he was about to take the opportunity to escape, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange place from the corner of his eye. In the depths of the swamp, there was a place that was emitting a clear light. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yong Kai found a trace of strong energy fluctuations. Yong Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up, urging his strength to protect his body. He dove down. The monster insect queen was like a loyal guard, following closely behind Yong Kai. Whenever there was a disturbance, the sword Qi would cut the enemy in two. Not long after, Yong Kai reached the bottom of the swamp and arrived at the place where the clear light was emitting. With the help of the demon eye of annihilation, Yong Kai was finally able to see what this thing was. It was actually a palm-sized thing that looked like a Ganoderma. What is this? Yong Kai had a blank look on his face. Although he had a deep understanding of the herbs in the home star's territory after coming to the star boundary, he still felt that his knowledge was lacking, especially when it came to spirit grasses and miraculous medicines. There were many things he had never even heard of before. This Ganoderma in front of him was something he had never seen before, nor had he ever heard of. Just as he was observing it, the clear and misty light suddenly turned green. After a while, it turned red. After thinking about it for a moment, Yong Kai determined that he really didn't recognize this thing. But judging from the aura it was exuding, it was definitely a Tao source-grade herb. Yong Kai decided to pick it first. In any case, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead was still there, so if he transplanted it, he would be able to figure out its type and function one day. Considering all this, Yong Kai immediately got to work. A moment later, he transplanted this Ganoderma into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Yong Kai didn't rush out, and instead continued to search around. He really did find a few more stalks of medicinal herbs that were exactly the same. After half a day, Yong Kai rushed out of the swamp with the monster insect queen following closely behind. Along the way, countless crocodile monster beast corpses floated on the water's surface, dyeing the surrounding swamp red with blood. It seemed that the ferocity of the monster insect queen had deterred the crocodile monster beast. Or perhaps it was because most of them had been killed, but Yong Kai didn't encounter any more attacks and successfully emerged from the swamp. This time, Yong Kai didn't act rashly, and instead flew a few meters above the water's surface before heading out. There were many types of flight restricting arrays. Some completely prohibited flight, while others restricted flight altitude. From his first encounter, the flight restricting array here was undoubtedly the latter type, so as long as he didn't exceed a certain height, he wouldn't trigger it. The swamp seemed to cover a very large area, so Yong Kai flew for half a day before he finally flew out. The monster insect queen had long since been taken back by him. The monster insect queen was still repairing its body, so it wouldn't be of any benefit to it if it went into battle too early. Moreover, Yong Kai didn't want others to know that he had such a helper. The monster insect queen could be regarded as his biggest trump card, so naturally, the more hidden it was, the better. The space inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda was incredibly vast. Tens of thousands of cultivators from Maplewood City had entered this place, but Yong Kai hadn't encountered a single person along the way. Looking around, Yong Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he couldn't find his target. This should be the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Kong Si Ran had told him to try his best to reach the second layer after entering the pagoda, although the first and second layers were suitable for Origin King Realm Cultivator. For a third-order Origin King cultivator like Yong Kai, the second layer was naturally better. The way to enter was to find a 5-colored light pillar that connected the sky to the earth. Yong Kai had been looking for this so-called 5-colored light pillar for a long time, but he hadn't found it yet, which made him feel a little disappointed, as he didn't know where to look for it. Just as he lifted his eyes to look around, the ground suddenly buzzed. Soon after, it began to tremble intensely. There seemed to be a deafening sound of rolling thunder coming from deep within the ground. Yang Kai's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi, while looking around vigilantly for fear of any sudden changes. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the surroundings, but in a location extremely far away, the projection of a true dragon suddenly appeared. It was unknown how long that true dragon was. Its entire body was fiery red, and its dragon tail swayed as it charged straight into the clouds. Soon after, it descended at an extremely fast speed. No one knew where it landed. And then it disappeared. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. He had never expected that a true dragon phantom would appear in the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This was definitely not caused by some kind of secret technique or secret art, but rather a real true dragon phantom. It might even be related to a true dragon artifact, because when this true dragon phantom appeared, Yang Kai clearly felt a heat in his chest. He had fused and refined a real dragon scale on his chest, and this dragon scale seemed to be resonating with something in the distance at this moment. Yang Kai immediately realized that this might be a great opportunity. No wonder it was rumored that opportunities were everywhere inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If one was lucky enough to enter it, they could obtain many benefits, but if they were unlucky, no matter how strong they were, it would be useless no matter how many times they entered. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards the place where this vision was occurring at an extremely fast speed. The location where the true dragon phantom appeared was very far from where he was, so even if Yang Kai used his full strength, it still took him a full 3 hours to arrive. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help being stunned, because there were already many cultivators gathered here, at least a few hundred, and there was a steady stream of other cultivators who had also seen this vision. This was a mountainous terrain, and at the very center of this valley, there was an altar-like building. This altar seemed to have just broken through the ground and was giving off an ancient and desolate aura. The surrounding earth also showed signs of being refurbished. Chapter 1996. On the ancient and desolate altar, there were more than a dozen unknown objects. These unknown objects were all shrouded in a layer of dark and misty light, as though a bowl was placed on top of them. Through the dark and misty light, although it wasn't very clear, one could still make out some embryonic forms. The objects shrouded in the light curtain were all kinds of things. There were hammers, sword-shaped, dagger-like artifacts, as well as yellowish secret arts and secret tomes. There were also some jade bottles that were obviously very old. Each of them looked extremely extraordinary, especially those artifacts, which were exuding extremely powerful energy fluctuations. The lowest was a Tao Source-grade artifact. This made Yang Kai's face burn with desire. Not only him, but the other cultivator who had rushed here also looked at the altar with greed and covetousness. Everyone was filled with greed. Could it be that these things were placed here by those few great powers? Maybe the Tao Source fruit is here. Suddenly, a cultivator's voice came from the side. That's not the case. Someone continued, I came earlier. I heard that this altar suddenly emerged from the ground and was not something that originally existed. It seems that a friend triggered the restriction of this place and caused the altar to appear. The things on the altar all emitted an ancient aura. It was definitely not something that was placed here by those great forces. So, the things on this altar have been here for a long time. Are they treasures left behind from ancient times? Maybe so. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and grab them. A treasure left behind from ancient times was actually so well preserved. Its value was simply inestimable. It was countless times more valuable than the treasures placed here by the great forces. As soon as the news spread, many cultivators' blood began to boil. Many cultivators who still wanted to observe for a while could no longer hold back and mustered up their courage to rush forward. Their movements immediately affected the nerves of others, and more cultivator began to move. Even young Kai began to move, but he did not rush to the front row. Instead, he fell behind in the middle. This way, he would have enough time to observe the movements of the cultivator in front of him, lest he accidentally fell into a trap. "Everyone, please wait." Right at this moment, a loud and clear shout suddenly sounded. Then, a handsome young man in white clothes suddenly flew up into the sky. This young man had rosy lips and white teeth. He was a man of striking appearance, with a pair of spirited eyes and an extraordinary bearing. With one look, one could tell that he had an extraordinary background. "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me," the young man shouted again. Many cultivator frowned and looked up impatiently. After all, the treasure was right in front of them. At this moment, someone had suddenly obstructed their path, and it was truly displeasing. Obstructing one's path to wealth was no different than murdering one's parents, and such enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. However, when everyone saw this person's face clearly, many people obediently stayed where they were, and some others also showed a look of understanding. "So it's young Master Jiang Chu he." Among the crowd, a cultivator who recognized the young man cupped his fists and said, "What do you mean, young Master Jiang?" Could it be that he wanted to rely on the Jiang family's power to monopolize the treasures on the altar? If that's the case, then please don't say anything more. Exactly. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Although the Jiang family is considered extraordinary in Maplewood City, this is the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If young Master Jiang wants to monopolize it, please think twice, someone immediately echoed. Hearing them say so, Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of this young man, a member of Maplewood City's Jiang family. In Maplewood City, below the city lord's mansion, there were also some family forces present, and among them, the Jiang family's strength was quite good, as they had an old ancestor from the First Order Dao source realm. Although Yang Kai had not had any dealings with the Jiang family, he had seen several Jiang family cultivator corpses killed by the Little Wanfeng in Clear Jade Mountain. This time, those who entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda were basically all cultivator from Maplewood City, so naturally many people recognized Jiang Chu he. Even if they did not know him, they had at least heard of his name. However, as that person said, if they were in Maplewood City, everyone might have some scruples about the strength of the Jiang family's old ancestor and give Jiang Chu he some face, but inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the Jiang family's people were no deterrent. What's more, the treasures were right in front of them. Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. This was an ancient truth. Now, not to mention Jiang Chu, even if the Jiang family's old ancestor was here personally, these hundreds of origin kings would not fear him. Jiang Chu he was not angry, however, and instead smiled. This friend is too serious. There are hundreds of fellow cultivators gathered here, so even if this Jiang had guts as big as the sky, he would not dare to offend everyone. Monopolizing the treasures is something this Jiang has never thought of. Then, what does young Master Jiang want to do? Jiang Chu, he continued with a smile. This Jiang just wants to tell everyone that where there are benefits, there are also risks. What's more, this is the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Do you really think that the treasures on the altar are so easy to obtain? If that were the case, those treasures would have long disappeared. Why would they wait for people like you and me to collect them? We naturally know this, but if we do not hesitate when there are risks, what is the point of cultivating? We are already mentally prepared. The person who spoke just now coldly snorted, "This friend has guts." Jiang Chu, he smiled at the person before changing the topic, but shouldn't this friend first inquire about what this altar is? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. This is the first time this humble one has entered this 5-colored treasure pagoda. So how would I know what this altar is? The person shook his head, but soon looked at Jiang Chu he in surprise. Could it be that young Master Jiang knows? If so, I hope young Master Jiang can enlighten me. Jiang Chu, he shook his head. This Jiang does not know, but I think there should be someone here who knows. Saying so, he turned his head to look at a certain spot in the crowd, a smile on his face as he said, "Young Lady Qin, what do you think?" Everyone followed his gaze and immediately saw a woman surrounded by some cultivators. This woman was not very old, about 25 to 26 years old. She had a petite figure and seemed to be suffering from some kind of illness. Her complexion was sallow, her figure was thin, and her lips were slightly pale. If not for these factors, she would definitely be a stunning beauty if her figure was just a little more voluptuous. Even so, this woman was like a flower swaying in the wind and rain, drawing the pity of others. Seeing that Jiang Chu, he had diverted everyone's attention to her, young Lady Qin's brows furrowed together as a sliver of annoyance appeared on her face. The cultivators surrounding her also glared angrily at Jiang Chu, he showing great dissatisfaction. Young Lady Qin? That young Lady Qin Yu. From the Qin family? From the crowd, cries of surprise rang out, seemingly indicating that this Qin Yu was quite famous. I have heard that young Lady Qin Yu has read a lot of books since childhood and is very knowledgeable, especially about the sealed world. I wonder how much young Lady Qin knows about this altar? Please enlighten us. This humble one, and everyone here will be very grateful. Jiang Chu, his face was as clear as jade as he smiled gently, completely ignoring Qin Yu's annoyance and the angry glares of the guards around her. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly understood why this Jiang Chu he wanted to show off at this time. This guy obviously wanted to find out more about the altar. However, if he were to ask Qin Yu alone, she might not be willing to tell him. But now, with so many people watching, Qin Yu had no choice but to say it even if she didn't want to. No one would want to provoke public anger. This Jiang Chu, he was quite scheming, but this method was a little despicable. There were many cultivators like Yang Kai who understood this, but because it concerned their own interests, they didn't point it out. Instead, they looked at Qin Yu with great interest. That's right, young Lady Qin. With so many friends here, if you know anything about this altar, please tell us. If there are any dangers here, we will be very grateful. Under the gazes of so many people, Qin Yu seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Or perhaps it was because the wind here was too noisy. She couldn't help but cough lightly and cover her mouth with a handkerchief. My young lady has been ill since she was a child, so it's not convenient for her to speak. Please forgive her. Next to Qin Yu, a third-order origin King Realm guard in his 40s cupped his fists and said with a cold look. Qin Yu gestured with her hand and said softly, "It doesn't matter. Since young Master Jiang and all these friends want to know, then this mistress will tell you." She didn't know what illness she had. Not only did she look listless, but she also sounded weak when she spoke. It was truly heartbreaking to see her like this. However, when they heard that she was willing to talk about the altar, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked, looking at her expectantly. Young Lady Qin has indeed heard of this altar. This Jiang is impressed. Jiang Chu, his eyes also lit up. His previous actions were just a test, but he didn't expect to hit the jackpot. On the one hand, he also hoped that Qin Yu would explain in more detail so he could understand more about this altar, but on the other hand, he was afraid that others would obtain this information and compete with him, causing his mood to become extremely complicated. "This is the Soaring Dragon altar," Qin Yu said slowly. The first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda fell silent, with only Qin Yu's weak voice drifting through the wind. Obtain the meaning of a fish leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon. This soaring dragon altar doesn't appear at a fixed time, and its location is also very erratic. It may appear in the first layer, the second layer, or even the 5th layer. Rumor has it that it has existed since ancient times, so even if someone from Star Soul Palace enters here, it won't be easy to find this soaring dragon altar. According to the ancient records of Star Soul Palace, the soaring dragon altar has only appeared a total of 8 times. Each time it appears, it is accompanied by the appearance of some rare treasure. If we can obtain one of these treasures, perhaps we can become a fish leaping over the dragon gate and cultivate to the Emperor realm. A fish leaping over the dragon gate, the Emperor realm. Many cultivators whispered as their eyes lit up. Most of the cultivators in Maplewood City were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Although their strength was not bad because they had no background or backing, it was almost impossible for them to advance beyond the Origin King realm. However, Qin Yu's words gave them hope, as if there was a broad road in front of them that led directly to the throne of the Emperor realm. Chapter 1997. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, countless cultivators became restless. Although all of them felt that the treasure on the altar was extraordinary, they didn't have any concrete proof. Coupled with the fact that there were so many cultivators eyeing the altar covetously, none of them dared to act rashly for fear of provoking a fatal disaster. But now, after hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone's thoughts became lively. The temptation of reaching the Emperor realm was enough to make them risk their lives. However, some people remained calm and asked loudly, "Dare I ask young Lady Qin, what is so dangerous about this soaring dragon altar?" Danger. There is definitely danger, and it may even cost us our lives. But as for what exactly it is, Qin Yu does not know. After all, this 5-colored treasure pagoda is the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, and there are very few ancient records about it. This is the first time this mistress has entered, so, hearing this, everyone showed a look of disappointment. Although everyone knew that Qin Yu must have something more to say, she had already revealed a lot of information and had done her utmost. If they continued to force her, it would be tantamount to offending the Qin family. They were all cultivators who made a living in Maplewood City, so who would be willing to offend them? If they did not do well, they would be punished. However, it is said that this soaring dragon altar is an artifact, and one made from dragon bones at that. So if one wants to get close to it, one must first resist the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon, Qin Yu added, seemingly out of nowhere. Made from dragon bones, the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon? The group of cultivators exclaimed. At that moment, a burst of crackling sounds suddenly rang out from not far away. This sound was extremely fast, and everyone was startled and instinctively circulated their strength to look around. The next moment, someone exclaimed, "Despicable and shameless, acting so sneakily. How hateful!" It turned out that while everyone's attention was attracted by Qin Yu, and they were listening to her introduce the soaring dragon altar, a cultivator from the mysterious realm had appeared. It was unknown which great force this cultivator belonged to, but he had concealed his figure and aura and was quietly approaching the soaring dragon altar. Their secret techniques to conceal their auras and figures were extremely profound, so no one present was able to discover them. If it weren't for the sudden change in the soaring dragon altar, it was likely no one would have noticed these people taking away the treasures on it. However, at this moment, these people all revealed themselves. There weren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them, and they were separated into several directions, cautiously approaching the soaring dragon altar. It was unknown which unlucky guy triggered the spirit array near the soaring dragon altar, but from the altar, a beam of light suddenly shot out and bombarded these people. Those people weren't paying attention for a moment, and 2 of them actually lost their lives on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and their flesh shattered. The remaining few saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly dodged. Naturally, they were unable to conceal themselves and were exposed. Fortunately, the soaring dragon altar's spirit array did not seem to be too powerful, so after the 2 or 3 survivors evaded for a while, none of them were harmed. Exchanging a glance with each other, Seeing that their whereabouts had been exposed, they grit their teeth and continued to rush forward. Damn it, they're from the Ghost Dance sect, a bunch of clowns. How dare you covet the treasure? You're courting death. The treasure is mine. As soon as they saw someone approaching the soaring dragon altar, the remaining cultivator could no longer hold back and quickly used their movement skills. All of them rushed towards the soaring dragon altar, wanting to reach it as soon as possible. All of them wanted to take the treasures for themselves. Jiangchu, he was the fastest to react, and with a twist of his body, he rushed out a few dozen meters, taking the lead as he stared at the secret art on the soaring dragon altar. At the same time, he waved his hand. A rope-like artifact flew out of Yang Kai's sleeve and wrapped around the secret art several dozen meters away. Young Master Jiang, you... Someone saw this and was shocked. Ha 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 ha. Jiangchu, he gave a hearty laugh, as though he could already see himself becoming invincible under the heavens after he had obtained the secret art. His insolent attitude was revealed as he said, "Treasures belong to those who are capable. This secret art belongs to this Jiang." But just as his voice fell, though, the smile on his face suddenly froze as he stared at his rope-like artifact in a daze and muttered, "How could this be?" His rope-like artifact had only managed to extend 10 meters before it fell limply to the ground, as if it had lost all of its spirituality. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to activate it. Not only him, but everyone else who wanted to use their own artifacts to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar also lost their connection with their artifacts in a very short time. While Jiangchu, he was in a daze. A great force seemed to have struck him from the sky and smashed him to the ground, covering him in a cloud of dust as his mouth and nose filled with dirt. Ha ha ha! Young Master Jiang, this dog-eating shit move of yours has really been practiced to the point of perfection. This one is truly impressed. The cultivator from before laughed loudly as he rushed past Jiangchu, he not forgetting to taunt him before leaving. Damn it! I'll remember you. Jiangchu, he cursed as he stood up with a face full of dirt and grime. Looking around, all the other cultivators who wanted to fly to the soaring dragon altar suffered the same fate as him, all of them falling from the sky in a tragic manner. This discovery immediately caused Jiangchu, his heart to feel much better. In an instant, everyone understood that if they wanted to obtain the treasures, they had to rely on themselves to reach the soaring dragon altar. However, this was definitely not an easy task. Before, the distance was far enough, so no one felt anything, but the closer they got to the soaring dragon altar, the more ferocious the inexplicable pressure became. In the eyes of all the cultivator, the entire soaring dragon altar seemed to have transformed into an ancient dragon, roaring ferociously as it opened its bloody maw, waiting for food to be delivered to its door. Some of the cultivators with weak minds, weak willpower, or low strength actually lost their composure for a moment, their eyes filled with fear as their bodies trembled violently. As for others, even if they could resist this terrifying dragon pressure, they still found it difficult to move, no longer able to run as fast as before. Young lady, On the other side, the Qin family group was still gathered around Qin Yu, and under Qin Yu's instructions, they approached the soaring dragon altar unhurriedly. Qin Yu coughed a few times from time to time, her expression relaxed. On the other hand, the other Qin family cultivators all showed anxious looks, fearing that someone else would take the initiative. Don't worry. Qin Yu finally managed to catch her breath and whispered softly, the soaring dragon altar is not so easy to get close to. You should take this opportunity to feel the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon. It will have a great effect on tempering your mind. If you gain enough, you won't be too embarrassed when you encounter a powerful enemy in the future. Although Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she seemed to have great prestige among this group of Qin family guards. As soon as she spoke these words, the guards no longer became anxious and instead began silently circulating their secret arts to expel distracting thoughts from their minds. While guarding Chinyu, they slowly walked forward while using the dragon pressure to temper their minds. Suddenly, Chinyu frowned and glanced in a certain direction. On the other side, Yang Kai grinned at her and walked forward leisurely with a calm look on his face. This person, Chinyu looked at Yang Kai's back deeply and found that she, who had always been good at reading people, was unable to see through him. He didn't show the slightest eagerness towards the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. While everyone else was trying their best to compete for them, he seemed to be taking a stroll in a garden, calm and relaxed. Chinyu shook her head secretly and lowered her eyes, but when she raised her head again, a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes like stars. At the same time, Yang Kai's body tightened, as if there was a pair of eyes that could see through the mysteries of the heavens peeking into his secrets. Turning around abruptly, Yang Kai locked eyes with Chinyu. In an instant, Chinyu's tender body trembled, and she began coughing violently. "Young lady." The guards were shocked. Chinyu waved her hand repeatedly as she bent over and covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief, coughing with extreme difficulty. After a while, she gradually recovered. "It's fine." Chinyu gasped for breath, but when she looked up at the position where Yang Kai had been standing, she found that Yang Kai had long since disappeared, causing her to sigh. This little girl is quite strange. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was mixed in with the crowd, frowned. He always felt that this woman named Chinyu was extraordinary, but her cultivation was only a trivial second-order origin-returning realm, which really puzzled him. In particular, when Chinyu glanced at him just now, it was as if she could see through his secrets, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. If it's not necessary in the future, it's best to avoid contact with this woman. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind, otherwise he would never know when his secrets would be exposed. Ah! At that moment, a scream rang out. A cultivator, who had long since been frightened by the dragon pressure and had lost his mind, stood in place and let out a shrill cry, his eyes trembling, as if he had just seen something extremely terrifying. His strength began to surge chaotically as he attacked in all directions. A moment later, with a bang, this cultivator's head burst open, causing red and white matter to splatter in all directions. The headless corpse fell limply to the ground, a tragic sight to behold. This scene shocked the nearby cultivator. This was not the end, though. The death of this cultivator was like a fuse, and in the next moment, screams rang out one after another from different directions. These people suffered the same fate as the first cultivator, as if they were in a nightmare. Their strength went berserk, and after a few random attacks, their heads exploded. "Dragon pressure!" Someone in the crowd cried out in horror. Everyone understood how these people died. Obviously, it was because their divine senses were suppressed by the supreme dragon pressure, causing them to meet with misfortune. For a time, some of the more timid and weaker cultivators no longer dared to move forward, and instead retreated in order to protect themselves. However, just as their figures began to move, countless streaks of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. Everyone turned pale with fright. What no one expected was that these streaks of light did not kill people aimlessly, but instead only targeted the retreating cultivators, not missing a single one. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 corpses were added to the ground. Chapter 1998. This sudden scene stunned everyone on the spot. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't retreat. If you do, you'll trigger the barrier and die on the spot. Everyone, be careful." "Damn it, this is a trap. That damn Star Soul Palace. What should I do?" Many of the weaker cultivators who coveted the treasures were now in a dilemma and began blaming Star Soul Palace, as if this was a trap set up by Star Soul Palace for them. In this situation, the more one moved forward, the more intense the dragon pressure they would have to endure. If one was not careful, one's head would explode. The cultivator, who had died tragically before, was the best example. But even if they wanted to leave, they could not. The 30 or so corpses that had just fallen were a good example. With this situation, some of the cultivators really did not know whether to advance or retreat, all of them frozen in place for a while. However, this was not the case for everyone. Those who had real strength and confidence in themselves still resisted the pressure of the dragon pressure and walked towards the soaring dragon altar step by step, their eyes locked onto the dozen or so unknown treasures placed on the altar. Every step seemed to be extremely difficult, but after taking that step, their faces filled with joy, as if they had gained something. Riches and honor were found in danger. This was a truth that everyone knew, which one of the cultivators here had not experienced many life or death tribulations. So most of them were extremely determined. What's more, without even mentioning whether or not they could snatch the dozen or so unknown treasures, the benefits they obtained in the process of walking towards the soaring dragon altar made these cultivators ecstatic. With every step they took, these cultivators could feel their mental fortitude and perseverance increase significantly. Even under the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure, many origin kings felt the strength in their bodies rapidly transforming into source chi. The speed of this transformation, it was by no means comparable to taking source condensing pills. Yang Kai naturally noticed this as well. In fact, he could completely ignore the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar. After all, he had the golden divine dragon source in his body, and although the soaring dragon altar was made from dragon bones, it naturally contained a supreme dragon pressure. However, in front of the origin energy of the golden holy dragon, this kind of dragon might was still useless. It was rumored that in ancient times there were countless members of the true dragon clan, but within this clan, the suppression of bloodlines was very obvious. Golden Shenlong had an extremely high status in the true dragon clan. Judging from the phenomenon that appeared on this soaring dragon altar before, the dragon bone used to create this soaring dragon altar was likely the bone of a fire dragon. The reason for that was because the silhouette of the true dragon that had appeared was a gigantic red dragon. Red dragons generally use the power of fire. The golden divine dragon source was enough to suppress the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar in all aspects, making it impossible for it to approach within 10 meters of Yang Kai. When Yang Kai discovered this, he even had the thought of rushing over and snatching the treasures on the altar regardless of anything else. But when he thought about it carefully, he still didn't want to be so rash. After all, there were hundreds of Origin King realm cultivator here. Not to mention whether he could escape the pursuit and siege of these people after snatching the treasure. Even if he succeeded, it would be troublesome after leaving the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Once the people outside learned that he had obtained so many benefits from the soaring dragon altar, he would likely become the target of public criticism. A man's wealth was his own ruin, and Yang Kai did not believe that these Tao Source realm masters would not covet the treasures from the soaring dragon altar. If he really became the target of a Tao Source realm master, his future days would not be easy. As such, he did not do so. At this moment, he mixed in with the crowd and approached the soaring dragon altar step by step, relying on the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure to transform the source chi in his body. While doing so, he also had the leisure to observe his surroundings. Yang Kai took a look at the situation of the others. Not long after, a number of powerful Origin King realm cultivator were silently recorded in Yang Kai's mind. These people were undoubtedly all existences who had completely transformed their source chi. So, while they were resisting the dragon pressure, they were much more relaxed. As such, the speed at which they advanced was much faster. Yang Kai had already opened up a certain distance from the people behind him. Yang Kai quickened his pace slightly, at the same time thinking about how to pack up these treasures without anyone noticing. Just as he was lost in thought, a gnashing voice called out from the side, You dare surpass this young lord? Die. As soon as the word die was spoken, a palm print flew towards Yang Kai. From this palm print, a fierce wind howled and seemed to contain great destructive power. Yang Kai's face sank, and he instantly raised his hand, poured a powerful force into his palm, and pushed it towards the other party's palm print. Asterisk pa. Asterisk with a soft sound. The two violent forces collided and swept out in all directions. The power was immense. Kai Yang's body swayed slightly before he stopped moving. On the other hand, the person who had taken the initiative to attack him let out a cry of alarm. It seemed that he was unable to resist Kai Yang's attack. His body became unstable, and he was sent flying backwards. This man's face changed drastically, and his face turned pale. After all, the cultivator who had retreated before had been killed on the spot by the light from the soaring dragon altar, so he was not sure if he would receive the same treatment if he was beaten back. If that were the case, he did not have the confidence to resist the attack from the soaring dragon altar. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly sank down like a wooden stake fixed to the ground. He would rather let all the force rush into his body than move his feet. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk, a burst of cracking sounds came from this man's body, and his face paled as blood flowed from his nose and mouth, his appearance suddenly becoming terrifying. "Young lord!" Someone shouted, and quickly took 2 steps forward to block this man's back, neutralizing the last bit of force and allowing him to stand firmly in place without taking half a step back. Yang Kai looked back and saw a familiar face, sneering as he muttered, "So it's young Lord Jiang." The person who had launched a sneak attack on him was shockingly the one who had spoken earlier, Jiang Chuhi. When Yang Kai saw him for the first time just now, he felt that this person had a dignified appearance, gentle and refined, and had the demeanor and bearing of a young lord. But later, after understanding Jiang Chuhi's intention of shifting his attention to Qin Yu, Yang Kai understood that this person was full of evil intentions. Now, it seemed that not only was he full of evil intentions, but he also had no tolerance for others. He was simply an abominable rascal. The reason why he attacked her was because her speed was faster than his, surpassing his own. "Who is your excellency?" Jiang Chuhi had suffered a big loss and almost died, so while he hated Yang Kai in his heart, he also feared him. He had never expected that he would not even be able to take a single blow from an Origin King realm cultivator. What's more, in that situation just now, it was just a casual blow from the other party. If it had been a real life or death battle, wouldn't Jiang Chuhi not be his opponent at all? Is this guy even human? Jiang Chuhi's heart was filled with shock and fear. When did such a person appear in Maplewood City? You're asking me? Yang Kai grinned. It's just someone that young Master Jiang can't afford to offend. Seeing Yang Kai boasting so shamelessly, a look of unwillingness appeared on Jiang Chuhi's face. But after thinking about it, he realized that the other party might be from some great force. After all, Maplewood City had gathered the masters of many great forces recently. Thinking so, Jiang Chuhi's eyes couldn't help but flicker as he cupped his fists and said, "This Jiang has offended your excellency just now. Please don't take offense. At least you have some self-awareness. I'll spare your life for now," Yang Kai sneered. Not bothering with Jiang Chuhi anymore, he turned around and continued forward. Jiang Chuhi stared at Yang Kai's back, his face alternating between green and red. While suppressing his injuries, he also had to resist the supreme dragon pressure. It was extremely tiring for him. At the back of the group, Qin Yu was slowly moving forward with her many guards. After all, her strength wasn't high, so she was unable to move forward as quickly as the others. However, it was also because of this that she was able to witness the scene just now. That person, what's his background? Qin Yu's brow furrowed. As a fellow cultivator in Maplewood City, Qin Yu naturally knew what kind of cultivation Jiang Chuhi had. Although Jiang Chuhi's aptitude Wasn't that great? With the resources of the Jiang family and his many years of hard work and cultivation, he had long reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm, with all of his strength converted into source chi. In other words, even if Jiang Chu, he wasn't invincible in the Origin King realm, he wasn't someone that could be injured in a single move. However, someone had done it. This surprised Qin Yu, but at the same time, it also increased her interest in Yang Kai. "Young lady, what's wrong with that person?" Seeing Qin Yu staring at Yang Kai, a guard couldn't help but ask, "Have any of you seen that person before? Do you know his origins?" Qin Yu asked softly. All the guards shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen Yang Kai before. The guard who spoke earlier said, "If young lady wants to know, after we leave the 5-colored treasure pagoda, subordinate will send someone to inquire about him." Qin Yu nodded. "Remember, just inquire about him. Don't offend him." "Yes." Near the soaring dragon altar, as time passed, the gap in strength between everyone gradually became apparent. Although everyone was basically an Origin King, and many were even Third Order Origin Kings, under the touchstone of the soaring dragon altar, the difference in strength was quickly determined. Those with superior temperament, perseverance, and strength would undoubtedly walk faster and further. As for the rest, they all fell behind. For a time, with the soaring dragon altar as the center, countless cultivators were divided into several levels, all of them desperately trying to get closer to the center. In the first stage, there were more than 40 Third Order Origin Kings, and the gap between them was not too great. It was foreseeable that if nothing unexpected happened, these 40 or so masters would undoubtedly reach the soaring dragon altar first. As for the cultivators in the second, third, and even later stages, there was no longer any hope of reaching the soaring dragon altar. However, none of them dared to retreat at will, lest they bring disaster upon themselves, so they could only grit their teeth and move forward. During this period, more and more cultivators died because they could not bear the pressure of the dragon pressure. Within a few dozen meters of the soaring dragon altar, 100 to 200 headless corpses were strewn about, a tragic sight to behold. Chapter 1999. The short 1,000-meter road leading to the soaring dragon altar had become the burial ground of countless Origin King realm cultivators. Half an hour later, the first group of several dozen cultivators was less than 100 meters from the soaring dragon altar. At such a close distance, the dozen or so treasures on the altar could be seen clearly. For a moment, no matter who these people were or where they came from, their breathing became rapid. However, there were only a dozen or so treasures, while more than 40 cultivators had arrived first. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to divide them evenly. More than half of the cultivators were destined to return empty-handed. Everyone obviously noticed this as well. So, after approaching within 10 meters of the soaring dragon altar, everyone secretly raised their strength, their eyes flickering with inexplicable hostility. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and the surrounding world energy suddenly became chaotic as a golden arrow flew out at an extremely fast speed towards a burly man. "Damn. I knew you would attack Father here, so you finally couldn't hold back and acted?" The burly man seemed to have been prepared. When he saw the enemy beside him make a move, he immediately stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The next moment, a hexagonal green shield suddenly appeared in front of him, shielding most of his body behind it. Asterisk, pung, asterisk, a loud bang rang out, and although the golden arrow was quite powerful, it was still blocked by the burly man who had been prepared for it. Seeing this situation, the one who launched the sneak attack could not help being stunned. The burly man laughed sinisterly and retracted his shield at lightning speed. He clenched his fists tightly, and Origin energy surged wildly from his fists, suddenly attacking his enemy. He shouted, "Overlord's Holy Fist!" This was obviously an extremely powerful secret technique, and the moment his fist flew out, There was actually a faint trace of domain filling it. It was obvious that this burly man had already touched the threshold of the Dao Source realm, and perhaps he was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source realm. Within the fist wind, there was a sense of supremacy. This imposing aura caused the face of the cultivator, who had launched the sneak attack, to change. He hurriedly turned around and at the same time stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A 1-meter long sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger on the tip of the sword and poured his origin energy into the sword. His expression suddenly became solemn. Water Moon Mirror Flower. He recited in a low voice, his long sword forming half a circle in the air. In the void, a mirror made of sword light suddenly appeared. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. The Overlord Holy Fist arrived as expected, but it was completely blocked by the sword light mirror. The Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters of the 2 Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters pushed forward at the same time, suppressing the other party fiercely. Kacha, it was as if even space could not withstand such a violent collision of power, and a small crack appeared in that instant. Good, good, good. I've finally met a decent guy. Delightful, delightful. Not only was the robust man not shocked when he saw this, he roared with laughter instead, with an extremely arrogant expression. His opponent, on the other hand, was secretly complaining incessantly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a lunatic when he had just casually launched a sneak attack on a person and wanted to eliminate his competitor in advance. Helplessly, he could only brace himself to fight. The battle between the two of them had just started, but the 40 or so cultivator on the first level seemed to have already discussed it beforehand. All of them began to move. However, none of them approached the soaring dragon altar. Instead, they all attacked the cultivators closest to them, intending to kill them. In an instant, the vicinity of the soaring dragon altar became chaotic. Ambushes and ambushes played out one after another. Often, one cultivator had just launched a sneak attack on his target, but in the next moment he would be counterattacked by another cultivator, forcing him to grit his teeth and fight 1 against 2. There were solo fights as well. Some fought in a melee, while others joined forces to eliminate the enemy. These elite Origin King Realm Masters belonging to Maplewood City seemed to have become each other's enemies at this moment. And after a short while, their eyes were bloodshot as they unleashed their martial skills and artifacts, creating a dazzling sight to behold. The 2nd and 3rd level cultivator, who had fallen behind, were dumbfounded for a while. But soon, they were pleasantly surprised, because this way, they might have a chance to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. Immediately, none of them uttered a single word as they gathered their strength and moved forward. However, their thinking was obviously too simple. The cultivators of the 1st level were indeed fighting, but once a latecomer approached, these fellows would all give up on attacking their opponent and join forces to instantly kill the latecomer. It seemed that, in their opinion, only the 1st level cultivator could be considered a real competitor, while the latecomers were just a bunch of clowns. What qualifications did they have to get their hands on these treasures? After 20 to 30 latecomers died one after another, the 2nd level cultivator finally understood the situation and no longer dared to approach at will. Yang Kai was among the 2nd level cultivator, and when he saw this scene, he could not help frowning. If he wanted to approach the soaring dragon altar at this time, he was bound to be attacked by the 1st level cultivator, but if he did not approach, he would not be able to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but snort coldly and shout loudly, "Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Aren't all of you taking others too lightly by acting so overbearingly? Friends, if you want to leap over the dragon gate, then follow me." Saying so, Yang Kai set an example and rushed up first. Originally, the cultivators in the 2nd layer were not willing to be stopped in their tracks, but when they heard Yang Kai shout, about the carp leaping over the dragon gate and recalled what Chinyu had said before. All of them were filled with righteous indignation. One after another, they responded to Yang Kai's call and gathered in groups of 3 or 5, advancing forward with ominous looks in their eyes. "Smelly brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I'll kill you first." Soon, the 2 masters in front of Yang Kai locked onto him. These 2 masters had been fighting fiercely with each other, but when they heard Yang Kai's words, they both set him as their target. Since these 2 could reach the first level, they were obviously elites among Origin Kings, and when they joined forces, even if they could not defeat a Dao Source Realm Master, they were definitely not something an Origin King in the same realm could resist. One of them summoned a big axe and chopped down at Yang Kai. With a flash of brilliance, huge axe seal fell like a meteor, unstoppable. The other man stretched out his hand and slapped a small bell in his hand. Every time he did so, his expression would become more solemn, and the bell would emit a strange sound that converged into an invisible shockwave that swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Circulating his strength madly, he flipped his hand and grasped a big saber. Driving the saber with his divine sense, he chopped down at one of them from a distance. The saber flashed brilliantly as a silent attack rushed straight into that person's knowledge sea, immediately tearing through that person's divine sense defenses and cutting into his knowledge sea. In this person's sea of consciousness, the wind and clouds suddenly surged as if there was a huge force that split his sea of consciousness into 2, rolling up a huge wave. However, the huge wave didn't fall. Instead, it strangely evaporated in midair. The knowledge sea was the source of a cultivator's soul, so when the sea water in one's knowledge sea evaporated, one's soul was bound to be damaged. As if struck by lightning, this person suddenly froze in place, his eyes trembling and filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, unable to utter a single word. The next moment, this person's neck bent, and he fell to the ground, dead. What? The other person was shocked as he stared at his previous opponent in disbelief. He was very clear about how difficult this opponent was to deal with. The 2 of them had been evenly matched just now, but now he had been killed by an Origin King cultivator in a single move. An Origin King absolutely did not have this ability, so the reason for this was that big saber. What level of artifact is this? Just as this person was in a daze, Yang Kai's figure flickered, avoiding the joint attack of this person and the other person, approaching him with a grin on his face while raising the big saber in his hand again. It wasn't until this moment that this person discovered that this big saber was somewhat different from the others. A dark light flowed from this saber, as if there was some kind of inexplicable force pulling on his soul. It was as if he looked at this saber for too long, his soul would be cut open, causing him a faint pain. Horrified, he quickly averted his eyes. The soul-splitting saber, the Emperor artifact that belonged to the Insect Emperor. After Yang Kai killed the Insect Emperor, he had obtained 2 Emperor artifacts from him. One was the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, and the other was the soul-splitting saber. However, the power of these 2 Emperor artifacts was too great, and Yang Kai's strength was not high enough at the time to refine them, so he could only set them aside. Later, during several adventures, the Insect Enslavement Bracelet played a role. For example, in the Severed World, it repelled the illusionary Void Butterfly's attack, and under the Blue Feathersex Ice Cliff, it deterred the Monster Insect Queen, allowing Yang Kai to subdue it. With these experiences, Yang Kai realized the importance of Emperor artifacts and began trying to refine the soul-splitting saber in his spare time. Although he had spent a lot of energy and time, he still couldn't completely refine the soul-splitting saber. Even if he used it, he could only display a fraction of its power. Just like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yang Kai still couldn't display its full power. However, an Emperor artifact was still an Emperor artifact. Even if he could only display a small amount of its power, it was still not something an Origin King could resist. In particular, the power of the soul-splitting saber was extremely strange. It could be controlled by one's divine sense and only cut one's soul, not one's physical body, making it extremely difficult to defend against. To a certain extent, the soul-splitting saber could be regarded as a soul-type artifact. It was even rarer than a defensive artifact, and Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful. So when he used the soul-splitting saber against an enemy, how could an Origin King of the same level resist? In a single exchange, the enemy soul would be destroyed, and they would die on the spot. Yang Kai had done this deliberately. Now, there seemed to be an invisible consensus between the first layer cultivator and the second layer cultivator not to approach the soaring dragon altar. If Yang Kai wanted to deter his enemies, he could only kill a few of them first. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, Yang Kai believed that no one would dare to stop him again. Sure enough, after that person died, the other cultivators saw Yang Kai raise the soul-splitting saber again and instinctively retreated in horror. This retreat immediately triggered the soaring dragon altar's barrier. Chapter 2000. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, heading straight for the retreating cultivator. This cultivator's complexion changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he tried to escape at an even faster speed. At the same time, his body flashed wildly as if he was using all his defensive strength. However, no matter how fast this cultivator was, he could not outrun the power of the soaring dragon altar. In just a breath of time, the beam of light caught up with this cultivator and directly pierced through his body. In front of this beam of light, this cultivator's countless layers of defensive strength were as fragile as paper. A scream rang out as this cultivator fell to the ground with a thud. Just like the other cultivator who had been killed by the beam of light before, his flesh and bones were all shattered, his death a miserable one. Everyone in the surroundings paled in horror. After all, from the time Yang Kai took action to the time these two cultivators died one after the other, only 3 breaths had passed. In just 3 breaths of time, 2 peak Origin Kings had died one after another. No matter what kind of artifact Yang Kai used, or what kind of technique he used, it was enough to show that he was not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, the eyes of the cultivator near Yang Kai changed, filled with dread and panic as they consciously or unconsciously put some distance between them. It was obvious they did not want to become enemies with him. This effect was exactly what Yang Kai had hoped for. With a flip of his wrist, he put away the soul-splitting saber and walked forward. Ignoring the numerous cultivators around him, Yang Kai was extremely arrogant. Roar. Suddenly. A loud roar rang out from the crowd, one that sounded somewhat like the roar of a dragon. At the same time, it sounded like the roar of a beast. Everyone was startled as they turned to look at the source of the roar, but in the next moment, their expressions froze. Because in that position, a man in his 30s wearing brocade robes had used some kind of unknown secret technique to suddenly become extremely red, like a roasted prawn, exuding bursts of hot steam. Above his head, the shadow of a fiery red flood dragon appeared. This flood dragon phantom was almost tangible as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, flickering slightly before diving into the man's body. The next moment, the man's aura suddenly soared, and the aura he exuded was mixed with a trace of dragon pressure. Duan Tianxi! It was Duan Tianxi! Ooh! Someone suddenly exclaimed. Is he the son of the city Lord Master? I've long heard that this fellow obtained a complete Jiao dragon soul by chance when he was young. So it's true. This is bad. With the help of this Jiao dragon soul, the resistance to his advancement will be greatly reduced. Many cultivators started to shout at the same time. Some looked unwilling, some looked envious, but most of them looked fearful. Yang Kai instantly understood the identity of this person. It was the son of the city lord, Duan Yuan Shan, Duan Tian Ci. That flood dragon phantom was clearly the flood dragon soul he had obtained in his early years. He used a secret technique to resist the pressure of the dragon might in this place. Although the flood dragon was not part of the true dragon clan, it still had a trace of the true dragon bloodline. It was best to use it to fight against dragon might. Duan Tianxi was a patient person and had not exposed this advantage of his. Only when they were close enough to the soaring dragon altar did they suddenly take the initiative to seize the initiative. However, he was not the only one with this plan. Just as Duan Tianxi stimulated the flood dragon's soul, another young man not far away let out a shout, and a semicircular, bell-like defensive barrier suddenly appeared around him. The attacks of the surrounding cultivators fell on this young man, but he ignored them all and simply stared at the treasure on the soaring dragon altar with fiery eyes as he walked forward step by step. However, none of these attacks could break through his defense and were all blocked. Its raging fire temple's immovable heavenly king bell. This person is Zong Zijin of Raging Fire Temple. A cultivator recognized the name and artifact used by this cultivator at once. Dao Source Grade, mid-rank defensive artifact. Immovable heavenly king bell? That's cheating. How are we supposed to fight? Many Origin King realm cultivators shouted angrily. Although Zong Zijin could not display the full power of the immovable heavenly king bell with his current cultivation, it was still a Dao Source Grade, mid-rank defensive artifact, and was not something an ordinary Origin King realm cultivator could break. Only a dozen or so people working together could pose a threat to him. Zong Zijin walked forward while turning his head to look at the people attacking him and sneered, "This Zong will remember all of you. When this matter is over, this Zong will definitely pay you a visit." As soon as these words came out, many Origin Kings turned pale. "Young Master Zong, this is a misunderstanding. This one had eyes but failed to recognize young Master Zong and offended you. Please forgive this one, young Master Zong. If you had reported your name earlier, I would not have attacked you." An Origin King quickly admitted defeat, fearing that Zong Zijin would settle accounts with him later. "Me too, young Master Zong. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Young Master Zong, is there a need for this?" Zong Zijin sneered again and again as he continued walking forward, saying lightly, "Good, since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. But if anyone dares to harass this young master again, I will not let them off easily in the future. We wouldn't dare. Please forgive us, young Master Zong." The cultivator was overjoyed. Zong Zijin obviously knew that now was not the time to be entangled with these people. If he did not take a step back and force them to fight him to the death, it would only benefit others, so he did not push them too far. Besides Duan Tianxi and Zong Zijin, Yang Kai was the fastest to act. Since he had already reached this point, he naturally channeled a little bit of the origin power of the golden divine dragon to resist the invisible pressure of the dragon's might. Therefore, to a certain extent, he was the most relaxed of them all. As the three moved forward, they looked at each other, sparks flying between their eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was feeling bitter in his heart at this moment. He did not feel any joy at all because, unlike Duan Tianxi and Zong Zijin, he had no backer or background. If he really took away all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. He was considering whether to let Duan Tianxi and Zong Zijin make the first move to share some of the pressure. But soon he rejected this idea, because no matter how many treasures he took away, he was bound to be targeted. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way just as he made up his mind. Duan Tianxi suddenly formed a seal with his hands and immediately tapped his body a few times. As he did so, Duan Tianxi's aura, which was not weak to begin with, suddenly soared. He did not hesitate to use some kind of powerful secret technique. Immediately, he let out a hearty laugh and shot out several dozen meters, arriving next to the soaring dragon altar in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, while Zhong Zijin's face also changed as he grit his teeth and sped up. "It's all mine." Duan Tianxi laughed as he stretched out his hand and grasped a long sword-like artifact. Of the dozen or so treasures on the soaring dragon altar, this long sword had the best appearance. It was clear at first glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. Duan Tianxi was a cautious person, so when he picked up this long sword artifact, he also deliberately observed his surroundings. At the same time, he secretly circulated the qi in his body to guard against the unexpected. But what surprised him the most was that he was able to pick up the sword with ease. This result made him stunned, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. Just as he was about to put his first harvest into his space ring, then something unexpected happened. Less than a breath after the long sword left the soaring dragon altar, it twisted and became a withered branch. Not only did it lose its original appearance, but it also lost its spirituality. A gust of wind blew, and the withered branch broke in two and fell to the ground. Duan Tianxi's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. The expressions of the many cultivators who were staring at him were also quite interesting. Some were questioning, some were surprised, some were gloating, and some were thinking, is this fake? After a while, Duan Tianxi roared unwillingly, threw away the half-withered branch in his hand, and grabbed another hammer artifact. He took out the second artifact, but after leaving the soaring dragon altar, it also turned into an ordinary stone. An illusion. This is an illusion. We've all been deceived. Suddenly, exclamations came from the crowd. There was no need for this person to remind them, as almost everyone realized this. After all, the process of Duan Tianxi picking up the two artifacts had been witnessed by everyone, so there was no opportunity to fake it, nor was it possible to swap them out. As such, the only explanation was that the treasures on the soaring dragon altar were not real, but were instead illusions created by a powerful illusion. For a time, the cultivator who was moving forward stopped one after another, dumbfounded expressions on their faces. No one had expected the final outcome to be like this. The soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the carp leaping through the dragon gate and transforming into a dragon. This legendary artifact had turned out to be a huge scam. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. The moment Duan Tianxi used his secret technique to rush forward, he had been burning with anxiety, but now such a dramatic scene had occurred, catching him off guard. Suddenly, his expression changed as he closed his eyes and opened them again. No one noticed that his left eye had turned into a golden slit. The next moment, he rushed forward. On the other side, Zhong Zijin also arrived near the soaring dragon altar, and after exchanging a glance with Duan Tianxi, he began picking up treasures from the soaring dragon altar before throwing them down in disappointment. These seemingly extraordinary secret arts were all extremely ordinary and useless. After being thrown to the ground, they directly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Soon, Yang Kai also joined in. He picked up a jade bottle, opened it, and took a look, cursing angrily before throwing it away. Not long after, under the joint inspection of the three cultivators, none of the things on the soaring dragon altar were real. How could this be? Duan Tianxi seemed to be unable to accept this outcome and muttered in disappointment, "It seems we were all played." Zhong Zijin laughed self-deprecatingly. Chapter 2001. The soaring dragon altar inside the five-colored treasure pagoda turned out to be a huge scam. The hundreds of origin kings were unable to accept this reality for a while. Near the soaring dragon altar, everyone wore gloomy expressions as they stared at the ground littered with corpses and broken bodies. If the soaring dragon altar was a scam, then what was the point of all these people dying? Some of these people were relatives and friends of those who were still alive. Young Lady Qin, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Suddenly, someone from the crowd looked towards Qin Yu, who was at the back of the group, and asked in a cold voice. Qin Yu had long since stopped in her tracks. Furthermore, due to her strength not being high enough, she had not walked very far. At this moment, even her bodyguards were lagging behind the rest of the crowd, with the nearest cultivator being only 30 to 40 meters away. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned, raised her head, and asked weakly, "This friend, what do you mean?" "Humph, does young Lady Qin not understand what I mean? You said this place was the Soaring Dragon Altar, and we firmly believed you, but we never expected it to be a scam. So many people have died because of this. Does young Lady Qin intend to pretend to be deaf and mute?" The person who spoke wore a look of righteous indignation, as if Qin Yu had really deceived them and wanted her to take responsibility for the dead cultivator. His statement was approved by many cultivator, and they all glared at Qin Yu as if they wanted to vent their grievances on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's brow furrowed even more, but before she could speak, one of the guards beside her couldn't help coldly snorting. "This friend, can you please think before you speak? What does this have to do with my young lady?" "How could it have nothing to do with her? If it weren't for young Lady Qin, you saying this was the Soaring Dragon Altar, we wouldn't have rushed in here in a hot-blooded manner." Not waiting for the man to finish speaking, Duan Tianxi suddenly sneered, his face filled with killing intent as he stared at the man. "How laughable! Think about it for yourselves. Even without young Lady Qin's guidance, would you be willing to let go of such a great opportunity here? After all, Duan Tianxi was the son of the city lord master. Moreover, his strength was not weak, and he had an extremely high reputation and popularity among the cultivator in Maplewood City. After hearing what he said, many people lowered their heads in contemplation and found that this was indeed the case. At that time, even without Qin Yu's explanation, everyone would not have ignored the Soaring Dragon Altar and would have swarmed towards it. If that had happened, the result would likely have been the same as it was now. In other words, with or without Qin Yu, the outcome would not have changed. Don't you think it's a little too laughable to pin the blame on young Lady Qin just because she gave you some pointers? Duan Tianxi looked coldly at the cultivator who spoke earlier. How would that person dare to meet Duan Tianxi's gaze? His eyes couldn't help but drift left and right. That's right. Miss Qin didn't do anything wrong. That would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of my Raging Fire Temple. Zong Zijin also spoke with an indifferent expression. My Jiang family has the same attitude. Jiang Chu, he replied with a smile, standing on the side of righteousness at the right time, helping the Jiang family accumulate reputation for himself. Of course, we won't blame Miss Qin. This is just the irresponsible words of a few people. Miss Qin doesn't need to care about these clowns. Yes, if it weren't for Miss Qin, we wouldn't even know what this thing was. Instead of thanking her, you actually dared to criticize her. You are the scum of my Maplewood City's cultivator community. Scum. We are ashamed to be associated with such people. As everyone shouted, the face of the cultivator, who had just accused Qin Yu, turned red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Not far away, Qin Yu smiled lightly. Gracefully bowing, she said, "Everyone here is really reasonable, but this mistress is not wrong. This Soaring Dragon Altar does indeed contain a treasure." "Where is it?" Duan Tianxi and Zong Zijin's faces became hot as they hurriedly asked. Yang Kai's heart sank as he stared fixedly at Qin Yu, lest she say something he didn't want to hear. Qin Yu smiled lightly and said, "This Soaring Dragon Altar itself is a treasure. Perhaps what was placed on top of it before was an illusion, but the Soaring Dragon Altar was made from the bones of a true dragon, an artifact refining material that even the Emperor realm covets." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Qin Yu continued, However, with our strength, it is impossible to destroy this soaring dragon altar. Otherwise, it would not have existed inside the five-colored treasure pagoda for so long and would have been taken away by a powerful master. If we rashly attack it, I'm afraid it will trigger a powerful barrier. So this mistress advises everyone not to act rashly. Hearing what she said, Zhong Zijin and Duan Tianxi's expressions gradually calmed down as they turned their heads to look at the huge soaring dragon altar and sighed. A treasure mountain was right in front of them, but they were unable to mine it. This kind of mood was truly confusing. Right, young Lady Qin. Yang Kai, who had not spoken until now, suddenly cupped his fists and said, "Since young Lady Qin has some understanding of the soaring dragon altar, dare I ask, when can we leave here? After all, those friends who retreated before, you saw what happened to them. We can't be trapped here forever. Can we?" "That's right. Young Lady Qin, please enlighten us." Many people suddenly realized this problem, and all turned their eyes to Qin Yu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully before smiling and saying, "You can leave now." Once the treasure on the soaring dragon altar disappears, the barrier around it will also lose its effect. This soaring dragon altar will sink into the ground in half an hour and drift away into the void. There is no telling when it will appear again. However, you can also choose not to leave. After all, the dragon pressure still exists. You should already be clear about the benefits of cultivating here, so there is no need for this mistress to explain. Yang Kai felt very uncomfortable under her gaze, feeling like his secret had been exposed, but he still gratefully said, "Many thanks for young Lady Qin's guidance." Having said so, he did not move. Learning from the mistakes of others, he did not want to be inexplicably killed by the light from the soaring dragon altar. As such, he simply sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a source condensing pill, and swallowed it while relying on the powerful dragon pressure here. Using this two-pronged approach, he began transforming the source qi in his body. Not only him, but all the other cultivators did not move, waiting for the first person to eat the crab to be born. Most of the cultivators were like Yang Kai. They sat down cross-legged, obviously not wanting to waste this great opportunity. As for the remaining people, they were eager to leave here and go elsewhere to search for treasures. However, none of them had the courage to leave, their eyes drifting left and right as they looked around. Seeing this situation, Qin Yu smiled slightly, turned around, and took a few steps back. "Young lady." The guards beside her turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. In a split second, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. But what made them feel relieved was Qin Yu did not encounter any attack from the soaring dragon altar. It seemed that what she said before was true. Once the treasure on the altar disappeared, the power of the barrier would no longer work. Seeing Qin Yu set an example, the other cultivators calmed down and used their own methods to leave. Soon, there were only a few dozen cultivators left near the soaring dragon altar. Yang Kai was among them. He had already dispersed the power of his golden divine dragon source and was using his physical body to withstand the terrifying dragon pressure. Under the catalysis of the source condensing pill, he could feel the source qi in his body being transformed rapidly. After a brief calculation, he realized that cultivating here for an hour was equivalent to cultivating outside for about 10 days. Just as Qin Yu said, half an hour later, accompanied by the humming and trembling of the earth, the soaring dragon altar on the ground began to slowly sink into the ground under the influence of an inexplicable force. In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, the entire soaring dragon altar disappeared without a trace. Even the oppressive dragon pressure had disappeared without a trace. Only then did Kai Yang sigh. Rising to his feet, turning his head, Yang Kai saw the dozens of cultivators left behind also stand up, some alone, some in groups of 3 or 5. However, all of them were safe and sound, and there were no disputes. Soon, these dozens of people flew off in different directions. Yang Kai also chose a direction at random and continued to search for the 5 colored light pillars that led to the second layer. After flying for a short time, though, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and increased his speed. 2 hours later, his expression turned ugly. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked behind him. There was no one behind him, but after waiting for a moment, a profound light quickly approached from the distance. When it got close, Yang Kai saw that it was a flight-type artifact similar to the one he had seen before. Aboard this ship, a delicate figure stood on the deck, looking into the distance. And after seeing Yang Kai, she hurriedly turned around, seemingly giving orders to someone nearby. Not long after, the ship flew in front of Yang Kai and slowly landed. Young Lady Qin. Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu and the several Origin King Realm guards who came down from the ship and asked with a gloomy expression, "What is the meaning of this? Young Lady Qin, did you think I wouldn't notice you following me?" Hearing this, Qin Yu said apologetically, "Please don't take offense, Your Excellency. This mistress did not intend to follow you. It's just that Your Excellency's speed was too fast for my Qin family ship to catch up, so we followed you all the way." Yang Kai frowned, but the look on his face eased a little as he asked, "Does young Lady Qin mean you have something to discuss with me?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded after hearing this. "I have nothing to do with young Lady Qin. So, why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai looked puzzled, but he instinctively rejected this weak woman. In front of her, Yang Kai always felt a sense of insecurity. "Actually, it's nothing. This mistress just has a question to ask Your Excellency." "A question? And may I ask Your Excellency's surname? Is that it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Of course not." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled before suddenly coughing lightly, calming herself down before saying, "That's not what this mistress wanted to ask." Yang Kai nodded and said, "My surname is Yang. So, it's Brother Yang." Qin Yu understood and immediately moved her lips to whisper into Yang Kai's ear, "May I ask, Brother Yang, is there really no treasure on the Soaring Dragon altar?" Chapter 2002. "Dare I ask, Brother Yang, are there really no treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar?" Qin Yu's voice reached Yang Kai's ears accurately. Why would young Lady Qin ask such a question? Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu in amazement, appearing extremely surprised. Qin Yu stared at Yang Kai deeply, her pair of clear and flawless eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai stared back at her indifferently for a moment before suddenly frowning and whispering, "What young Lady Qin means, is it possible that the dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar were not all illusions?" "Ha ha." Qin Yu smiled. This mistress isn't sure, just asking casually. At that time, only you, Brother Yang, Brother Duan, and Brother Zong were near the Soaring Dragon altar, so you were the ones who examined the dozen or so treasures on it. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "In any case, I didn't see any treasures, and according to my observation, the other two didn't obtain any benefits. So that's how it is. This mistress was overthinking things." Qin Yu nodded apologetically. "Is that what young Lady Qin wanted to ask?" "Yes, I apologize for wasting Brother Yang's time. It's fine. Since there's nothing else, this one will take his leave." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Brother Yang, wait." Qin Yu suddenly called out to him, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned, a little displeased. Otherwise, seeing how this weak woman had a good temperament, he wouldn't have bothered with her. After all, he and Qin Yu had never interacted before. "Brother Yang, please calm down. This mistress wants to ask Brother Yang, are you going to look for the entrance to the second layer next?" "So what if I am?" Yang Kai didn't deny it. "Brother Yang, do you know where the entrance is?" Yang Kai shook his head. He only knew that the entrance was a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. How could he know the exact location of the 5-colored light pillar? At that time, Kong Si Ran had not mentioned this to him. However, Since it was a five-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth, it shouldn't be difficult to find as long as the distance wasn't too far. They should be able to find something. However, seeing Qin Yu's mysterious look, Yang Kai suddenly realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Qin, do you know where the entrance is?" "I don't know the exact location." Qin Yu shook his head apologetically. Yang Kai was speechless. Qin Yu giggled and said, "Although I don't know the exact location, I'm not sure, but I have a rough idea." As she said this, she suddenly recited in a low voice, "Between the mountains, misty clouds, clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear." Between the mountains, misty clouds, clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear? Yang Kai repeated with a frown. "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. "Although the five-colored light pillar at the entrance is connected heaven and earth, it is impossible to find it if you don't find the right place. Even if you pass by it, you may miss the opportunity." "Did you also read this from an ancient book?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Qin Yu nodded. "Miss Qin is really well-read and knowledgeable." Yang Kai was full of admiration. Qin Yu's pale face showed a slight blush, and she suddenly seemed to be more lively. She shook her head and said, "Brother Yang is too kind. This mistress just likes to read some random things. It's not something that can be considered elegant. In fact, this mistress is now looking for the entrance to the second layer. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about you go with me?" She actually extended an invitation to Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked up at the ship artifact behind her, an expression of interest on his face. With this ship, he could save a lot of energy and could even rest on the ship and maintain his spirit. It wasn't a bad idea. However, I'm used to being alone. So, this one appreciates Miss Qin's good intentions. Yang Kai considered for a moment and tactfully declined Qin Yu's proposal. Qin Yu suddenly showed a trace of disappointment, but she didn't insist. Instead, she nodded and said, "In that case, this mistress won't disturb Brother Yang. I wish Brother Yang the best of luck." "You too. Farewell." Yang Kai cupped his fists, turned around, and left. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. After his figure disappeared, a guard next to Qin Yu stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and coldly snorted, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Obviously, he felt that Qin Yu wasn't worth it. Qin Yu smiled faintly and said, "He's just being cautious." How is that related to not knowing how to appreciate kindness? I feel that his choice is normal. That's because young lady is kind and benevolent. The guard looked indignant. "By the way, young lady, why did you ask him that before? Aren't all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar fake?" "Perhaps, but there are some discrepancies with what I read in the ancient books. I don't know the specifics." After saying a few words, Qin Yu suddenly coughed violently again. The guard was shocked and quickly said, "Young lady, we should hurry back to the ship. The wind outside is too strong." And Qin Yu nodded quickly and turned back towards the ship. Ooh. At the same time, somewhere in the first layer, there was a petite woman with a striking crescent-shaped birthmark on her face. This woman was none other than Mo Xiaoqi, who had entered the five-colored treasure pagoda together with Yang Kai and then separated. At this moment, Mo Xiaoqi was riding a monster beast that looked like a cross between a lion and a tiger. This monster beast had a fierce look on its face and was covered in snow-white fur. Its body was huge, and the hot air it exhaled from its nostrils seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power that corroded the ground with every hit it made. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked, because the beast Mo Xiaoqi was riding was the famous silver-maned lion-tiger beast. Although this monster beast did not inherit the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit, it was still extremely difficult to deal with. It was born as a fifth-order monster beast, and depending on its aptitude, it could grow to the 10th order or even 11th order at its peak. In other words, It was a cultivator comparable to an Origin King realm or even a Tao Source realm master. There were even legends of 12th order lion tiger beasts that had cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm. This silver-maned lion tiger beast was obviously not comparable to a Tao Source realm master. It was only exuding a peak 10th order aura, but it could not be underestimated. The silver-maned lion tiger beast was born ferocious and aggressive, not something an ordinary cultivator could subdue. Even if a master from the Emperor realm tried to subdue it, they would not necessarily succeed. The most likely result was that the silver-maned lion tiger beast would fight to the death and eventually die of exhaustion. But now this majestic silver-maned liger was being used as a means of transportation by Mo Shaoqi, yet not only did it not show the slightest dissatisfaction, it even obeyed her every command, not daring to go east or west. It was truly unbelievable. In front of Mo Shaoqi, there was a strange beast about the size of a palm flying about. This strange beast looked a bit like a bat and was quite inconspicuous, but judging from the energy fluctuations coming from its body, it was also a 10th order monster beast. The heaven-escaping bat, like the silver-maned lion tiger beast, was an extremely rare species. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method Mo Shaoqi had used to get along so well with these two monster beasts and make them obey her every command. No one knew if these two monster beasts were subdued by Mo Shaoqi after she entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, or if they were already here. Little bat, hurry up and find the entrance. I'll give you something delicious to eat. Over here, over here. Little Silver, hurry up, don't be so slow. Mo Shaoqi sat on the back of the lion tiger beast and gave out orders. Obviously, she was also looking for the entrance to the second layer. The heaven-escaping bat, named Xiaofu by Mo Shaoqi, seemed to have some special abilities as it led Mo Shaoqi forward, and soon arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. Above this mountain stream, clouds and mist curled around its peaks, the peaks of which reached straight up into the sky, making it impossible to see their peaks. Somewhere in the mountains, the sound of a mountain spring could be heard incessantly. The sky-escaping bat flew directly to the vicinity of the mountain spring and began to circle around a certain area. Mo Shaoqi quickly urged the lion tiger beast to follow it. When she came to the place, she looked up and immediately giggled. It's not hard to find. I'm definitely the first one. Heh. Just as she was about to move forward, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, let's see where Big Brother Yang is." As she spoke, she took out a round bead from her space ring and sent a few seals into it. A moment later, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, the sound bead doesn't work in this damned place. Is it because the world principles here are too broken? Forget it. Big Brother Yang will definitely come here. Little bat, wait here. When you see Big Brother Yang, bring him to the second layer to find me." After giving this order, she took out a jade slip and poured her divine sense into it. She left some information and handed it to the heaven-escaping bat. Only then did she rush forward happily. Not far ahead, there was a flash of light, and Mo Shaoqi and the lion tiger beast disappeared. The heaven-escaping bat stayed where it was, but it only circled around once before it suddenly landed beside a pile of rocks. Its body sank into the ground and disappeared. On the third layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Lan Sun was strolling around, looking around. Her body was emitting a faint fluorescent light, which seemed to have an inexplicable power that kept all dangers at bay. Suddenly, she stopped in a secluded valley, and after carefully perceiving her surroundings, a look of joy appeared on her face. "It's here." While speaking, she took out many array discs and array bases from her space ring and started busying herself nearby. 2 days later, she finished arranging everything and took out a large number of source crystals to pile up nearby. Only then did she sit down cross-legged and silently circulate her secret art, beginning to break through the bottleneck of the Tao Source realm. As time passed, Lan Sun's delicate body exuded an inexplicable attractive force, and many fireflies suddenly appeared around her. These fireflies looked somewhat similar to the starlight Yang Kai had absorbed in the starlight corridor before. But if one were to perceive them carefully, they would find that the two were fundamentally different. The starlight in the starlight corridor was like a catalyst that could rapidly transform the Saint Chi in a cultivator's body into source Chi. However, the starlight here contained many broken laws of heaven and earth. As the starlight entered her body, Lan Sun comprehended the world principles, and the aura fluctuations on her body grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 2003. 5 days after entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, somewhere on the first floor, Yang Kai descended from the sky with an indifferent expression. He landed beside the other 2 cultivator and stared at the dead monster beast corpses on the ground. Unlike Yang Kai's indifference, the other 2 cultivator were extremely excited. Of these 2 cultivator, one was dressed in blue, while the other was dressed in white. Both were men, and both were third-order origin kings. The 3 of them did not inform each other of their names. They only knew each other's surnames. The reason why they were gathered here was because they were temporarily working together. After separating from Qinyu, Yang Kai had been looking for the entrance to the 2nd level. He didn't expect to meet the 2 cultivator here. The 2 of them showed up and briefly explained the situation to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that the 2 of them had actually discovered some rare golden crystal grass. However, the golden crystal grass here was guarded by 4 iron-armed spirit nuns. The iron-armed spirit nun skin was extremely hard, and their innate defense was astonishing. The 2 of them had clashed with the 4 iron-armed spirit nuns, but they hadn't been able to gain any advantage over them. They had no choice but to temporarily retreat and find another helper to deal with the 4 monster beast. Yang Kai happened to be passing by, so he showed up to invite them. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai immediately decided to join them. Although Yang Kai didn't know what golden crystal grass was, since it could make 2 third-order origin kings so obsessed, it must be of extraordinary value. It was just 4 monster beasts, so it wouldn't take much time. Moreover, he didn't care much about 2 third-order origin kings. Even if they were plotting something, Yang Kai felt that with his current strength he could easily deal with them. He should be able to handle it. After some inquiries, Yang Kai found out that the golden crystal grass was a rare spiritual herb that could help a cultivator refine his body, even if it was swallowed directly. It could also increase the cultivator's physical strength and defense by a lot. If he could use other medicinal herbs to refine the golden crystal pill, the effect was even better. It was precisely because of the golden crystal grass that the iron-armed spirit and I had gathered here to survive. Once the 3 of them came to an agreement, they attacked without hesitation. Of the 4 iron-armed spirit nuns, the largest one was at the peak of the 10th order, equivalent to a peak origin king. And as long as it was given a few more years, breaking through to the 11th order would not be a problem. Both of them were 2nd-order origin kings. If it was an ordinary monster beast, the 2 cultivators would be able to handle it. At the very least, they would be able to fight it to a draw. However, the iron-armed spirit knee's defense was astonishing, his strength boundless, and he did not fear death. The previous exchange had caused the 2 of them to suffer greatly, but they did not gain any advantage. But after Yang Kai joined the team, the situation was completely different. Although Yang Kai had concealed his own strength, it was not a problem for him to restrain the iron-armed spirit and I. The other 2 joined forces and used their artifacts to kill the 3 smaller ones. Then, the 3 of them attacked together, and the last big one was unable to escape. Brother Yang is really amazing. Even under the attack of this evil beast, he is still able to remain unscathed. This Xiao admires him, the man in blue said with a somewhat forced smile. And this slightly longer iron-armed spirit and I almost caused Brother Zhao and I to suffer heavy injuries before. I didn't expect Brother Yang to be able to deal with it for so long. This son is truly ashamed. The man in white also said, "Two sirs are too kind. This one's movement skill is just a bit more flexible. Although its strength is great, I don't want to tangle with it. So it naturally can't do anything to me," Yang Kai said lightly. Zhao and Sun glanced at each other. Without saying anything more, they simply laughed and glossed over the matter. After all, when the three of them had joined forces to deal with the last iron-armed spirit and they had seen Yang Kai's performance. It was not just his movement skill that was flexible. For a time, both of them felt some fear towards Yang Kai. Now that these four beasts are dead, let's deal with them first. The blood essence, fur, and teeth of this iron-armed spirit and are all extraordinary materials. We can't waste them, the man surnamed Zhao proposed. And their fur, in particular, is the most suitable material for refining defensive artifacts, the man surnamed Sun also said with a happy expression. So the three of them no longer hesitated and began to deal with the four iron-armed spirit and Not long after, all three of them showed satisfied looks as they divided up the same amount of materials, leaving only some flesh and bones behind. Then all that's left is the golden crystal grass. I wonder how many there are, but I hope there are a lot. The man surnamed Zhao turned his fiery eyes towards a cave in front of him. Let's go in and see. Yang Kai smiled lightly and took the lead to walk into the cave. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun exchanged a glance before hurriedly following. The cave was dark and damp, and there was an inexplicable smell that made one want to vomit. Near the entrance of the cave, there were many skeletons of other monster beasts, all of them white and gloomy, and when one stepped on them, a bone-chilling sound could be heard. The four iron-armed divine nuns had clearly settled down here. After walking for a short time, the three of them arrived at the bottom of the cave. In front of them, there was a stone-like structure about 15 meters in diameter. On top of the stone-like structure grew a dozen stalks of grass that exuded a metallic luster, each stalk about 2 fingers long. The three of them released their divine senses and, after confirming that there was no danger here, approached the stone-like structure. TSK, there are 13 of them, the man surnamed Zhao said happily. It won't be easy to divide them. The man surnamed Sun frowned as he thought of another problem. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Since there are 13 stalks, the three of us will each take 4. As for the remaining stalk, we'll convert it into source crystals. The one who takes the golden crystal grass will compensate the other 2 with source crystals." Brother Yang, good idea. Let's do that. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun naturally had no reason to refuse and nodded quickly. The three of them then divided the 12 stalks of golden crystal grass one by one. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai finally bought the last stalk for 5,000 source crystals. After some work, everyone was happy. It was a pleasure cooperating with you this time. I hope there will be another opportunity next time. The man surnamed Zhao cupped his fist towards Yang Kai with a smile. Yes, Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary. I hope there will be a time when we can cooperate with Brother Yang again. The man surnamed Sun also chimed in. There will be another opportunity. Yang Kai casually said, "Since this matter is settled, this one will take his leave. Brother Yang, we will meet again." The man surnamed Zhao and Sun quickly cupped their fists and replied. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and walked out. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Aren't you two going to look for the entrance to the second layer?" The man surnamed Zhao chuckled and said, "Naturally, we must go. But this Zhao consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle and would like to recover here for a while. Brother Yang, please go ahead." The man surnamed Sun indicated that he had the same intention. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding and nodded, not saying anything more before leaving the cave. The other 2 sat down cross-legged. took out some restorative pills from their space rings, stuffed them into their mouths, and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. For a time, the cave was silent. After a long time, the man surnamed Sun suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "He should have gone far by now. It's been so long. Could he still be nearby?" The man surnamed Zhao asked, "Brother Zhao, why did you tell me not to act rashly just now? Golden crystal grass is so rare, yet we let him take 5 of them for free. Moreover, from the way he bid, it seems he has a lot of source crystals on him. If we could kill him, do you think the 2 of us together are his opponent?" The man surnamed Zhao heard this and coldly snorted. "What?" Although his performance was indeed extraordinary, and he hid his strength, "Aren't you and I the same? 2 against 1. What is there to be afraid of?" The man surnamed Sun said with an unconvinced expression, "That's because you don't know how terrifying he is." The man surnamed Zhao snorted. "Remember I told you before that I came from the soaring dragon altar? At that time, I saw this man kill Kuei Sha with a single strike. Kuei Sha didn't even have a chance to resist." Kuei Sha? Kuei Sha of Blood Transformation Sect? The man surnamed Sun was shocked. "And how do you think we compare to Kuei Sha?" "Naturally, we're inferior. Although Blood Transformation Sect isn't a particularly powerful sect, even slightly inferior to Raging Fire Temple. I've heard of Kuei Sha before. That's why I didn't tell you to act. When I first saw him, I didn't remember who he was, but when I saw him act, I realized he was that person. Being able to kill Kuei Sha with a single strike, even if the 2 of us join forces, we definitely won't be his opponent. So that's how it is. Fortunately, Brother Zhao reminded me in time. Otherwise, if we had fallen out with that person," the man surnamed Sun broke out in cold sweat. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Fortunately, this person seems to be quite ignorant and doesn't even know what the use of golden crystal grass is, intentionally or unintentionally asking the 2 of us about it. How interesting. And this person is really strange. Since he's so strong, how could he not have heard of golden crystal grass?" The man surnamed Sun also wore a puzzled look. "Isn't that even better? Since he doesn't know about golden crystal grass, he naturally doesn't know about it either. Golden crystal grass only grows in places where rare ores are gathered. In other words, there are definitely rare ores underground." The man surnamed Xiao smiled, slightly. "Now that he's gone, there's no time to lose. Let's act quickly. If we find an Emperor grade, or you and I will be rich." "How can Emperor grade ores be so easy to find? It's rumored that Emperor grade ores can only be found in the Star Ocean. This is just the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. However, if we find a Dao source grade, or I'll be satisfied." As the 2 of them spoke, they no longer hesitated. Using their respective methods, they blasted towards the stone block in front of them. Not long after, a large pit was blasted open on the ground. Immediately after, the 2 of them changed their methods again, using their strength to transform into various moves as they continued to dig downwards. Sure enough, there's something fishy here. Not far away, Yang Kai, who had used his secret technique Nihility to conceal his aura and existence, coldly snorted. Chapter 2004. Earlier, Yang Kai had felt that there was something strange about the behavior of Zhao and Sunday. After all, the cave of the Iron Armed Spirit and I was dark and damp, and the smell was unbearable. However, after obtaining the golden crystal grass, these 2 had decided to stay and meditate to restore themselves, which was obviously a problem. If there weren't any other benefits inside, why would they choose to stay in such an environment? Therefore, Yang Kai pretended to leave, but in reality, he was hiding nearby and quietly investigating. At this moment, as soon as he felt the traces of these 2 using their strength, he immediately confirmed his suspicions. However, in this situation, Yang Kai couldn't just kill them and rob them. After all, although Zhao and Sun had concealed something from him, they hadn't really done anything to harm him, so he could only blame himself for being a little ignorant. It seems it's time to cram some knowledge about the various materials in the star boundary. Otherwise, I will definitely suffer similar losses in the future. Yang Kai didn't know what was underground that was worth Zhao and Sun digging for, but since it wasn't convenient for him to show his face, he could only continue to hide. The movement continued, and soon a large pit was dug out in the ground of the cave. Zhao and Sun jumped in one after another and continued to dig. After half a day, at the entrance of the cave, Zhao and Sun shot out one after the other, but instead of showing any joy, both of their brows were furrowed, as if they hadn't gained anything. "Damn it! We wasted half a day's worth of effort," the man surnamed Zhao cursed. "That's right. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? If we had known, we would have just left. Ha!" The man surnamed Sun also sighed. "Forget it. It's fate. We can't force it. Let's hurry up and find the entrance to the second layer. We don't know when this 5-color treasure pagoda will close, so we need to find as many benefits as possible, especially that Tao's source fruit. It'll be of great use to you and me." After exchanging a few words, the two no longer had any intention of staying here, summoning their flight-type artifacts and flying away. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared from the void. Staring in the direction the two disappeared with a thoughtful look on his face. From the conversation between the two of them, it seemed that they did not gain anything from the cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so frustrated. However, from what they said, it seemed like they didn't say that there were no benefits to being underground. This caused Kai Yang to be puzzled. With a flash of his body, he returned to the cave. When he arrived at the deepest part of the cave, he looked around and saw a huge pit in front of him. Yang Kai jumped in. Not long after, his feet landed on the ground. After releasing his spiritual force, the situation underground was immediately clear. The efficiency of the Zhao and Sun duo was indeed quite good. After all, they were third-order origin king cultivators. In just half a day, they had dug out a hole that covered an area of about 1,000 meters. Furthermore, there were no signs of it collapsing. Yang Kai gasped in amazement. He couldn't help but admire the two's methods. However, there was only one thing in this 1,000-feet-wide cave. An incomparably huge and complete ore. He didn't know what kind of ore it was, but it was light green in color, as if it was covered in moss. But if you look carefully, Yang Kai discovered that it was not moss, but the color of the ore itself. The edges of the ore had been excavated. So Yang Kai could clearly see that this ore had an irregular shape. However, it was about the size of 10 houses. Not far in front of Yang Kai, there were some traces of attack on the ore. There were quite a few marks. Some were several inches deep, while others were just scratches. These marks were obviously left behind by the Zhao and Sun duo. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the Zhao and Sun duo showed such annoyed expressions when they walked out of the cave. It turned out that there were benefits to being underground, but these benefits, the two of them couldn't take them away and could only sigh. Such a large piece of ore would not be able to fit into anyone's space ring. The Zhao and Sun duo obviously knew this, so they wanted to take some of it away with them. The traces left behind on the ore were the best evidence of this. Unfortunately, this ore seemed to be extremely hard. Even with the Zhao and Sun duo's strength, they were unable to destroy it. In the end, they could only reluctantly abandon it to avoid wasting time. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned meaningfully. His space ring was no different from others, so naturally it could not accommodate such a large piece of ore. But in addition to his space ring, he also had the sealed world bead. Back then, his embodiment had been stuffed directly into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, let alone this piece of ore. Compared to his embodiment, it was much smaller and more delicate. This ore existed in the first layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, so it was definitely not an emperor-grade ore. Yang Kai estimated that it was at most a Dao source grade or origin king grade ore. Even so, such a large ore was still extremely valuable. The embodiment now cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle art and needed a lot of materials to devour and refine. This ore could become a good resource for the embodiment to become stronger. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and sat down cross-legged, immediately releasing his divine sense to completely envelop this huge ore. Next, Yang Kai let out a muffled shout and poured out his spiritual energy. In the next moment, the huge ore in front of him disappeared and appeared in the sealed world bead. After doing all this, Yang Kai's body could not help shaking as his face turned slightly pale and he felt a sharp pain in his head. However, Yang Kai did not panic and instead quickly took out some spirit pills to restore his soul and stuffed them into his mouth to refine and absorb them. Time passed slowly, and half a day later, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. His consumed soul had basically been restored. With the help of the seven-colored soul warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul recovery speed was several dozen times faster than ordinary people. Otherwise, with his current realm and the effort he had just expended, it would have taken him at least 10 days to recover before he could move again. Sweeping the sealed world bead with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the huge ore had been moved to the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment was also a little different from before. Although it was still as tall as a mountain, it was undoubtedly much smaller than the last time Yang Kai saw it. Around the embodiment, the impurities that had been refined were now several dozen meters high, forming a thick layer. While Yang Kai was observing for a while, he saw broken stones falling from the embodiment's body. It was quite a spectacular sight. Yang Kai was very satisfied. According to this speed, the embodiment would be able to help him in half a year to a year, and it would no longer be put on hold because of its inability to move. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai jumped out of the hole and went outside to identify the direction before leaving. 7 days later, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the mountain range not far in front of him with an anxious look on his face. He had been looking for the entrance to the second layer these days, but unfortunately, he had not found it. Qin Yu's words that day were still ringing in his ears, and he did not think that the other party would deceive him, so he followed Qin Yu's instructions and searched for a place with a mountain range. He had searched several places in succession, but found nothing. He was not sure whether the mountain range in front of him was the target he was looking for. However, he still had to take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he moved forward. Not long after, he arrived in the middle of the mountain range. Looking up, he could not help but feel happy. This was because this place was surrounded by mountains with clouds and mist above their heads. This was very much in line with the first 2 sentences Qin Yu had said. Just as he secretly felt that he had found the right place, a small black shadow suddenly shot over from not far away. Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, and a powerful force came out of his palm and attacked the black shadow. The black shadow's reaction was extremely fast. It was originally shooting straight at Yang Kai, but the moment Yang Kai attacked, it suddenly made a 90-degree turn and shot straight up into the sky. Then, like a falling meteor, it fell straight down, and its mouth kept making squeaking sounds. Its tone was somewhat aggrieved and hurried. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He stood in place and did not move, staring at the black shadow that suddenly shot towards him. Only then did he see clearly that the black shadow was a palm-sized monster beast. It looked a bit like a bat, and as it flapped its wings, its body was extremely flexible, and its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the bat-like monster beast was floating in front of Yang Kai, its small eyes staring at Yang Kai, revealing a sense of recognition. Yang Kai was surprised. Before he could figure out what this monster beast wanted to do, it let out a series of squeaking sounds before opening its mouth and spitting out a jade slip, indicating to Yong Kai. For me, Yong Kai frowned, but he still figured out the intentions of this little beast. The little beast squeaked again, seemingly responding to Yong Kai, and then slowly flew over to him, loosening its mouth and letting the jade slip fall. Yong Kai took the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, and after a while, he laughed. It turns out to be Shao-Chi. Only now did he realize that this little beast in front of him was Mo Shao-Chi's heaven-escaping bat. She had left it here to guide him and guide him along the way. Yong Kai couldn't help feeling warm in his heart, but it seems I really didn't find the wrong place. Moreover, that girl Mo Shao-Chi actually entered the second layer so much earlier than me. She really is amazing. Lead the way. Yong Kai put away the jade slip and smiled at the heaven-escaping bat. This little beast seemed to be able to understand human language. Hearing this, it immediately turned around and flew in a certain direction. But at this moment, a shout suddenly came from not far away. "Friend, please wait." While speaking, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Yong Kai's face sank. Just now, he was so surprised by the spirituality of this heaven-escaping bat that he didn't notice someone approaching. After hearing the voice, he immediately reacted. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yong Kai knew that there were 6 cultivators nearby, and all of them were origin kings. Chapter 2005. Yong Kai turned his head and saw 6 origin king realm cultivator approaching. The one leading this group had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, it was obvious he had an extraordinary background. Moreover, it was someone Yong Kai knew, the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuancheng. That day in the black market, Ning Yuancheng and Mo Shao-Chi had some conflicts over the snake egg. Yong Kai had concealed his appearance and used tiger skin to intimidate the group from Flying Saint Palace. Unexpectedly, on the first floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he met people from Flying Saint Palace again. However, at this moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm Master, Lu Yizhi, was not with Ning Yuancheng. After all, the 5-colored treasure pagoda was open this time, and Dao Source Realm cultivators were not allowed to enter, so Ning Yuancheng could only bring some origin kings with him. Yong Kai did not know what method they had used, but they had actually gathered together and bumped into Yong Kai here. Although they could be regarded as acquaintances, Yong Kai did not panic at all. He had concealed his appearance that day, so he believed Ning Yuancheng would not recognize him at this moment. "What's the matter?" Yong Kai turned his head and looked at Ning Yuancheng faintly. "Isn't that nonsense? Why would I stop you if I had nothing to say?" An origin king behind Ning Yuancheng snorted coldly. Yong Kai sneered and looked at the man who spoke coldly. "Don't be rude." Ning Yuancheng shouted, seemingly reprimanding the guard, but he immediately raised his eyes to Yong Kai and cupped his fists with a smile, proudly saying, "This friend, this one is Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuancheng. May I know how to address this friend? If you have something to say, say it. There's no need to flatter me." Yong Kai's expression remained indifferent. He had a general understanding of the other party's character, and naturally knew that it was impossible for him to be so polite, but because he did not know Yong Kai's identity and origin, he was trying to probe him. Perhaps it had something to do with his encounter in the black market. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Yong Kai's reaction and demeanor made Ning Yuancheng frown, seemingly quite displeased, but he only hesitated for a moment before saying, "In that case, this one will get straight to the point. Just now, this little beast seemed to have given you something? So what if I am?" Yong Kai suddenly became happy, thinking to himself that it was because of the jade slip. Ning Yuancheng must have thought that the jade slip was some kind of treasure, and had suddenly become greedy. What is that? Ning Yuancheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What does it have to do with you?" "Brat, how dare you The guard who spoke before suddenly became furious and shouted, "Young palace master asks you a question. You only need to answer obediently. You don't have the right to ask." Ning Yuancheng waved his hand, stopping the guard from taking any further action. His expression gradually became cold, and he no longer had the patience to deal with Yang Kai. "It's like this. This one is quite interested in your little beast. I wonder if your excellency is willing to part with it. This one is willing to pay." "Not interested." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and directly refused. Not to mention that this little beast was a 10th order monster beast and was not easy to raise. Even if it was Yang Kai's, it was impossible for him to sell it casually, not to mention it was Mo Shaoqi's. After saying so, he turned around and left. "Friend, it seems you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Capture him for me." Ning Yuancheng saw that Yang Kai was not giving him any face, so he didn't bother to put on an act and directly tore off all pretense. He immediately issued an order. The 5 origin kings heard this. They immediately took action. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which had been flying midair, suddenly opened its small mouth and let out a series of sharp cries. Sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out like ripples. The sound waves madly spread forward, fanning out towards the flying St. Palace cultivators. In an instant, the faces of the 5 origin kings and Ning Yuancheng couldn't help changing as they felt a stabbing pain in their eardrums, their blood and qi tumbling uncontrollably, and their source qi tumbling uncontrollably. Everyone looked shocked as they hurriedly pushed their strength to resist the sharp cries and suppress the tumbling of their blood and qi. By the time they came back to their senses, Yang Kai and the little beast had already flown far away, and they could only see their backs in the distance. "Damn it, chase after them. No matter what, we must grab that little beast. That little beast seems to be able to find precious treasures and may play a big role in this place." Ning Yuancheng shouted angrily. The other 5 didn't dare to neglect and immediately used their movement skills to pursue. But a moment later, they lost sight of Yang Kai and the little beast. Where did they go? Ning Yuancheng looked around, but couldn't find them at all. Reporting to young palace master, "We don't know. They seem to have suddenly disappeared." One of the guards also looked puzzled. "They should be nearby. Search for them. How could something this young master set his eyes on run away?" Ning Yuancheng said with a fierce look. The 5 people immediately spread out and began searching the surrounding area. Not long after, one of the guards called out in surprise, "Young palace master, come and take a look. This seems to be the entrance to the 2nd layer." "What?" Ning Yuancheng was overjoyed when he heard this, but immediately became angry. "Nonsense. The entrance to the 2nd layer is a 5-colored light pillar that connects heaven and earth. It's extremely obvious. Do you think this young master is blind and can't see it? How could there be—" "Huh?" Ning Yuancheng's voice paused, and he suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. Frowning, Ning Yuancheng took a few steps back, and the 5-colored light pillar in front of him disappeared. But after taking a few more steps forward, the light pillar reappeared. "Is it really that amazing?" Ning Yuancheng was shocked. "Yes, young palace master. It seems that this entrance can only be found when standing in a specific position. Otherwise, it would be impossible to detect it even if you were close at hand," the guard who discovered the entrance said with a look of pleasant surprise. "Those bastards from Star Soul Palace are really treacherous. Fortunately, this young master is blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, how could I have found this entrance?" "Ha ha ha! Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the 2nd layer. That guy must have also gone to the 2nd layer. I don't believe he can escape from my palm. Young palace master, that little beast may not only be able to find precious treasures, but also the entrance. It's really a strange beast. Then this young master must get his hands on it. Who knows, I might even be able to find the entrance to the third floor. Ning Yuan Cheng's face was filled with a fiery light as he led his 5 guards into the 5-colored pillar of light. The next moment, the 6 figures flickered and disappeared one after another. But when they entered the second layer, Yang Kai had already disappeared. At the same time, somewhere in the second layer, Yang Kai was flying with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way. Yang Kai knew that it was looking for Mo Shaoqi, so he followed behind it leisurely while secretly observing the situation in the second layer. There didn't seem to be any difference here from the first layer. The world energy here was extremely thin and not suitable for cultivation. Moreover, the world principles here were extremely fragmented. However, the second layer seemed to be much more dangerous than the first layer. Yang Kai had explored the first layer for a long time, but had not encountered many traps or barriers. But after arriving in the second layer, when he released his divine sense, he could feel a lot of hidden energy fluctuations. These were obviously man-made or naturally formed barriers, and once he entered a certain range, it would trigger an attack. However, with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way, Yang Kai did not need to worry about encountering any dangers. This little beast seemed to have a very strong sense of danger and could often avoid many traps and barriers ahead of time. Half a day later, 1 beast and 1 human passed through a canyon that was about 1,000 meters wide and windy. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and confirmed that there was no danger. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which was flying above the canyon, suddenly let out a sharp squeak, its voice filled with panic. Yang Kai was startled. Before he had time to investigate what was wrong with it, at that moment, Yang Kai's whole body suddenly sank. At that moment, there seemed to be a terrifying suction force coming from beneath his feet, causing his body to fall involuntarily. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the power in his body. He wanted to resist this inexplicable suction. But soon, Yang Kai discovered that all this was futile. With his third-order origin king cultivation, he was unable to stabilize his body. As for the little beast, who was good at flying, it was also unable to escape this calamity and fell from the sky into the canyon. The wind whistled in his ears as he fell faster and faster, the wind blowing against his face like a knife, causing him unbearable pain. Yang Kai finally panicked. He immediately understood that he had likely encountered some kind of powerful barrier, one that not only he had not noticed, but also the heaven-escaping bat. It was unlikely that such a powerful restriction was man-made. There was a high chance that it was natural. This kind of barrier was generally very difficult to detect, and by the time it was detected, it would already be too late. Falling at this speed, even if Yang Kai's physique was strong, even if he used his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and dragon transformation secret technique, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. This way of dying was simply too miserable. The little beast's sharp squeaks continued to reach Yang Kai's ears, but because it was falling too fast, it was somewhat out of tune. Yang Kai opened his eyes, but was unable to see the situation below, so he had no choice but to release his divine sense to investigate. After some time, the situation finally improved. Locking onto the position of the little beast with his divine sense, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread. But in this situation, he was unable to maintain enough accuracy and failed to bring the little beast back to his side. Helpless, Yang Kai stretched out his 10 fingers and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, weaving them into a large net that finally brought the little beast back. The next moment, holding the little beast, Yang Kai escaped into the sealed world bead without hesitation. A moment later, at the bottom of the canyon, there was a soft pop as the sealed world bead rolled a few times before falling still. Only then did Yang Kai dare. to release his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. However, the suction force here was too terrifying, and even his divine sense was somewhat unable to resist it, being pulled and deformed, unable to spread far. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai spoke some words to comfort the little beast, telling it to continue staying in the sealed world bead, while he jumped out. The next moment, Yang Kai's whole body was sucked in by a suction force and stuck to the ground. Even moving a finger seemed extremely difficult. A natural gravitational field. Yang Kai's expression changed several times. Chapter 2006. The star boundary was vast and filled with countless danger zones. Not to mention the star boundary, even the star territory had this kind of natural gravitational field. In some places, the gravity was several times higher than normal, often enough to catch a person off guard and make them suffer a great loss. However, the natural gravitational field here was even more terrifying. Even Yang Kai, a third-order origin king, was stuck in place, unable to move, so it was easy to imagine how powerful it was. This was definitely a gravitational field thousands of times higher than normal. Natural gravitational fields were extremely rare, and the conditions to form them were also very harsh. Although Yang Kai had encountered one before, he could easily break free from it by circulating his Saint Chi slightly. But here, Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified as he constantly pushed his Saint Chi, but he could only move slowly. It was impossible for him to fly. Looking up, Yang Kai could see the shadow of the sky at an unknown height. Such a high distance, if he couldn't fly, it would be impossible to reach it. Looking around again, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. This canyon was actually not very long. It was only about 1,000 feet long. However, at the bottom of this 1,000-foot canyon, there were piles of white bones. There were bones of demonic beasts, and there were also bones of humans. Most of them had already fallen to pieces and were scattered on the ground. Only a few of them could barely maintain their original shape. There was even a corpse that had apparently died not long ago, as even the blood nearby had not yet dried up. Pieces of flesh were scattered all over the ground, and internal organs had been sputtered far away. It was a tragic sight. This person was obviously the cultivator from Maplewood City, who had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. Just like Yang Kai, he had been accidentally pulled down while flying over this canyon. As a result, without Yang Kai's help, this cultivator had been reduced to a fine powder. This person must have been very unwilling before he died, Yang Kai thought to himself. After all, he had already reached the Origin King realm. Who would have thought that he would one day fall to his death somewhere? If news of this kind of death were to spread, he would probably become a laughingstock. But why is the gravity here so terrifying? Yang Kai was puzzled. He had encountered many natural gravitational fields before, but none of them were comparable to this one. He had no choice but to use the 5 elements indestructible sword. A 5-colored light enveloped his body, and a moment later, he used his dragon form's secret technique, finally allowing him to move at the speed of a tortoise in this canyon. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai dispersed his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and dragon form's secret technique and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Maintaining these 2 secret techniques for a long time consumed a lot of his energy. However, the effect was negligible. The losses outweighed the gains, so he decided not to waste any more energy. I won't be trapped in this damned place, will I? Yang Kai had a sad thought. A moment later, he frowned again, and an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face. That's not right. The spiritual energy here. He suddenly discovered that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this place was extremely dense. It was actually extremely dense. In the star boundary, he didn't know how rich the world energy was in the best heavenly abode. After all, he hadn't been to the star boundary for long and hadn't been to the headquarters of any large sect. However, the world energy here was not comparable to that of Blue Feather Sect's headquarters, nor was it comparable to that of the cave mansion he rented in Maplewood City. The richness of the world energy here was almost beyond the limits of Yang Kai's imagination. Sitting here, without circulating his secret art, the surrounding world energy would automatically flow into his body. After a while, Yang Kai's previously consumed strength was restored to its original state. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Since Yang Kai entered this 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had felt that the surrounding world energy was extremely thin. Whether it was in the first or second layer, it was the same. Suddenly, there was an area with such rich world energy. It was difficult not to notice. Moreover, because of the terrifying natural gravitational field here, all the surrounding world energy was firmly attracted to a space less than a meter above the ground, unable to spread out at all. This created a spectacle. Below this canyon, in the space 3 meters above the ground, the world energy was as dense as a thick fog, and there were even signs of it turning into threads. Before this, Yang Kai had just experienced an accident, so he did not pay much attention to it, but now that he was carefully observing it, he was shocked. Is there some kind of treasure underground? This thought uncontrollably emerged in Yang Kai's mind. Only this conjecture could explain the strangeness of this place. Considering all this, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little excited. Forcing himself to stand up, Yang Kai pushed the power in his body and condensed several dozen golden blood threads into his hand. These golden blood threads twisted together and gradually transformed into a drill-shaped object. With a light shout from Yang Kai, the drill-like golden blood threads began rotating and bombarding the ground. The next moment, a loud noise rang out. Golden light overflowed. The several dozen golden blood threads suddenly collapsed, revealing their original forms, no longer able to maintain their drill-like appearance. Somewhere on the ground, there was a flash of fire and sparks. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at a rice-sized pit in the ground and exclaimed, "So hard!" He was finally able to confirm that there was definitely a treasure underground. This was because the soil on the ground was nothing more than ordinary soil, but for some unknown reason, there was an invisible force that made it so hard that even his golden blood threads were unable to cause much damage to it. Under the full force of Yang Kai's attack, only a small dent the size of a grain of rice was left behind, and in the blink of an eye, that dent disappeared. The ground was flat again. That inexplicable force had the ability to repair itself. Yang Kai's face burned with desire, but there was nothing he could do. Because if he could not dig up the ground, he would not be able to take the treasure underground. But if he did not take the treasure underground, in his current state, he could not even break open the ground. He had completely fallen into an endless cycle like the egg or the chicken. If only Xiao Xiao was here. Yang Kai suddenly missed Xiao Xiao's ability. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed him to devour ores to strengthen himself, but he could also shuttle through the ground at will without any restrictions. If Xiao Xiao had not been separated from him, Yang Kai could have used Xiao Xiao's power to drill into the ground and obtain the treasure. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not know where Xiao Xiao was now. As for the embodiment in the sealed world bead, although it was also a stone mongoose, it was too big, and its impurities had not been completely quenched, so Yang Kai estimated that it would not be able to display its ability to drill into the ground. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. He immediately took out the sealed world bead and sent his divine sense into it to communicate with the heaven-escaping bat. Since this little beast was called the heaven-escaping bat, it should be able to drill into the ground. If he could use its power, the little beast was a 10th-order monster beast, so even if it did not have the intelligence of a human, it was not without intelligence, so it should have no problem communicating with Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai carefully reached out and tapped the sealed world bead. With a flash of light, the little beast suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as his divine sense wrapped around the little beast. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he would immediately take it back. After all, the pressure here was too terrifying, and he did not know if the 10th Order monster beast could withstand it. If it exploded and died, he would not be able to explain it to Mo Xiaoqi. Fortunately, the situation was not too bad. After the little beast appeared, it showed an expression of extreme hardship and pain. Its whole body seemed to have become much shorter, and the sound of bones creaking could be heard from its body. Its small eyes also gradually turned blood red, as if blood was oozing out of them. But after a while, it seemed to have adapted and squeaked twice at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was overjoyed and said, "Then it's up to you. If you feel that something is wrong, come up quickly. Don't force yourself." The little beast squeaked twice in response before immediately turning around and sinking into the ground as if it had fallen into water. However, its speed was not fast, and after a full 10 breaths, its figure gradually disappeared. Yang Kai waited anxiously in place. He wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the little beast situation, but he was powerless to do so. As soon as his divine sense left his knowledge sea, it was completely distorted by the terrifying gravitational force, making it impossible for him to investigate the situation underground. A cup of tea's worth of time passed. An incense stick of time passed. An hour passed. Yang Kai's face gradually became ugly. Just when he thought that the little beast trip this time would be a one-way trip, a small head suddenly appeared at his feet, and with a series of squeaks, the little beast reappeared. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly came to its rescue. He urged his divine sense to wrap around the little beast, bearing most of the pressure for it. After the little beast's body completely drilled out of the ground, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, and at the same time, his figure flickered, and he and the little beast directly entered the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground with the little beast lying on his lap, panting for breath, as if it had just experienced a great battle and was somewhat exhausted. "You've worked hard." Yang Kai gently combed its fur and comforted it. The little beast raised its weak eyelids and glanced at him before falling silent. After a while, it suddenly got up, opened its small mouth, and spat out a yellow object about the size of a pigeon's egg. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to catch it, but who would have thought that although this thing looked small, the moment it touched his hand, Kai Yang staggered and almost fell to the ground. It was as if a 10,000 gene object had fallen into his hand. Shocked, he hurriedly circulated his strength to stabilize his body, not making a fool of himself. The little beast squeaked, as if it was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Yang Kai did not pay attention to it, but instead observed the yellow, irregular object in his hand with a dignified expression, his expression changing several times before he finally exclaimed, "Heavy earths!" The thing the little beast brought back from underground was actually a piece of heavy earth. Chapter 2007. I've had a toothache for several days now. It's so painful that I can wake up from my sleep at night. Ooh, both heavy earth and weak water were treasures of the same grade. Both were extremely heavy and had their own unique characteristics. An ordinary cultivator would rarely encounter such treasures. Even for those with high cultivation, it was extremely difficult for them to encounter such treasures. Mo Xiaoqi had a weak water bead that seemed to be refined from weak water. Back in Clear Jade Mountain, she had used the power of the weak water bead to imprison the Wanfeng cub. The Wanfeng was an ancient, divine spirit. Even if it was a cub, it was not easy to provoke it. The fact that so many people had died in Clear Jade Mountain was the best proof of this. However, after being imprisoned by the weak water bead, it was unable to break free. Mo Xiaoqi's background was not small, so it was not surprising that she had a treasure like the weak water bead. As for heavy earth, It was an existence on par with weak water. To some extent, heavy earth was even rarer and more precious than weak water. Not only was heavy earth extremely heavy, but it also produced a natural gravitational field where a cultivator could cultivate, but it could also be used to refine all kinds of treasures. No matter what kind of artifact it was, as long as a bit of heavy earth was added to it, it would become extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Moreover, heavy earth had some magical properties. If heavy earth was used to refine an alchemy or artifact refining furnace, it could increase the success rate of alchemy or artifact refining. Alchemists and artifact refiners were madly in need of heavy earth. Not only that, but because of the rich spirituality and earth attribute aura of heavy earth, if a spirit treasure was planted in heavy earth, it could greatly shorten the growth cycle of those spirit treasures. In other words, if a spirit grass had a growth cycle of 100 years, it would only take 10 years to grow on heavy earth. 5 years or even less would allow it to mature. Such a supreme treasure was not only sought after by many cultivators, but also coveted by many great sects. Which sect did not have their own medicine garden? Every sect had a large number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines in their medicine gardens. However, the more precious a spirit medicine was, the longer its growth cycle would be. A few dozen to 100 years was considered short, a few hundred to 1,000 years was normal, and some even thousands of years before they matured. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to cultivate these elixirs with long growth cycles, nor would they have the time and energy to do so. Only the sects had the power to do so, but it still required a lot of time. However, if he had heavy earth, the situation would be completely different. A sufficient amount of heavy earth might be able to make a 1-acre herb garden continuously produce all kinds of spirit herbs and magical medicines. If operated well, it was enough to make a force reach a higher level. Unfortunately, the rarity of heavy earth also made people despair. The heavy earth that occasionally appeared in this world was used to refine some artifacts. It was simply not enough to be used in a medicinal garden. The reason why Yang Kai knew about gravity earth was because he had been cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements to cultivate. So Yang Kai had paid a great deal of attention to treasures of the 5 elements, and heavy earth was undoubtedly a supreme treasure of the earth attribute. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than the sun's true essence and was comparable to the soul-warming lotus. Although such a small piece of heavy earth the size of a pigeon's egg was enough to refine several artifacts, Yang Kai was naturally not satisfied. He believed that deep underground in this canyon, there was even more heavy earth. Otherwise, how could the gravitational field here be so terrifying? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai put down the heavy earth and then took out a large number of restorative spirit pills from his space ring and placed them on his palm. He held them up to the little beast's mouth. The little beast was originally exhausted and did not even have the strength to move. However, upon seeing these spirit pills, the little beast's eyes lit up and it opened its small mouth and swallowed them all. Asterisk crunch crunch. Asterisk the pills were like jelly beans as the little beast chewed on them. Do you want some spirit pills? I still have many here. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he waved his hand and took out a dozen jade bottles. The little beast's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Very good. Help me get this from underground, and I'll give you as many spirit pills as you want. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he pointed to the heavy earth, tempting the little beast. The little beast rolled its eyes, obviously very tempted. After a while, the little beast squeaked twice in response to Yang Kai. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai and the little beast were not affected by the gravitational field. So Yang Kai and the little beast were able to meditate and rest very quickly. Coupled with the help of various precious pills, it only took 2 hours for the little beast to fully recover. Yang Kai then reappeared in the canyon with the little beast. After another 2 hours, the little beast drilled out of the ground. Yang Kai quickly took it back to the sealed world bead to recuperate. After a while, Yang Kai was satisfied with obtaining another piece of heavy earth the size of a pigeon's egg. This situation repeated over and over again. 5 days later, the pile of heavy earth in front of Yang Kai was enough to fill a tabletop and was as thick as 3 fingers. Such a large amount of heavy earth was simply appalling. One had to know that a fingernail-sized piece of heavy earth was enough to upgrade an artifact's grade, and it was a priceless treasure. Even if the 10 great emperors were here, they would be envious and would try to snatch it regardless of their status. Yang Kai finally believed that the inside of this 5-colored treasure pagoda was indeed an ancient land. If not, how could there be such a treasure here? It was also thanks to the special terrain and terrifying gravitational field of this canyon. Otherwise, such benefits would have been taken away by others. Anyone who passed through this canyon and discovered the anomaly would have fallen to their deaths long ago. Only with the help of the sealed world bead did Yang Kai escape this disaster and reap such a great harvest. In fact, he should have thought of this long ago. The anomaly at the bottom of this canyon was so obvious. So what else in this world besides heavy earth could cause it? The little beast was still busy outside, but at this moment, the gravitational field of the canyon had weakened to a point where it could almost be ignored. After all, the heavy earth had basically been transferred to the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, so the gravitational field caused by the heavy earth had naturally disappeared. As such, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the safety of the little beast. At this moment, with a single thought, Yang Kai pushed his strength and rolled up all the heavy earth in front of him. Outside, he definitely wouldn't have this ability. Only in the Emperor realm would he be able to accomplish this. But this was the small sealed world, the space inside the sealed world bead. And the sealed world bead was Yang Kai's artifact. After some refinement, Yang Kai could dominate everything here. Even so, carrying so much heavy earth while flying was still extremely taxing. After finally bringing the heavy earth to the vicinity of the medicine garden, Yang Kai looked around at the empty medicine garden and smiled knowingly before using his secret technique to bury the heavy earth into the medicine garden. In this way, Yang Kai now had a heaven-defying medicine garden. In the future, if he came across any precious spirit seeds, he could transplant them and shorten their growth cycle. As long as they weren't the kind of spirit seed that would die immediately after being transplanted, there was no need to worry about them surviving. Of course, Yang Kai also left behind a small piece of heavy earth for himself to cultivate his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. After checking his results, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Then his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the canyon. Without the gravitational field, the rich world energy aura at the bottom of the canyon was finally free and began to dissipate upwards. There was no trace of the little beast, so it should still be busy underground. Heavy earth was so rare that Yang Kai naturally didn't want to miss out on even a tiny bit of it, so he asked the little beast to search for it underground. If it could find it, that would be great, but if it couldn't, it didn't matter. In any case, his harvest this time was already big enough. Walking forward, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of a skeleton and reached out to take the space ring from its hand. It was unknown how this skeleton had died here, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared, leaving behind only white bones and a space ring. Of course, Yang Kai had no reason to let go of the wealth of the dead. After searching for a while, Yang Kai actually harvested more than 50 space rings at the bottom of the canyon. In other words, more than 50 people had accidentally fallen to their deaths while passing by this place, and most of these people should be Origin King Realm Cultivator. Except for the cultivator who had just died, the rest should be from Star Soul Palace. After a brief inspection, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Worthy of being a disciple of Star Soul Palace, each of their rings was quite rich. Not only were there a large number of source crystals, but there were also some artifacts and pills. Unfortunately, some of the rings had been there for too long and were damaged, so the things inside could not be taken out. There were also some things that, even if taken out, had lost most of their spirituality and were useless. Yong Kai kept the useful things and discarded the useless ones. All of a sudden, Yong Kai harvested more than 300,000 low-rank source crystals and more than 5,000 mid-rank source crystals, but he didn't see any high-rank source crystals. As for Origin King grade artifacts, there were more than 30 to 40, including 2 Dao source grade artifacts. This made Yong Kai feel a little emotional. The last time he went to the black market, he had secretly sold a lot of spirit pills and earned less than 200,000 source crystals. But now, just walking around the bottom of the canyon had given him such a huge harvest. All of a sudden, Yong Kai's lack of funds had been solved. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Yong Kai stood in place and waited with satisfaction. Not long after, the little beast drilled out of the ground and flew in front of Yong Kai, opened its mouth, and spat out something. Yong Kai took a look and found that there was no heavy earth, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But after carefully observing these things, he became happy again. Earth vein beads? There are so many earth vein beads. This time, the things the little beast had found from underground were all earth vein beads. Earth veins were products of world energy rich to a certain extent. All sects were built in places with earth veins to ensure that their disciples could use them for cultivation. The more powerful a sect was, the better the earth vein it occupied. As for the smaller sects, they could only occupy some slightly inferior earth veins. Every year, many sects and families would fight over land with earth veins, resulting in countless casualties. Chapter 2008. Earth veins could not be moved. Once they were moved, their roots would be destroyed, making them unable to exist for long. Therefore, if one wanted a good earth vein, they could only obtain it by snatching territory. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Some earth veins existed underground for many years, and because of some special reasons, their energy would condense and eventually condense into a special kind of existence, an earth vein pearl. An earth vein pearl was equivalent to an earth vein, and it contained all the energy that an earth vein should have. Earth vein pearls were also very rare. Yong Kai had roamed the territory of Homestar for many years, but he had only seen one in Purple Star's vault, which he eventually placed under his medicine garden in the small sealed world to maintain the abundance of world energy and cultivate spirit grasses and medicines. But at this moment, the heaven-escaping bat had collected a total of 4 earth vein pearls from underground. Yong Kai was overjoyed and quickly took them and examined them carefully. Soon, Yong Kai discovered that these 4 earth vein beads were of a much higher grade than the one he had obtained from Purple Star's vault. Whether it was the total amount of energy stored inside or the purity of the earth vein beads, it was far superior to the one from Purple Star. If the earth vein pearls obtained from Purple Star's vault were low rank, then the 4 in his hand were at least mid-rank, and the largest one should even be high rank. The richness of the world energy it exuded made Yong Kai gasp in amazement. So many earth vein pearls had appeared below the canyon, which surprised and delighted Yong Kai. But after thinking about it carefully, Yong Kai felt that this was only natural. If it were not for these earth vein pearls, how could the world energy here be so rich? Although heavy earth was precious, it could not form such rich world energy. Only earth vein pearls could. However, the existence of heavy earth was probably the root cause of the formation of earth vein pearls. The natural gravitational field was extremely terrifying, and the world energy that wandered nearby would naturally sink to the bottom of the canyon. It would gather, condense, and suppress underground for many years. This was how earth vein pearls were formed. The 5-colored treasure pagoda had existed for an extremely long time, and it was impossible to verify just how long this ancient battlefield had existed. For tens of thousands of years, the world energy here had been drawn in by the gravitational field, forming these earth vein beads. This was a reasonable explanation. Yang Kai only thought for a moment before he guessed the truth of the matter. Although these earth vein pearls were not as valuable as the heavy earth vein pearls, they were still quite valuable. Even if it was placed in a large sect, it would be enough to raise the density of heaven and earth spirit chi within the sect by a level. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai sent them into the medicine garden of the sealed world bead, supplemented by the one he already had, 5 earth vein pearls and so much heavy earth. The medicine garden in the sealed world bead could be said to be the best medicine garden in the entire star boundary. Yang Kai couldn't wait to cultivate some spirit grasses and medicines to see their effects. Half a day later, Yang Kai sighed. He gave up on the idea of continuing the search. It seemed that all the benefits underground had been taken away. Without the heavy earth and earth vein pearls, the bottom of the canyon had reverted to the same environment as anywhere else. The world energy here was extremely thin, so it was not suitable to stay for long. Only then did Yang Kai wave to the little beast and fly up into the air with a push of his strength. Without the pull of the natural gravitational field, it was not difficult for him to fly up the canyon. The heaven-escaping bat continued to lead the way, searching for traces of Mo Xiaoqi, while Yang Kai followed behind unhurriedly. 3 days later, Yang Kai passed by a small mountain. Suddenly, he glanced down as if he had sensed something, smiled coldly, stopped, and said, "Friend, did you come out on your own? Or do you want me to force you out?" There was no movement below, only the rustling of leaves in the wind. Stubborn, Yang Kai coldly snorted, raising his hand. Yang Kai sent out a golden blood thread towards a certain location below. At that moment, a blue light flashed from below and met the golden blood thread head-on. With a bang, the golden blood thread was bounced back. Down below, where there had been no one, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged, his face pale as he stared at Yang Kai with resentment, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Kai was startled. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the other party was seriously injured, and it was not an ordinary injury either. It seemed to have damaged his foundation. This situation was completely different from what he had guessed before. He had thought that this person had been hiding here to attack him, but he had actually been hiding here to heal his wounds, and had been exposed by Yang Kai. For a moment, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little embarrassed. However, he was not a scoundrel. So after realizing something was wrong, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Sorry, there seems to be some misunderstanding. Friend, please don't take it to heart. You can continue healing yourself. This one will take his leave first." "Friend, aren't you here to take my life? If you want to kill me, then do it quickly. Why pretend to be merciful?" What happened next was even more unexpected to Yang Kai. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the middle-aged man did not relax his vigilance, and instead shouted angrily, as if Yang Kai really had some kind of irreconcilable hatred with him. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Friend, you misunderstand me. I don't know you, so why would I want to take your life? After all, this matter was caused by his mistake, so even though the other party's attitude was bad, Yang Kai did not care." Saying so, he took out a jade bottle and tossed it to the man. "This is a bottle of healing pills. It should be able to alleviate your situation." After saying so, he immediately left. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. At this time, he seemed to realize that Yang Kai had not done it intentionally. Otherwise, Yang Kai could have killed him while he was weak. Reaching out, he caught the jade bottle, opened it, and sniffed it lightly. After confirming that it was really a healing pill, a look of struggle appeared on his face. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk away, the man finally made up his mind and called out, "Wait!" Yang Kai stopped, looked back at him, and sighed. What else does friend want? Although I destroyed your hiding place, you should have just moved to another place. I've also compensated you with a bottle of healing pills, so let's forget about this matter. Don't try to take a yard after taking an inch." The middle-aged man heard this, but instead of getting angry, he smiled mysteriously and whispered, "That's not what I wanted to talk to you about." "Then what do you want?" Yang Kai looked a little impatient. "Do you want the Tao source fruit?" The middle-aged man stared at Yang Kai and said slowly, "What?" Yang Kai's face became solemn as he immediately turned around and arrived beside the middle-aged man in a few flashes. Sweeping his eyes over the middle-aged man's space ring, he quickly asked, "Did you just mention the source fruit?" "Yes, friend did not mishear. I did mention the Tao source fruit just now." The middle-aged man nodded. "You obtained the Tao source fruit." Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The middle-aged man nodded again and said calmly, "Heavenly Martial Holy Land placed 3 Tao source fruits inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, and this Zhang was lucky enough to obtain one of them." Before Yang Kai could ask where the Tao source fruit was, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhang smiled slightly and said, "Friend doesn't need to think about it. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the Tao source fruit. Before I healed myself, I hid it in a safe place." Yang Kai couldn't help coughing lightly. "Why would I kill you? That's hard to say." The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhang, chuckled. "Friend doesn't look like an evil person. Otherwise you wouldn't have left so casually just now. I'm afraid you would have already tried to kill me and seize my treasures. However, the Tao source fruit is extremely precious, especially to people like you and me. I can't guarantee that you will spare my life in front of such a treasure." "What you said makes sense." Yang Kai nodded, agreeing with him. Even if an ordinary cultivator wouldn't take the initiative to kill someone to seize their treasures, whether they could maintain their composure in front of a rare spirit treasure like the Tao source fruit was another matter altogether. "But you took the initiative to call me back and talk to me about the source fruit. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "Naturally, I want to give the Tao source fruit to this friend," the middle-aged man, surnamed Zhang, said solemnly. "Are you joking?" Yang Kai squinted at him, a look of disbelief on his face. The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhang, shook his head. When a man is about to die, his words are always sincere. "Why would I joke with you about this matter?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said lightly, "I don't think you're someone who is about to die." The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhang, smiled bitterly. "In order to escape, I burned 80% of my blood essence. Even if I survive, my cultivation will drop greatly. What's more, I've been poisoned, and even my knowledge sea has been contaminated." Yang Kai's face changed as he released his divine sense to carefully examine the middle-aged man. Only then did he confirm that the other party was not lying. This middle-aged man, surnamed Zhang, was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He was barely holding on to his last bit of strength to maintain his vitality. Perhaps he had taken some kind of pills before to keep himself alive. With such injuries, even if no one disturbed him, he wouldn't be able to live for more than 2 days. Yang Kai sighed. "If it was only your physical body that was poisoned, I might have been able to help you. But even your knowledge sea has been contaminated. There's nothing I can do." "This Zhang is mentally prepared. Friend doesn't need to worry about it." The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhang, was very carefree and chuckled. "I don't know you, so whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, but you called me back and said you wanted to give me the Tao source fruit. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Tell me, what do you want?" "Friend is really smart." The smile on the middle-aged man's face faded as he said, "There's not much time left, so I'll get straight to the point." Yang Kai nodded and put on a listening posture. "I can give you the location of the Tao source fruit, but after you obtain it, no matter when you find someone to refine it into pills, you must give one to my Zhang family's descendant." The middle-aged man said, "I am the patriarch of Maplewood City's Zhang family, Zhang Gaoxian. Although the Zhang family is not a big family in Maplewood City, it has been here for hundreds of years. Many people in Maplewood City know that I, Zhang Gao Xian, am Zhang Gao Xian. After you go out, ask around a little, and you will know the location of my Zhang family. After you obtain the Dao source fruit and refine it into pills, if you fail, there's nothing to say, but if you succeed, you will obtain at least 3 Dao source pills. You only need to give one to my Zhang family's descendant, and the rest will be yours. Chapter 2009. After listening to Zhang Gao Xian's words, Yang Kai nodded and said, "This request is reasonable, so I agree, but aren't you afraid I won't keep my words?" Zhang Gao Xian smiled bitterly. "So what if I'm afraid? I don't have long to live, and if I don't have a suitable person to entrust it to, the Dao source fruit will only exist in this 5-colored treasure pagoda. My Zhang family won't be able to obtain any benefits from it, so I can only take a gamble. Unfortunately, I don't have a soul contract with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about anything." "Then do you want me to make an oath?" Yang Kai grinned. Zhang Gao Xian glanced at him and said lightly, "Forget it. Oaths. I really have no other choice, and seeing that this friend's temperament is not bad, I decided to do this. In addition, after this friend leaves, I would like to ask this friend to oversee my Zhang family for 10 years. 10 years? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Friend really knows how to ask. For an exorbitant price, is 10 years too much? Zhang Gao Xian looked at Yang Kai in surprise. You should know that what I gave you is a Dao source fruit. An ordinary cultivator would never be able to obtain one even if they spent their entire life trying. With it, your chances of breaking through to the Dao source realm will increase by at least 40% to 50%. As long as this friend's aptitude is not too bad, breaking through is absolutely a foregone conclusion. Yang Kai said lightly, "To be honest, even without a Dao source fruit, I can still break through, so this thing isn't very attractive to me." Friend's tone is quite big. Zhang Gao Xian was a little shocked this time, as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, trying to see if he was being deliberately mystifying. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's expression remained calm. After a while, he sighed and said, "It seems that your aptitude is indeed extraordinary. Even a Dao source fruit can't tempt you. Since that's the case, forget about 10 years, 3 years. Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Gao Xian's expression changed as he said discontentedly, "Then what do you want? It's only 3 years. For a third-order origin king cultivator like you and me, 3 years isn't a long time at all. This condition is more than enough." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It's not a matter of 10 years or 3 years. I just don't want to be bound by time. Even if it was a year, I couldn't say for sure how long I would stay in Maplewood City. If something happened and I had to leave Maplewood City, wouldn't that break the agreement and create a heart demon for the rest of my life? I won't do such a loss-making business." This, Zhang Gao Xian was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. It seems that this Zhang was not mistaken. Friends should be people who keep their promises. If Yang Kai bargained with him, it meant that he really wanted to make this deal and would keep his promise. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have just agreed and ignored it afterwards. The inner demon that Yang Kai mentioned. This also increased Zhang Gao Xian's confidence in him. If one wasn't a man of his word, it was impossible for him to have an inner demon because of breaking a promise. How about this? I can promise you that while I'm in Maplewood City, I'll help your Zhang family to the best of my ability. If your Zhang family makes any excessive demands, I won't agree. Also, they only have 3 chances to make a request of me. Yang Kai deliberated for a moment before saying, 3 times. Zhang Gao Xian fell into contemplation for a long time before raising his head and saying, "Good. We'll do as you say. 3 times is 3 times. However, I need you to send a message to the Zhang family." "That's not a problem." Yang Kai nodded. The two of them reached an agreement, and Yang Kai waited quietly to the side. Zhang Gao Xian took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. Obviously, he had left behind some last words. After a while, everything was in order, and Zhang Gao Xian handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. After watching him solemnly put it away, Zhang Gao Xian let out a long breath and said, "I'll leave everything to friend, the location of the Tao source fruit." Yang Kai asked. Zhang Gao Xian smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. "Do you see that hill over there? The Tao source fruit is over there." As for its specific location, at this point, Zhang Gao Xian suddenly fell silent, but his lips still moved slightly as he sent a divine sense message. Yang Kai quickly understood. "Friend, take this Zhang space ring back to the Zhang family. I have no use for it." Zhang Gao Xian slowly took off the space ring from his hand and tossed it to Yang Kai. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the opposite hill and found the place where Zhang Gao Xian had hidden the Tao source fruit according to his instructions. "He's really careful," Yang Kai muttered to himself. The patriarch of the Zhang family had not only hidden the Tao source fruit somewhere else, but also placed a spirit array around it. This spirit array could only be opened safely with his own blood essence. If one tried to break it with brute force, the spirit array would destroy the Tao source fruit. In other words, if someone really wanted to harm Zhang Gao Xian and even force him to reveal the whereabouts of the Tao source fruit without his cooperation and taking out his blood essence, it would be impossible to succeed. The final result would only be to try to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Zhang Gao Xian was seriously injured, so after taking out a drop of his blood essence, his situation became even worse. Yang Kai estimated that he would be lucky to live for another day, but after half a day, he would die. Using the method Zhang Gao Xian had taught him to break the seal, Yang Kai poured his blood essence into the seal. A moment later, the seal disappeared and a delicate wooden box appeared in its place. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the wooden box over, slowly opening it. Immediately, a golden fruit about the size of an apricot appeared before his eyes. The fragrance that entered his nose seemed to contain some kind of magical power that allowed the cultivator to more clearly feel the surrounding world principles. The Tao source fruit was originally used to refine Tao source pills to assist the cultivator in breaking through to the Tao source realm, so it was not surprising that it had such an effect. However, Yang Kai found that this Tao source fruit was a little dry, as if many years had passed since it was picked, and there were signs of its medicinal properties fading. Heavenly martial holy land. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, secretly cursing this top sect in the Southern Territory. Previously, when the cultivator in Maplewood City heard that Heavenly Martial Holy Land had thrown 3 Tao source fruits into the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he almost went crazy. But now that he had actually obtained one, Yang Kai discovered that this Tao source fruit was definitely a defective product from Heavenly Martial Holy Land's treasury. Thinking about it, if it was really a high-quality Tao source fruit, Heavenly Martial Holy Land would not have been willing to take it out. However, even if it was a defective product, it was still a Tao source fruit, so there was absolutely no problem using it to refine Tao source pills. It was just that the number of pills produced would be slightly lower. Carefully putting away the Tao source fruit, Yang Kai leapt up and quickly disappeared into the void. 2 days later, under the guidance of the heaven-escaping bat, Yang Kai arrived at a desolate valley. After arriving here, the little beast seemed to be in an extremely good mood. With a slight flicker, it drilled into the ground and moved forward at an extremely fast speed, soon arriving behind a small slope. Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense to investigate carefully, but before he could find any clues, Mo Shao Qi's voice rang in his ear. "Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he followed the voice to determine Mo Shao Qi's position, but when he looked around, he could not see her figure at all. She seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to completely hide her whereabouts. When he was in Clear Jade Mountain, Yang Kai had discovered that Mo Xiaoqi's concealment secret technique was extraordinary, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated her methods. Yang Kai did not know what she was doing, acting so mysteriously. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he used his nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and walked forward step by step. After a while, Yang Kai walked to the front of the slope and looked around carefully before discovering some traces, causing him to laugh and ask, "Xiaoqi, why are you hiding here?" "Shoo." Mo Xiaoqi raised her index finger to her lips and motioned for Yang Kai to look ahead. Yang Kai was puzzled and quickly squatted down quietly, following the direction Mo Xiaoqi was pointing to and glancing over. What he saw shocked Yang Kai greatly, because about 10 kilometers in front of them, there were many cultivators gathered. Roughly counting, there were several dozen of them sitting cross-legged on the ground in groups of 3 or 5, each of them using their own methods to pour their strength into a central position. "What are they doing?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. "I don't know. It seems they have found some kind of barrier and want to work together to break it," Mo Xiaoqi replied softly. "Oh." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "If there's a barrier, doesn't that mean there's a treasure? Why aren't you joining in the fun?" Mo Xiaoqi frowned and shook her head. "I don't think it's right. What's inside that barrier might not be a treasure." "If it's not a treasure, what is it?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I don't know, so I'm just watching from here," Mo Xiaoqi replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless. But he was also very curious about what kind of barrier it was that required so many origin kings to work together to break it. Generally speaking, the more powerful a barrier was, the more extraordinary the treasure hidden inside it would be. A barrier that required several dozen origin kings to work together to break would at least contain a Dao Source-grade treasure, perhaps even an Emperor-grade treasure. It was no wonder that so many people were able to work together peacefully. "What do you think is wrong?" Yang Kai thought for a while and asked. They were more than 10 kilometers away, and there were so many cultivators there, so he didn't dare to release his divine sense rashly, lest he expose his whereabouts. "I can't say. The closer I got to that place, the more panicked I felt, like there was some kind of danger," Mo Xiaoqi replied seriously. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai's face changed. Generally speaking, cultivators had their own telepathy. This kind of feeling was hard to explain, but once it appeared, it meant that something was really happening to the cultivator. Mo Xiaoqi had an extraordinary background, and since she had such a feeling, it meant that the barrier over there was likely to be something dangerous sealed inside. "I'm still panicking," Mo Xiaoqi patted her chest with her small hand. "Besides, Xiaofu also has this feeling." Chapter 2010. Of course, Yang Kai knew that the little bat she mentioned was the heaven-escaping bat that had lured him all the way here. This little thing was born with keen senses, and it was thanks to it that Yang Kai was able to avoid many barriers and traps along the way. Since both man and beast had this feeling, it should not be wrong. At that moment, Yang Kai no longer made a sound, and instead, together with Mo Xiaoqi, hid in the distance and secretly observed. With this glance, Yang Kai discovered something interesting. He and Mo Xiaoqi were not the only two cultivators who were hiding and watching. There were also some who had used some kind of secret technique to conceal their figures and auras, hiding in the void, or hiding in some unknown place. All of them focused their attention on the scene ahead. Over there, the dozens of origin kings seemed to have been cracking the barrier for a long time, and each of them had consumed a lot of their strength. They all took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, refining them to restore themselves while continuing to crack the barrier. As the power of these dozens of cultivators poured into the barrier, a fluorescent, flame-like symbol gradually appeared in the center of their gathering. A scorching power surged out from that direction. Raging cross flame seal? Mo Shao-Chi suddenly exclaimed in a low voice after seeing this scene. Do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Mo Shao-Chi nodded lightly. I've read about it in ancient books, but it's a very ancient sealing technique that basically no one knows how to use now. The principle of this seal is very simple, but it requires a great deal of strength to accomplish. I really don't know what's sealed beneath it. We'll know in a while, Yang Kai added. 10 kilometers ahead, when the raging cross flame seal appeared, the dozens of cultivators who were cracking the seal suddenly became excited. Someone even shouted, Everyone, let's work harder. The barrier is about to be broken, and the treasure is about to appear. These words completely aroused the enthusiasm of the cultivators. The cultivators seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, as they desperately urged their strength to pour it into the center of the seal. As time passed, the raging cross flame seal became more and more complete. As more and more power poured in, the raging cross flame seal seemed to be gradually unable to bear it. The blazing flames began to go berserk, and crackling sounds could be heard coming from within the seal. At a certain moment, the flaming cross suddenly trembled. After a series of distortions, it abruptly shrank toward the center. In the next instant, a loud, rumbling sound was heard. Countless flames flew in all directions. A violent shockwave swept out from this explosion, sending several dozen Origin Kings flying. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and had summoned their defensive artifacts, so although everyone looked a little embarrassed, no one was injured. The restriction has been broken, someone exclaimed loudly, and his voice carried a sense of pleasant surprise. The rest of the people looked forward. Everyone's hearts trembled. In the place where the restriction had originally been, the blazing cross seal had already disappeared. In its place was a large pit in the ground. It was dark and seemed to be bottomless. The numerous Origin King realm cultivator, who had just stabilized themselves, could no longer hold back. Their figures flickered as they rushed towards the giant pit at an extremely fast speed, attempting to snatch the treasure before everyone else. Everyone had the same thought, and all of a sudden, many people rushed to the side of the crater. They exchanged glances with each other. Hostility grew, and in an instant, a chaotic battle broke out around the giant pit. They were here because they wanted to break the restriction. That was why they had temporarily joined forces. And now that the restriction had been broken, naturally, there was no need for them to join forces. Even some cultivator who had been hiding in the dark to watch the show also revealed themselves and rushed towards the giant pit. Yang Kai and Mo Shao-Chi did not make a move, and there were also a few more cautious cultivators who did not show themselves. Not far ahead, a bright light soon burst out as the power of artifacts and martial skills was displayed. From time to time, someone would be injured and fall. In this chaos, a few people quickly rushed into the giant pit. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate and gave up on their opponents and chased after them. For a time, only a few cultivator with bloodshot eyes were left above the giant pit, while everyone else chased after them. It's so lively here. Suddenly, a voice sounded not far from where Yang Kai and Mo Shao-Chi were hiding. Yang Kai was shocked because, although he had been paying attention to the situation in the giant pit, he did not relax his vigilance. He did not notice that someone was close to him until this voice sounded. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai could not help but narrow his eyes. About 100 or so feet to his right, there was an old man with a wretched appearance, sloppily dressed, and a goatee. He had one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard. He was currently looking forward with narrowed eyes. Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. Why bother? The old man suddenly muttered in a low voice with an unfathomable look on his face. At this moment, the old man gave off a kind of ethereal feeling which surprised Yang Kai. It's that old swindler. Mo Xiaoqi also noticed the newcomer. After seeing his appearance, she was furious and immediately wanted to show herself to teach this old man who had deceived her a lesson. However, Yang Kai waved his hand at her. Although Mo Xiaoqi did not know why Yang Kai wanted to stop her, she still nodded obediently. At that moment, the old man with the goatee took a step forward, his figure blurring as he appeared a few dozen meters away. He then squatted down and looked at the Origin King realm cultivator in front of him who had lost an arm or a leg and was howling miserably. This martial artist had been severely injured in the melee, and even half of his limbs had been chopped off. He had managed to escape with his life, but in the end, his physical strength had been exhausted, and he had fallen here. Blood gushed out like a fountain, creating a spectacular sight. "Brother, your injuries are very serious." The old man with the goatee stared at the other party with a compassionate expression like a bodhisattva who had come to save the world. Old, sir, save me." The cultivator stretched out his remaining arm and desperately tried to grab the old man, begging with difficulty. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This old man cannot just ignore it. The injury of a severed limb is not easy to deal with. If it is not treated properly, you will be disabled for the rest of your life. TSK. How pitiful. However, fortunately, this old man has an ancestral spirit pill here, the 9 Revolutions soul restoring pill. It can bring flesh back to bone and bring the dead back to life. This old man sees that we are fated to meet, so he will sell it to you at a cheap price. As the old man spoke, he mysteriously took out a spirit pill from his space ring. The cultivator's eyes lit up as if he had seen a life-saving straw while drowning. He nodded repeatedly and said, I'll buy it. How many source crystals is it?" "It's not expensive. Just give me your space ring," the old man said with a smile. Saying so, he stuffed the so-called 9 Revolutions soul-restoring pill into the cultivator's mouth without any explanation, then took off the space ring from his hand without any hesitation. Before the cultivator could react, the deal had already been made. He was so angry that his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Sleep, have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine." The old man grinned and chuckled, as if he was chanting a curse, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. "Big Brother Yang, look at this old man. He's actually robbing people. This is too much." Mo Xiaoqi was suddenly filled with righteous indignation. She and Kai Yang were hiding in the dark, watching the old man's actions with their own eyes. She originally thought that this old man was just a swindler, but now it seemed that he not only liked to cheat people, but also robbed people. How could Mo Xiaoqi tolerate this? It is indeed too much. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I'll go teach him a lesson," Mo Xiaoqi shouted and revealed herself. But before she could do anything, the ground suddenly shook and a rumbling sound came from underground, like muffled thunder. Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi's expressions changed at the same time. Before they could figure out what was going on, streams of light shot out from the pit 10 kilometers away in a panic. It was the cultivator who had rushed in to fight for the treasures. When these cultivator rushed in, there were dozens of them, but now only half of them came back alive. All of them were injured and looked panicked, as if they had seen ghosts in broad daylight. After getting out of the pit, they didn't stop and fled frantically. In the blink of an eye, many cultivator disappeared from Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi's sight. "What's happening underground?" Mo Xiaoqi exclaimed. "Something's wrong. Let's go." Yang Kai made a prompt decision and wanted to take Mo Xiaoqi away from this damned place. Under his perception, he vaguely felt a powerful life fluctuation coming from underground, and it was quickly awakening. His speed was so fast that it was almost unimaginable. Moreover, The strength of the fluctuations made him have no intention of fighting back. Asterisk, Kacha. Asterisk, suddenly. A cracking sound came from the ground. In the blink of an eye, with the pit as the center, the ground within a radius of several kilometers was crisscrossed with cracks of various sizes. It wasn't over yet, as green vines started to emerge from the cracks. These vines seemed to have a life of their own, constantly twisting and squirming as they grew madly. In an instant, the area within a radius of several kilometers looked like a group of demons dancing wildly. It was a horrifying sight. Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi had already leaped into the air. Just as they moved, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly appeared under their feet. The tip of the vine was as sharp as a sword, and it pierced through the place where Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi were standing just now. One could imagine that if the two had been a little slower, they would have been caught in a bitter battle. A scream suddenly rang out. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head to look. Not far away, a cultivator who had been hiding in the void had his chest pierced by a sharp vine and was hanging in midair. This cultivator was also an Origin King, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the vine's shackles. In the blink of an eye, even more vines wrapped around him, tightly wrapping around him. Chapter 2011. Immediately afterward, there seemed to be a gurgling sound as traces of blood spread out from the vines at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the cultivator wrapped in the vines instantly stopped moving. Not only that, his entire body shriveled up and soon became skin and bones, as if his flesh and blood had disappeared. Blood essence is being devoured. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Of course, Yang Kai could see what had happened to this cultivator. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the man's flesh and blood essence had been completely sucked dry by the vines that had pierced through his body, leaving him deader than dead. That cultivator was an Origin King, but in front of these vines, he was as vulnerable as a 3-year-old child. Wood spirit, it's a wood spirit. A wood spirit is actually sealed underground. At this moment, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly screamed, her voice filled with obvious panic. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen her so panicked. Even when she encountered the infant Wan Feng on clear Jade Mountain, she had remained calm, but after learning the truth, her beautiful face immediately paled. Big Brother Yang, let's leave quickly. We are not its opponent. It can quickly restore itself by absorbing the flesh and blood essence of others. After Mo Xiaoqi finished speaking, she suddenly stretched out her hand and tossed out a flawless white jade chariot. She pulled Yang Kai, and the two of them boarded the chariot at the same time. Immediately after, Mo Xiaoqi formed a series of hand seals and poured her strength into the war chariot, accompanied by a buzzing sound. A dozen or so barriers appeared on the war chariot in an instant, making it look like it was impregnable. Immediately after, Mo Xiaoqi shouted softly, "Go." The chariot trembled slightly. It was about to carry the two of them away from here. But at that moment, countless vines crazily spread out from the cracks in the ground, either turning into whips or thorns. They madly attacked the chariot. For a time, the barriers on the chariot flashed wildly, but fortunately, this chariot seemed to be of a very high grade, and its barriers were quite strong. The vine attacks that could instantly kill an Origin King were unable to break through the chariot's barriers. However, with so many attacks, the chariot was also a little shaky and could not escape at all. After a short delay, the chariot was tightly wrapped in vines. Mo Xiaoqi's face could not help but turn pale. Moonblade! Yang Kai coldly snorted. He clasped his hands together and opened them. A huge crescent blade suddenly shot out, cutting the vines that were entangling the war chariot. Although there were results, Yang Kai's face was still gloomy. This was because he realized that he had underestimated the defensive power of these vines. That huge crescent blade could only cut through 4 vines before losing its power. In the blink of an eye, the vines that were cut apart grew back and continued to wrap around the chariot. Big Brother Yang, if you use fire elemental energy, you won't be able to destroy these vines completely. Mo Xiaoqi shouted a warning as she stretched out her hand and patted a cloth bag on her waist. Immediately, a fierce beast that looked like a qilin jumped out of the bag. It was crimson in color and exuded a peak 10th order aura. This fierce beast opened its mouth wide and spat out a fierce flame. Wherever the ferocious flames passed, the vines seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, twisting and retracting. Yang Kai saw this. He immediately had a plan in his mind, activating his fire sword Qi. From his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he condensed a flaming long sword in his hand and slashed it out continuously, cutting down the vines. However, the vines that were cut off did not grow back immediately. Fire attribute energy seemed to be able to restrain these vines. Mo Xiaoqi did not stay idle either, and after releasing the qilin-like beast, she immediately went to work. She summoned the qilin beast and summoned a crimson handkerchief. Pouring her source qi into it, the handkerchief immediately turned into a cloud of fire and burned everything around it. With the combined power of 2 people and 1 beast, they finally cleared the vines that were wrapping the war chariot for a while. Without waiting for the vines to wrap around it again, Mo Xiaoqi had already stomped her foot on the war chariot, and it instantly flew out like an arrow from a bow. Behind them, countless vines bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they chased after them, but they were thrown further and further away. After 10 breaths, the war chariot finally escaped from the danger zone, and the vines no longer chased after it. Mo Xiaoqi gasped for breath, looking as if she had just survived a disaster. Looking back within a radius of 10 kilometers, countless vines were flying around like tentacles, making one's hair stand on end. Xiaoqi, what is a wood spirit? Yang Kai finally had time to ask. It is the product of a divine tree's sentience. It has its own consciousness and is extremely difficult to deal with. Depending on the type of divine tree, a wood spirit has a different innate divine technique. I don't know what kind of ability the one we encountered was, but basically, all wood spirits are extremely difficult to kill because the pure wood attribute represents vitality and recovery. Even if it is severely injured, it can recover after a while. There are good and bad wood spirits as well. This wood spirit should be an extremely dangerous creature. I don't know how long it has been sealed away, but its strength must have dropped a lot. Otherwise, with our current strength, it would have been impossible to escape this calamity. A wood spirit is so terrifying. Yang Kai was stunned. Of course, Big Brother Yang, you must not underestimate it. A master from the Emperor realm once fell at the hands of a wood spirit. So now that it has been released, it must want to restore its strength as soon as possible. Judging from the previous situation, the best way for it to restore its strength is to devour the flesh and blood essence of a cultivator like us. Oh no! This second layer is no longer safe. Mo Xiaoqi's face changed when she said this. That's not necessarily the case. The second layer is quite large. Can't we just find a place to hide? What if we run into it? Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai and asked worriedly, then what should we do? Return to the first layer? Yang Kai frowned. We can only go up the 5-colored treasure pagoda. We can't go down, so we can't go back to the first layer. Mo Xiaoqi frowned, but suddenly her eyes lit up. How about we go to the 3rd layer? Yang Kai was stunned. How do we go there? Didn't you say only the 1st and 2nd layers of the 5-colored treasure pagoda were open this time? Let's give it a try. If we really can't go up, there's nothing we can do about it. If we're lucky, we'll be lucky. Mo Xiaoqi grinned meaningfully before putting the Qilin-like beast into her cloth bag and releasing the heaven-escaping bat again, instructing it to find the entrance to the third layer. 3 days later, the two stood in front of a 5-colored pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth. This 5-colored pillar of light was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen before, so it was obviously the entrance to the third layer. But when Yang Kai tried it just now, there was no reaction after he stepped in, unlike before, where he would be teleported to the next layer as soon as he stepped in. Yang Kai glanced at Mo Xiaoqi helplessly, but the latter just smiled mysteriously and took out a long shuttle-like artifact from her space ring. As soon as this artifact appeared, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, because he felt a unique aura from this artifact. This was definitely not an Origin King grade artifact, or even a Dao Source grade artifact. An Emperor artifact. This long shuttle-like artifact was definitely an Emperor artifact. Emperor artifacts carried their own principal strength, and the Emperor artifacts in Yang Kai's possession were all like this, allowing him to display great power. The one in Mo Xiaoqi's hand was obviously also an Emperor artifact, although Yang Kai was shocked in his heart after thinking about it carefully. It was only natural. As such, he did not ask rashly. This 9-star seal breaker shuttle is an artifact given to me by Anifeng. It specializes in breaking all kinds of barriers. Although I can't display its full power with my current ability, with Big Brother Yang's help, I may be able to break through the barriers here and enter the third layer. Mo Xiaoqi took the initiative to explain. What do you need me to do? Yang Kai asked. It's like this, Mo Xiaoqi explained briefly to Yang Kai before teaching him a set of techniques. Yang Kai memorized them carefully, and after simulating them a few times, nodded to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi understood, stretched out her hand, and tossed the 9-star seal breaker shuttle into the air, forming a series of hand seals and causing the artifact to expand to about 6 meters in length. She took the lead and entered the 9-star seal breaker shuttle before beckoning to Yang Kai. After both of them entered, Mo Xiaoqi sealed the 9-star seal breaker shuttle before exchanging a glance with Yang Kai. At the same time, both of them began forming a series of seals. As time passed, the power in their bodies continued to pour into the 9-star breakage shuttle, and the surface of the 9-star breakage shuttle began to shine with starlight. Suddenly, on the surface of the 9-star seal breaker shuttle, a pattern of stars lit up. After a while, another pattern of stars lit up. After a while, a third pattern of stars lit up. By this time, whether it was Yang Kai or Mo Xiaoqi, both of them had reached their limits. The strength of the two of them fluctuated unsteadily as their expressions became extremely strained. After all, this was an Emperor artifact, so even if the two of them combined their strength, they could not display even half of its power. Mo Xiaoqi's expression became solemn as she changed the hand seals in her hand and shouted, "Break!" In the next moment, the 9-star seal breaker shuttle flickered slightly and rushed into the 5-colored pillar of light, disappearing in the next instant. The two people inside the shuttle felt a sense of weightlessness at the same time. Both of them were overjoyed, but they did not lower their guard and continued to maintain the power of the 9-star seal breaker shuttle. After a while, the feeling of discomfort disappeared. The two of them exchanged a glance before Mo Xiaoqi opened the 9-star seal breaker shuttle expectantly and took the lead to rush out. Immediately afterwards, her cheers rang out, "Big Brother Yang, we seem to have really arrived in the third layer." Yang Kai was also overjoyed. When he came out, he found that although this place looked similar to the second layer, there were some differences. The principal fragments flowing around seemed to be much denser. "It's not that difficult," Mo Xiaoqi giggled, quite proud of herself. "Restore your strength first. The third layer is much more dangerous than the second." Yong-kai reminded while releasing his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. After confirming that there was no danger around, he sat down cross-legged, took out a bottle of spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth to restore the strength he had consumed before. Mo Shao-chi did the same, but before she did so, she released her silver-maned liger, heaven-escaping bat, and the fire-cheelin-like monster beast, and ordered them to stand guard around her. Chapter 2012. One day later, Yong-kai and Mo Shao-chi opened their eyes one after another, each of them glowing brightly. Obviously, they had completely recovered. Mo Shao-chi recalled her monster beast while asking Yong-kai, "Big brother Yang, since we've reached the third layer, we can't miss out on the benefits here. Should we act together or separately?" Yong-kai pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you think?" Mo Shao-chi giggled. "If we want to be safe, I think it's better to act together. But if we want to reap more benefits, we'd better split up. Big brother Yang, you may not know this, but the benefits of the five-colored treasure pagoda do not lie in the precious treasures it produces, nor do they lie in the artifacts left behind here. The real benefits lie in the fragmented world laws and star sources that are scattered throughout the world. I've heard about this before, but I've never seen it before. What's going on?" Yong-kai frowned. Mo Shao-chi smiled and said, "Of course it's because there aren't many of these things in the first and second layers, but the third layer is different. What's more, there are only the two of us here, so no one is competing with us. If we can obtain some world principles and star sources, it will definitely be of great help to us in breaking through to the Tao source realm." Yong-kai nodded and smiled. "So, what you mean is that you want to act separately?" Mo Shao-chi immediately stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "After all, if two people are together, even if we find some benefits, we'll have to split them in half. Big brother Yang, it's not that I don't want to share equally with you. It's just, I understand. Since you're confident in yourself, let's split up." Yong-kai interrupted her with a smile. "Then you must be careful. Big brother Yang, there is a Tao source realm monster beast in the third layer." "You two," Yong-kai nodded. Yong-kai was actually not worried about Mo Shao-chi, with her means and the artifact she carried. Even if she really encountered a Tao source realm monster beast, it would only be an 11th order monster beast. It wouldn't be a big deal. And even if she couldn't defeat it, she could at least protect herself. Moreover, he himself wasn't too afraid. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just release the monster insect queen. As long as he did not encounter a large group of level 11 monster beast, Yong-kai was confident that he would be safe on the third floor. He could even use this opportunity to condense his own blood fiend. The blood fiend army that was condensed in the territory of the homeland Starback then was no longer of much use in the astral boundary, so it was time for a replacement. After the two finished their discussion, they quickly found a direction and went their separate ways. The two of them ran in opposite directions, and even if the five-colored treasure pagoda opened to the end of the time limit, they would not meet again. This way, there was enough space for the two of them to search for their own opportunities. One day later, Yong-kai stood on a piece of flat ground, opening and closing his palms, sending out a series of moon blades. Not far in front of Yong-kai, the snow-white monster insect queen swung its twin swords and unleashed a series of purple and blue streaks of light, displaying the full power of its origin king grade high-rank swords. Around the monster insect queen, an ice domain filled the air, accompanied by the power of ice principles, froze the ground within a 1,000-meter radius. The monster insect queen's opponent was an 11th order blue flame thunderwolf. This was a monster beast that was both a wolf and a jackal. It was small in size and extremely agile in its movements. It had an innate mastery of fire and thunder, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The monster insect queen was now able to display the strength of a second-order Tao Source realm master, but it had been able to fight with it for most of the day. Still, it was unable to kill it. It was obvious how outstanding this blue flame Thunderwolf's ability was. Yang Kai did not dare to intervene in their battle rashly, and simply stood in the distance, constantly using his space force to interfere with the blue flame Thunderwolf's movements. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the blue flame Thunderwolf's body as the ice domain of the monster insect queen spread out and invaded its body. Its opponent's movements also became slower and slower. This was the terrifying aspect of the ice concept. It could silently weaken the enemy's perception and speed, causing the enemy to become sluggish without anyone noticing, causing them to lose their lives. After another 2 hours, accompanied by a miserable howl, the monster insect queen's purple and green dual swords finally pierced its enemy's vitals, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The blue flame Thunderwolf's desperate counterattack forced the monster insect queen to retreat again and again. But this was nothing more than a futile struggle. A moment later, the blue flame Thunderwolf's eyes lost their light and it fell to the ground, never to move again. Only then did Yang Kai step forward. The monster insect queen opened its mouth and swallowed the purple and green dual swords before crawling over to Yang Kai's feet and intimately rubbing against him. It was impossible for ordinary blood beasts to do this, but the monster insect queen had its own chaotic sentience, so its actions could be explained. Squatting in front of the blue flame Thunderwolf, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before deciding to condense it into his own blood beast. Forcing out a golden blood thread from his finger, Yang Kai pierced it into the blue flame Thunderwolf's corpse, sat down cross-legged in front of it, and began forming a series of seals. Half a day later, the already dead blue flame Thunderwolf swayed and stood up again. However, at this moment, its eyes were dim, without the slightest trace of spirit. Moreover, its entire body was emitting a faint layer of bloody light. This was the most prominent characteristic of a blood beast. Yang Kai probed it slightly and determined that the strength of this new blood beast had not fallen to the Origin King realm and was still in the Tao Source realm, a fact which satisfied him greatly. With the monster insect queen's large blood beast guarding him, Yang Kai could now explore most of the third layer without worrying about encountering any danger. Immediately, Yang Kai took the 2 blood beasts and continued exploring. 2 days later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged somewhere in the third layer with a happy expression on his face as he silently circulated his secret art. At the same time, streams of light visible to the naked eye shot towards him from the sky, like swallows returning to their nest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. These streams of light that could be seen with the naked eye contain the power of the broken laws of this primordial battlefield. This was the biggest benefit of the 5-colored treasure pagoda that Mo Shaoqi had mentioned. Yang Kai had happened to pass by here and discovered this by chance, so he no longer hesitated and quickly began absorbing these streams of light. After absorbing these streams of light into his body, Yang Kai could clearly see the mysteries of these world principles, laying a good foundation for his future breakthrough to the Tao Source realm. But soon, Yang Kai discovered a strange thing. That was, after these streams of light entered his body, the shattered principles they carried with them were too large for Yang Kai to absorb them all, but instead of disappearing, they all rushed towards the location of the sealed world bead, and then disappeared. From the information sent back by the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that all the world principles that had disappeared were pouring into the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had undergone tremendous changes. The space inside the sealed world bead became more and more vast as the world principles poured in, gradually forming the outline of a real world. Inside the sealed world bead, there seemed to be some inexplicable changes because of the influx of these world principles. At first, Kai Yang didn't quite understand what was going on. But after thinking about it carefully, he thought of a possibility. The sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, a powerful master from the emperor realm who had refined a huge space to form a space artifact. The world principles inside it were not perfect, so even if it could accommodate people and allow them to cultivate, it still could not become a real world. At this moment, the world principles pouring in from the 5-colored treasure pagoda were helping the sealed world be perfect, its own world principles. Once the world principles inside the sealed world bead were complete, the sealed world bead would truly become a real world. Yong-kai could not verify the validity of this guess for the time being, but it was not far from the truth. As such, he did not panic too much and simply let it do as it pleased. In any case, this was the remaining world principles inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so absorbing more wouldn't affect him. This absorption lasted for more than half a day, and when there were no more streams of light falling from the sky, Yong-kai could not help opening his eyes. Focusing on his comprehension, Yong-kai found that his understanding of the world principles had indeed improved, and he vaguely understood some of the mysteries of the Tao source realm. But this was far from enough. Moreover, the sealed world bead was not satisfied. It seemed that it could still absorb more world principles and become more complete. Standing up, Yong-kai continued his search. What Yong-kai didn't know was that a cultivation site like the one he had just entered, which should have been enough for a dozen Origin King realm cultivators to break through to the Tao source realm, had absorbed most of the world principles because of the existence of the sealed world bead. Not only did this shorten the time he needed to comprehend these world principles, but it also caused this cultivation site to become ordinary for the next 100 years. If Star Soul Palace were to learn of this, they would definitely not let him off so easily. To a certain extent, such a cultivation site was a kind of foundation for Star Soul Palace. Destroying the foundation of a sect was no small matter. Over the next few days, Yong-kai kept searching for similar locations, but unfortunately, there seemed to be very few such places, so he had not been able to find one. Over the past few days, he had also encountered some monster beast attacks, but with the protection of the monster insect queen and the blood beast, these monster beasts naturally couldn't do anything to Yong-kai. Yong-kai could either die tragically under the siege of the 2 blood beasts or flee when the situation turned bad. Yong-kai did not condense new blood beasts, and instead began to dispose of the monster beast's corpse, taking out its monster core and all other valuable parts in preparation for future use or sale. His previous experiences in his native star field had taught him that he didn't need too many blood beasts. If he had too many blood beasts, controlling them would consume too much spiritual energy. On top of that, condensing blood beasts would not only consume his golden blood threads, but it would also be equivalent to giving up on the monster beast corpses. After several days of fruitless searching, Yong-kai was in a bad mood. He didn't know when the 5-colored treasure pagoda would close, but this time it had been open for a long time, so it shouldn't be open for long. This rare opportunity was impossible to come by a second time, so Yong-kai couldn't wait to search for more streams of light. Chapter 2013. On this day, Yong-kai was flying close to the ground when he suddenly paused and looked up at the sky in the distance. Far away in the distance, streams of light streaked across the sky and fell to the ground below. It was as gorgeous as a meteor shower. These streams of light were the broken principal fragments he had been searching for several days. However, the number of these streams of light was much larger than the first one he had encountered. Yong-kai was overjoyed and no longer hesitated, suddenly accelerating towards that direction. 3 hours later, Yong-kai arrived at a mountain valley. What he saw caused him to freeze in place. In the center of the mountain valley, there was a large mass of light that was emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, streams of light were constantly falling from the sky and converging into this mass of light, increasing its brightness. This mass of light was the aggregate of the streams of light in the sky. So many! Even though Yang Kai was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The total number of streams of light he and the sealed world bead had absorbed before was probably less than 1% of the total here. Just that alone had benefited Yang Kai immensely and allowed the sealed world bead to undergo huge changes. If he could absorb all the streams of light here, his comprehension of principal strength would definitely be able to reach the Tao source realm. It would not be difficult for him to break through in the future. Even the small sealed world inside the sealed world bead would be able to undergo fundamental changes. A look of joy appeared on his face as Yang Kai dashed out directly, stopping about 300 meters away from the ball of light. It was not that he did not want to get closer, but that the principal strength contained in this mass of light was too great. He could not get close at all. If he rashly went in, he would likely be crushed to dust by the chaotic principal strength. The mass of light in front of him was even buzzing because it was too large, appearing very unstable. Yang Kai took a deep breath and released the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder wolf, letting them stand guard nearby. He sat down cross-legged and began circulating his secret art. In an instant, it was as if he was being pulled by an invisible force. Streaks of light shot out from the huge mass of light towards where Yang Kai was. These mystic lights were not harmful at all, and they all rushed into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. The instant the profound light surged in, Yang Kai felt that he could see the mysteries of the laws. Immediately, he didn't hesitate any longer, and he immersed his mind and started comprehending with all his heart. He was just an origin king. There was no way for Yang Kai to absorb so much light, and just like last time when Yang Kai's physical capacity exceeded its limit, the light poured into the sealed world bead and became part of the small sealed world, perfecting its principles. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai's expression began to change, sometimes frowning. Sometimes he would relax, sometimes he would be at a loss, and sometimes he would be enlightened. More and more profound rays of light shot out from the ball of light, and they became denser and denser. However, Yang Kai was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much light came at him, he would absorb it without fail. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 days passed. After Yang Kai's bottomless absorption, the huge ball of light had shrunk several times by now, and the light it emitted was not as strong as before. However, more and more profound rays of light were still shooting out from it. These rays of light that rushed into Yang Kai's body disappeared. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand, drawing a line in the space in front of him. At the tip of his finger, an inexplicable force flowed out, and where his finger passed, a dark void crack appeared. Yang Kai was not using his space force at the moment, but he was still able to achieve this. This was all thanks to the power of the world principles. A Tao source realm cultivator had a preliminary understanding of world principles and could mobilize world principles for their own use to enhance their own killing techniques. At this moment, Yang Kai had already touched the edge of world principles, all thanks to his bottomless comprehension and absorption over the past few days. However, the world principles he had comprehended were still shallow, so when his finger passed through them, the tiny void crack immediately returned to its original state and could not be maintained for too long. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai inspected the origin essence crystal in his body. The origin essence crystal, which was originally black like a black hole, now had a faint fluorescent glow flowing out from its surface. Yang Kai's origin essence crystal was condensed from all his insights into the Tao of space, allowing him to enhance the use of his space force. At this moment, after comprehending world principles, the origin essence crystal was imbued with world principles, making it even more unpredictable. From now on, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could slightly mobilize the world principles of this origin essence. What's more, it was the strange and inexplicable space principles. This kind of enhancement was a qualitative change, a fundamental change. Although he could not use this ability too many times with his current strength, once he broke through to the Tao source realm, the situation would be completely different. Closing his eyes with satisfaction, Yang Kai once again began absorbing the light in front of him with the seal world bead. 2 days later, the mass of light had shrunk by more than a dozen times, and the light it emitted had become somewhat dim, as if there was not much left after this absorption. Yang Kai was unaware of this and was completely immersed in his own comprehension. Suddenly, a slight groan came from in front of him. Although this sound was soft, it was extremely real. Yang Kai thought it was just his imagination, but when a second groan came, his expression changed, and he quickly opened his eyes. At the same time, affected by the change in his mood, the monster insect, queen, and blue flame thunder wolf, who had been standing guard nearby, also quickly returned and stood guard beside him. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face, and only after a long time did he whisper, "There's someone here?" It was not until now that he discovered that there was actually a human figure inside the mass of light in front of him. Previously, the mass of light was too bright, and the principal strength was too rich, so he did not notice any abnormalities inside. It was only now that the mass of light had weakened to a certain extent that the figure inside was revealed. Was this person originally inside, or did she run in later? And who was this person? Yang Kai was completely at a loss. However, judging from the graceful figure, the existence inside the mass of light was a woman. Yang Kai immediately thought of Mo Shaoqi. After all, in this third layer, only he and Mo Shaoqi were still alive. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. He and Mo Shaoqi were clearly moving in the opposite direction. So how could she have hidden inside this mass of light in advance? Moreover, the figure's curves were somewhat different from Mo Shaoqi's. Could it be an old monster sealed here? Yang Kai remembered the wood spirit he encountered in the second layer and could not help guessing in his heart, causing him to break out in cold sweat. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the woman opposite him opened her eyes slightly, a pair of bright eyes glancing at him through the mass of light. Yang Kai frowned, got up quickly, and stared ahead vigilantly. But what he did not expect was that the other party would just glance at him before closing her beautiful eyes again, as if he did not exist. But soon, Yang Kai understood why she did this. Not long after the woman closed her eyes, the world energy in the sky began to surge. Near the woman, a number of high-quality source crystals exploded, turning into pure and rich world energy that gathered in one place. Immediately afterward, thunder rolled in the sky, and a large dark cloud suddenly appeared. There were even signs of lightning flashing through it. The world energy formed by the exploding source crystals madly gathered in the sky, forming an extremely terrifying phenomenon in the blink of an eye. A breakthrough. Yang Kai could not help but take a few steps back, his face changing dramatically. This woman was obviously trying to break through a great realm here, and the phenomenon in front of him was obviously the world energy baptism that one needed to welcome when breaking through a great realm. At this moment, Yang Kai also noticed that the woman's true cultivation was the same as his, the peak of the third order origin king realm. If she were to break through, she would be a Tao source realm cultivator. This woman should not be an old monster who had been sealed here for countless years, but a cultivator who came here from Maplewood City just like him. Yang Kai judged in his heart. However, he did not know what method she used to enter the third layer. This thought made Yang Kai's heart tremble. No matter who this woman was, since she could enter the third layer, she was obviously not ordinary. She had deliberately come to the third layer in order to break through. The huge ball of light from before should have been gathered by her. In other words, he seemed to have robbed her of her benefits. In an instant, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. This was not a place he should stay for long. What if she wanted to find trouble with him after breaking through? Although Yang Kai was not afraid of a Tao Source realm cultivator who had just broken through, this was still a troublesome matter. So after he reacted, he immediately fled. At that moment, the woman over there seemed to understand Yang Kai's intentions and suddenly said, "Stand there obediently, or I'll teach you a lesson." Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear. Since Yang Kai had made up his mind to leave, how could he pay attention to her? Immediately, he waved his hand, collected the two blood beasts, and soared into the air to fly away. The woman coldly snorted, raised her jade-white hand, and condensed a large amount of starlight. This starlight condensed into the shape of an arrow in a very short time, and with a wave of her hand, it shot straight towards Yang Kai. A whistling sound rang out, but before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his back. Startled, he turned around and threw out two punches. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged as the condensed fists collided with the starlight arrow, creating a violent explosion that swept out in all directions. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the recoil to fly far away in an instant. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word. He really ran away fast. Inside the ball of light, the woman ground her teeth as her brow furrowed, somewhat at a loss. Strange. How could there be someone in the third layer? And this guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary origin king. Chapter 2014. The woman herself was not an ordinary origin king, and now that she was on the verge of breaking through, her attack was naturally extraordinarily powerful. It was not something an ordinary origin king could resist. Yang Kai was fine after taking her attack, and even used the momentum to retreat faster, allowing the woman to have a general idea of his strength. A small Maplewood city actually has such a cultivator. The woman frowned, looking quite surprised. But soon, she had no time to think because the world energy baptism for breaking through a great realm was about to arrive, so she could only hold her breath and concentrate. Not long after, huge bolts of energy descended from the sky like bolts of lightning, heading straight for the woman. Ooh, Yang Kai fled 100 kilometers, or so, before slowly coming to a stop. He did not know who this woman he met in the third layer was, or what method she used to enter this place, but since he had taken a lot of benefits from her, it was best to withdraw first. The woman was at the critical juncture of breaking through, so it was obviously impossible for her to chase after him. So Yang Kai was not too worried. Behind him, a burst of muffled thunder sounded. Looking back, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the world energy manifestation in the distance. He immediately knew that the woman was already undergoing the world energy baptism, and once she succeeded, she would be able to break through to the Tao Source realm. And judging from the woman's previous state, it was obvious that she had been preparing for this moment for a long time. So her chances of success were not small. Thinking so, Yang Kai took a step forward again, heading in the opposite direction of the woman. In the next few days, Yang Kai's gains were quite small, and he even encountered some dangers. He was chased by a peak 11th order monster beast for a long time. A peak 11th order monster beast was almost equivalent to a third order Tao Source realm cultivator, not something Yang Kai could resist with his current strength. If not for the protection of the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder wolf, as well as his understanding of space principles, he would have been in big trouble. After escaping the pursuit of the monster beast with great difficulty, Yang Kai had only just recovered half a day ago. Suddenly, he felt the space around him tighten as a vague world force squeezed him from all directions, completely immobilizing him. His expression changed greatly, but before he could circulate his chi to resist, A mysterious spirit array suddenly appeared under his feet. The array spun and sent out a suction force, firmly nailing Yang Kai to the ground. The next moment, it completely devoured him. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, and Yang Kai finally relaxed. He knew that this was probably because the 5-colored treasure pagoda had closed and all of the surviving cultivators had been teleported out. He immediately relaxed his resistance and allowed the power of the formation to pull him in. Sure enough, when Yang Kai's vision was restored, they had returned to the square of the city lord's mansion. The crowd was densely packed and jostling shoulder to shoulder. All of them had a pained expression on their faces. It was obvious that they had yet to recover from the teleportation. In order to avoid being too independent, Yang Kai also pretended to be unwell and slowly woke up. Noises immediately came from all around. Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. Naturally, some had obtained great opportunities, some had returned empty-handed, and some had even died inside. Now, everything was over. Of course, the scene was one of joy and sorrow. However, tens of thousands of Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but now only half of them had returned alive. The rest had all died inside the pagoda. It could be seen that although there were many opportunities inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, it was also very dangerous. The several people from the Emperor realm seemed to have been sitting on the high platform without moving. Xiao Yuyang, who was in the middle, swept his gaze across the crowd and fixed his gaze on a graceful woman with a blue veil covering her face. The woman's eyes, which were as bright as stars, also happened to look at Xiao Yuyang. The two looked at each other, and the woman nodded gently. Xiao Yuyang immediately let out a hearty laugh, appearing very happy. Master Xiao seems to be in a good mood. Chen Wenhao, who was sitting on Xiao Yuyang's right, glanced at him suspiciously. Xiao Yuyang smiled and said, "It's okay. Brother Chen, do you have any objections?" "I wouldn't dare." Chen Wenhao's face twitched, and he quickly admitted defeat. Although he was a master from heavenly martial Holy Land and had a powerful first-order Emperor realm cultivation, Xiao Yuyang was the Silver Star envoy of Star Soul Palace. Even his cultivation was higher than Chen Wenhao's. So how could Chen Wenhao dare to act presumptuously in front of Xiao Yuyang? However, it is quite surprising that so many cultivator in this small Maplewood city were able to come out of the 5-colored treasure pagoda alive. Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple swept his eyes back and forth in the crowd, as if looking for good seedlings, and said, "City Lord Duan is blessed. Maplewood City is full of talents. Although the loss this time is not small, those who survived will definitely be able to hold up the sky for Maplewood City in the future. Master Feng is too kind. It is all thanks to several masters' blessings." Maplewood City's city, Lord Duan Yuanshan smiled from ear to ear, his tone extremely humble. Just as Feng Ming said, although the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Maplewood City this time caused a huge loss to the city's cultivator, it was definitely worth it. Among those who came out of the 5-colored treasure pagoda alive, as long as even 1 in 1,000 could advance further in the future, it would be enough to raise the strength of Maplewood City by several levels. He even saw his son, Duan Tianci, in the crowd with a radiant look on his face. Obviously, his harvest was not small, so how could he not be happy? Right at that moment, Duan Yuanshan suddenly frowned and took out a communication artifact from his sleeve. He poured his divine sense into it, and his expression changed drastically. He raised his head abruptly and looked at Duan Tianci in the crowd, only to see the latter nod at him. At that moment, several other messages were sent out from the communication artifact, and they were all about the same thing. These messages were all from the patriarchs of Maplewood City's great families. "City Lord Duan, what happened? Why do you look so pale?" Feng Ming looked at Duan Yuanshan strangely and asked, "Master, something bad has happened. Duan Yuanshan heard this and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Feng Ming smiled. City Lord Duan, please don't be an alarmist. With us here, how could something bad happen? It was no wonder he was so confident. After all, there were 5 people from the Emperor realm here, one of whom was a second-order emperor. As long as it wasn't one of the 10 great emperors who came to massacre the city, they would be able to deal with it. Duan Yuanshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "It's like this. My Maplewood City's cultivator broke a seal in the second layer of the pagoda and released an ancient wood spirit from it." What? Feng Ming heard this, and his face changed, standing up abruptly. "Is this true?" "It's true. This Duan just received the report from the various patriarchs and came to report it without any delay." Wood spirit? There's a wood spirit in the second layer of the pagoda? A young woman who had not spoken until now frowned and asked in surprise. This young woman was Azure Sun Temple's Gao Shueting, a powerful first-order emperor realm master who was on equal footing with Feng Ming and the others. A wood spirit is not easy to deal with, and it's an ancient wood spirit. "Master Xiao, why didn't you tell us this earlier?" Chun Wenhao glanced at Xiao Yuyang with some resentment. Xiao Yuyang rolled his eyes and said, "The 5-colored treasure pagoda is not as simple as you think. Even the great emperors couldn't investigate the things inside it clearly. Many of the seals and barriers are very well hidden, and even if the great emperors came here in person, they might not be able to discover them. This wood spirit that was released is most likely sealed in a hidden place." With his explanation, the others didn't have anything to say. "Master, please take action and kill this wood spirit, otherwise it will become a great disaster for my Maplewood City." Duan Yuanshan looked at the 6 from the Emperor realm with a pleading look. "It's just a trivial wood spirit. Why would City Lord Duan be afraid of it? Moreover, it has been sealed for countless years, so its strength must have declined greatly. There is no need for us to take action. City Lord Duan can kill it himself," Feng Ming said indifferently. Duan Yuanshan said with a bitter face, "Master Feng may not know, but according to the information I received, this wood spirit can quickly restore its strength by devouring the essence of a cultivator's flesh and blood. Moreover, it can spread its wood seed and hide in a cultivator's body, waiting for the right time to break out and occupy the cultivator's body among my Maplewood City's cultivators. I'm afraid some of them have already been affected." Such a thing happened? This time, the 6 from the Emperor realm couldn't help but pale slightly. "It's true. This information was given to me by my son. He almost suffered a fatal blow from one of his companions who had a wood seed hidden in his body," Duan Yuanshan quickly replied. "If that's the case, then the situation is a bit serious," Xiao Yuyang said with a serious expression. "Since the wood spirit came out of my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, this Xiao can't just sit back and do nothing. How about this, City Lord Duan? You go and activate Maplewood City's barrier and close the city gates, allowing entry but not exit. In addition, make sure none of the cultivators who are still here leave. We'll close the door and beat the dogs." "Yes, many thanks for your help, Master." Upon seeing this, Duan Yuanshan was overjoyed and quickly turned around, raising his voice as he shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have received orders from Sir Star Envoy to ask you to stay here for a while. Sir Star Envoy has some matters to attend to, and after they are done, you will be allowed to leave. I hope that you will cooperate." As soon as he said this, the noisy square below fell silent, as everyone looked at Duan Yuanshan in astonishment. Yang Kai, who was using the sound bead to contact Mo Shaoqi, couldn't help but raise his head and frown slightly. He didn't know what Duan Yuanshan and those from the Emperor realm wanted to do. However, the reputation of the masters from the Emperor realm was too great. So even though the cultivators who stayed in the square were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it and just stood there obediently. The 6 from the Emperor realm gathered together on the high platform, and after a simple discussion, 4 of them suddenly disappeared, leaving only Xiao Yuyang and the young woman Gao Shueting behind. Right at this moment, the whole of Maplewood City buzzed, and a bright energy barrier appeared in the sky, covering the entire Maplewood City like a big bowl. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.